This story began with many demonic dragons circling over the castle. They broke through the castle wall to capture it and be at the head of the possessions of this kingdom. But the hero Vermouth and his 4 comrades in arms headed to the Count of Magic Helmut in order to defeat the last demon kings. They defeated 3 of the 5 kings, and now only 2 remain. They enter battle in order to defeat enemies and protect the territory of their kingdom. There are too many demonic dragons. They are fierce and strong, ready to fight with anyone in order to take over the territories of the castle. But Vermouth was not embarrassed by their number. He used his magic blade against them. A bright light emanated from his sword, which destroyed the dragons around him. He was nicknamed the Great Vermouth for his courage and ability to quickly find solutions to situations. Nevertheless, his comrades did not stand still. They also moved to fight the dragons. Her name is Wise Sina. The girl's magic is perfect against so many monsters. She uses her magic very effectively. Her magic style looks great. While the rest of the team fights the dragons, Saint Anise blesses the fallen souls. The monsters will not wait for her prayers to end. One of the dragons runs from behind, directly towards Anissa. This did not stop her from continuing her prayers, and she immediately and effectively defeated the monster. Another team member defeats the monsters one by one. His name is Fearless Moron. His name speaks for itself. He's not afraid of anyone or anything. The rash Hamel wanted to get ahead of Vermouth in battle. A competitive spirit played within him. He was furious that Vermouth was ahead of him. Hamel has always been jealous of Vermouth. He always called him his rival, but no one took these words seriously. The boy, looking around, said that there weren't that many monsters left. It seems they have almost dealt with all the monsters. Suddenly, Hamel shouted for Vermouth to turn around because danger was approaching him. But it was already too late. He covered it with his body, sacrificing himself to save his comrade. Something pierced his body. It happened so quickly that Vermouth did not even understand how his comrade was wounded by something. He did not expect such an act from someone who envies and competes with him. It was a monster that wounded him with its long limb that extended from his arm. It didn't take long for a huge wound in the middle of his chest to appear. He fell to the ground after the creature pulled out its limb. The dragon felt his superiority over them and began to mock them. After all, he is the first who managed to wound one of Vermouth's comrades. Vermouth approached the enemy creature with such great speed that the monster missed with its long limb, which it released at the boy. Now the creature does not feel its superiority in the same way. It did not expect the boy to be able to dodge the limb. A very bright light emanated from his sword, which filled the entire room. Effectively swinging it, he killed the dragon. The rest of the team, as soon as they saw that Gamel was wounded, immediately moved towards him. While his team sat with the wounded, Vermouth stood aside and was sad. He couldn't watch his comrade leave this world. Vermouth didn't want him to die this way. After all, there was still so much to go through together. Hamel answered him that it was a worthy death to die for the great hero of Vermouth. In the last minutes of his life, he regretted that he had not been sincere with his comrades. With his last breath, stretching out his hand, he told Vermouth that he was obliged to kill everyone. In response, he swore to him in the name of the hero that he would destroy all the demon kings. Gamel decided to say goodbye to everyone and finally say a few words to everyone. He asked Anissa to pray for him. Moron that he was the bravest and most fearless warrior he knew. Senna confessed his love. For a long time he was afraid of this, but now is the moment when he can tell her that he likes her. In a rage, stepping on the book, he said that he did not say that and he never liked it. No matter how many times he read this strange nonsense, he began to shake every time. Hamel did not understand who could have written this book. He is angry with the author of this little book for embellishing the moments. Moreover, they were all given cool nicknames. Great, wise, holy, fearless. But it was he who was called reckless. He was at a loss as to who could do this to him. The same goes for his team. Why did they turn a blind eye to such a stupid moment in this book? They didn't even bother to defend the honor of their brother in arms. He had doubts that they could accept the possibility of Hamel being reincarnated with all the memories of the past. He is the one who died 300 years ago during the war against the 5 demon kings. Walking around the house, he looked at the paintings that depicted the heroes from his team. He realized that he had reincarnated into the body of one of the heroes' descendants. It was a teenager, Eugene Lionheart, age 13. In addition to his first wife, Vermouth had a huge number of mistresses. The boy does not remember Vermouth chasing women's skirts. Perhaps his views changed with age, which is quite natural for people. Only children from his first wife are considered direct descendants of Vermouth's family. Even with the common surname Lionheart, Eugene is considered to only be from a side branch. Children from other families are prohibited from practicing magic and using real swords until the blood inheritance ritual. That's why the boy uses a wooden one. But these are the last days that he uses this toothpick. The boy has a very impressive martial art. Although he uses this ordinary sword, it looks amazing. His father came into his room. He was upset that Eugene had ruined the scarecrow again. The boy was not like the others. His body of a 13-year-old teenager looked muscular and sculpted, as if he were 25 or even more years old. His father did not understand how such a body could belong to a 13-year-old teenager. In truth, having fought him, he doubted his victory. Eugene was his own son, but sometimes he frightened him because his speech and mannerisms were not at all teenage. There is not a drop of innocence in his frightening eyes. Although he was left without a mother when he was very young, there was not a day when he was sad. The father called the boy a blacksmith and a mediocrity. He believed that his martial arts skills and constant training would not be useful to him in life. The boy did not understand how his father could take money from him for his antics with broken equipment. After all, it's trash. It would be worth punishing him, but he could not raise a hand against his father. The father decided to give the boy a severe reprimand for handling the equipment this way. By the way, the blood inheritance ritual will take place tomorrow, in which the boy will be able to take part. To put it mildly, the boy did not like this Lejon art tradition, which is held every decade. All children between 10 and 15 years of age from the main and other branches, they gather at the home of the main family to participate in the ritual. And then the competition begins for the right to bear the surname Lionheart. But unlike other families, direct descendants are allowed to train magic and use real weapons. This is only to ensure that these weaklings from the main branches do not lose at the hands of children from other branches. Eugene's father doubted that this boy could be his son. After all, he is so talented that it was difficult to discern his own blood in him. He understood that if he had been born into the main family, it would have been much easier for him in martial arts. May he be as mediocre as his father? He wouldn't have to feel the discrepancy between the real world and his abilities. Suddenly, the boy noticed that his father was not feeling well. He asked if he was okay, to which the father gave a short answer, yes. But Eugene didn't like such a short answer because he understood that something was wrong. Surely he thought about what a terrible father he turned out to be. His father came up to him, grabbed his shoulders and said to Eugene, "Never cross the path of the children from the main family. No matter how gifted you are, you will not be able to cope with them. From early childhood, they learn magic and train with real swords." The boy laughed and replied that he would not. He found it funny that his father underestimated his skills. It's just a bunch of little kids. He was confident that he could handle everyone. 3 children from the main family, as well as 6 from the regular family, take part in the ritual of blood inheritance. The 3 main family includes the son of the first wife of the head of the family and twins from his mistress. With the exception of 2 children from the respected main branches, everyone else is not that important. While training on a scarecrow, he imagined his victory over the boys from the main family. The boy was ready for battle and as confident as possible. Now they will find out how good the descendants of Vermouth are. The carriage was delivered to the main house. The father and his 4 maids escorted the boy to the solemn event of the blood inheritance ritual. The boy remembered that, while still being Hamel in a past life, he considered himself a real genius. Since childhood, he had no difficulties in mastering new skills. He developed much faster than his peers. But there were greater warriors who were more famous than Hamel. It was the great Vermouth, with whom he constantly had misunderstandings. Vermouth told the boy that he could become much stronger with a little more effort. Hamel responded by asking him, "Can't you see how much effort he puts in?" He gave it 100%. Having added this with words, did he think that not everyone was given the same talent as him? Hamel was not a genius, unlike Vermouth, who could truly be called one. Being gifted in both sword and magic, he was nicknamed the God of War. He was a duke in his native land, the Empire of Kiel, but decided to renounce the title. Until the very end, he was exalted as a warrior. As for the rest of the weapons team, wise Sina, born in the kingdom of magicians Erot, she became the youngest master in the history of the Magic Tower. Saint Anissa, this woman was considered the holiest person in the entire sacred empire of Uras. There is even a scripture describing her teachings. Fearless moron. Unthinkably, this pumped-up nugget founded a kingdom named after him, and they all lived happily until their death. He wondered, angry. So why is the Demon King still alive? Vermouth promised that he would kill all the Demon Kings. He was angry with him because the kings were still free. Gamel died in the demonic castle of imprisonment, and immediately after his death, this white-haired man entered into a contract with the Demon King. Thanks to this agreement, the war with demons came to an end, and even after 300 years, peace reigns in these parts. But the boy was not alone in the carriage. He was asked if he was worried about something, adding that upon arrival, the boy will have a very difficult time since he began to worry while still in the carriage. The boy, out of politeness, decided to thank Lord Gordon for the instruction. The Lord warned of the arrival of the main house of the Lionheart family on the property. "But that doesn't mean it's time to go out," he said. It was still a long way to the estate. The boy did not like this. He did not understand why the Lord was boasting about it so much. Eugene wondered, "Isn't it too problematic to govern such a large area?" The Lord replied that there were several portals in the area, so everything was fine. Thinking, he asked why then they were traveling in this carriage. His other self said that they were not given permission to use the portals. And then they arrived at the main house, where the boy was welcomed from the very beginning. Eugene saw the welcoming ceremony. He knew that this ceremony was not for his sake. There were many flags with the coat of arms of a lion. They were a symbol of the great vermouth. Putting his hand on his heart, the boy remembered that only descendants from the main family were allowed to wear the coat of arms of a lion on the left side of the chest. The Lord told him that they had arrived first and he would show him to the guest house. Eugene was surprised that no one was there yet. The house was huge and very beautiful. It looked like a palace. It had 2 floors and a luxurious tower, which consisted of 3 floors. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a girl. Her name was Nina, and she said she would take care of all his needs while he was in this house. She gave him a bell and told the boy that if he needed anything, he should ring the bell. He was pleased that he was provided with a personal maid. Eugene was curious about how old she was, since she looked quite young, and he asked her a question. The girl replied that she was 16 years old and had just recently graduated. Nina was inexperienced, and he knew that if the inexperienced maid caused any problems, they hoped to place all the blame on him. He didn't understand who needed it, but he might have difficulties. He asked her if she knew when the rest of the family would be there. She replied within the next 4 days. The answer surprised the boy, because he did not think that he would have to spend so much time in this house. Eugene didn't want to waste time, so he asked the maid to take him to the training ground. She was surprised by his request, because usually before such an event, most of the other children were resting. There were children standing in the courtyard of the main house and discussing something. They discussed Eugene and said that he was from a small provincial town located in the west of the empire. They underestimated him, joking that he was much more accustomed to holding a shovel in his hands than swinging a sword. His carriage is also saturated with the smell of vile animal excrement. Eugene may be the same age as them, but they believed that he would have to pay if he broke their equipment. They came up with a cunning plan to harm the boy. But the boy said they wouldn't do that. They'd just give Eugene a warning. They set out in search of Eugene to mock him, while the boy, without wasting his precious time, trained with a spear on the sight. Being a Gamel, he was never lazy when it came to training, but he understood that in this life, he needed to train much more. However, no matter how much he tormented his body, he was never bothered by illness, and most of the wounds healed literally within a day. The abilities of the body in whose veins flows the blood of vermouth, exceeded all expectations. While the boy was training, his servants watched him. She was shocked. She was surprised that even with sandbags and a heavy spear in his hands, he was able to move so deftly. While she was admiring Eugene, the same 2 teenagers came up and asked her a question. What was Eugene doing there? Nina wondered what brought Mr. Tsane and Ms. Kill to the training ground. But he ignored her question and asked what Eugene was doing. Their dialogue was seen by Eugene, and he asked Tsin, is he really so blind that he can't see how he trains? Then he insulted him. He was surprised how this hillbilly dared to talk to him like that. Sil asked her brother if he would leave it like this and endure humiliation. His face changed in an instant. He was seriously angry. Eugene's expression offended Tsin, and he demanded an apology, to which the boy responded emotionlessly and asked for forgiveness. But this did not satisfy Mr. Tsane. The apology was not sincere. He told him to bow before him, to which Eugene replied, aren't they the same age? Eugene asked why he should bow to his friend. Tsane did not like the fact that he called him his friend, and he only told him that he bears the same last name does not make him equal in status. The sister reminded him of their evil plan, and they wanted to humiliate him by having him clean the carriage in which he arrived. Tsane shouted to Eugene to go and scrub the carriage, which was probably saturated with the smells of the animals he was hurting. Then Eugene looked towards his personal maid and asked, can she fulfill his request? She replied that she would do anything. Then the boy told her to go and clean the carriage in which he had arrived. Nina did not expect this. She was confused. She had never been given such instructions before. Tsane was angry and did not understand how the boy dared to shift responsibilities to a servant when he ordered him to do it personally. He asked the boy why he didn't respect his orders. He is Sin Lionheart himself. Eugene began to mock him as he introduced himself in response, adding to this that he is glad to meet you. Sister Tsaina also decided to introduce herself as a sign of respect for the boy. The Lord realized that since the boy ignored his orders, he would no longer be so merciful to him. Looking around, Tsai noticed a wooden sword lying there, and he decided to pick it up. He decided to challenge Eugene to a duel because he insulted him. Eugene found it funny that he was challenged to a duel because he understood that victory would be his. He again called him his friend and said, "You shouldn't pronounce the word friend so rashly," asking to be left alone, as he understood that defeating him in a duel would cause him problems that he didn't want. Sane told the boy that since he was afraid of him, then he would have to bow to him and start begging for forgiveness. Eugene replied that he was not afraid of him at all. He just did not want to apologize or participate in the duel. Sane still thought that the boy was afraid of him, and he said that it seemed that his parents did not explain to him the meaning of the word honor. He was confused when he saw that the boy was taking off his weights to fight him in a duel. Eugene told him to throw down the gauntlet if he challenged him to a fight. Seeing what heavy bags the boy was working with, Sina was shocked. It seemed to him that he simply decided to show off by putting on these weights. He understood that there was no turning back, since he himself had issued a challenge. If he backs down, Tsil will laugh at him for the rest of his days. Taking out this red handkerchief, Sane thought that he needed to defend his honor. Having officially called him by name, and he threw this red handkerchief and challenged him to a duel. While the scarf fell, Eugene removed the last weight. The boy accepted the challenge. He was completely ready for battle. There was not an iota of fear on his face. Before he even had time to approach the boy, Sane received a strong blow from a spear and fell to the ground. Approaching him, he said that it was the shortest fight in his life. His sister was excited by what she saw and immediately ran to him to find out how he was feeling. Sin vomited, and to put it mildly, he did not feel well. Sil went to defend her brother, calling the boy a coward, and began accusing him of hitting with a brace and the duel being unfair. The boy asked, "What kind of cowardice are we talking about? According to the rules, the duel begins the moment the scarf touches the ground, and it is his own fault that he lost his vigilance." Kill agreed with the boy, but she thought he was training using magic. Eugene replied that he did not use magic, because children from other families are forbidden to master the power of magic before the blood inheritance ceremony. But the girl called him a liar, and said that without mana he would not have been able to swing such a heavy weapon so easily. And his attack was so fast that even if she was fully prepared, her brother would never have repelled it. The boy smiled because he was pleased to hear this. He told her that she needed to be more careful. She told him that he allowed himself too much, but this did not surprise him because he knew about it. Eugene explained to Tsin that when his spear almost caught Tsin, he instinctively jerked back in an attempt to reduce the damage. Considering that he hardly had any actual battle experience, this was surprising. And he has great potential, but he is too far from being called a descendant of Vermouth. As soon as Tsin stood up, he called the boy a coward and asked how he dared to do such a thing. Eugene said that he and his sister are very similar, they even speak the same. And he added, telling Tsin, if he considers himself a worthy descendant of the Lionheart family, then he should accept defeat with honor. He wondered if maybe he should have been a little gentler with him, doing something similar to a member of the main family. He knew that he was unlikely to get away with it. A man was catching up with him and wanted to address him. Turning around, Eugene saw that there was no lion crest on his chest. The boy assumed that this was a simple knight. However, once you recognize its strength, it looks impressive. Sane immediately went to complain to this unknown young man. He said that he challenged the boy to a duel and lost, and his guardian did not like this, who wanted to figure out what was going on. He apologized for not introducing himself right away. His name is Kezar, and he is the one in charge of training Mr. Tsane. Eugene also introduced himself in response and said that he came to the ceremony from the city of Gaidal. Kezar heard about this city, or rather about the family that lived there. It was Eugene's family. He knew his father. He was wondering what happened and why the duel happened. Eugene said that Sai insulted the personal dignity of his family, after which he challenged him to a duel. And he said that his father did not teach Eugene honor, then calling him a coward. But Sane began to deny this. This means that he insulted not only the boy, but also his father. Isn't that enough to accept a duel? Eugene asked. Kezar agreed with the boy. This was a very reasonable reason for accepting the duel. The person in charge of the boy insisted that he first take care of all the wounds, and only then resolve the issue of the duel. They said goodbye to Eugene and hoped to see each other soon. After such a workout, Eugene was hungry. He took more of everything since he needed to regain his strength. While he was eating, a servant approached him. Eugene was surprised that she returned so quickly. Nina came to announce that young masters Deacon, Hans and Jules will arrive tomorrow at noon. The other masters Gargis and Desira will arrive through the portal this evening. The boy replied that they would get together earlier than he expected, and he was waiting for the ritual, which would begin very soon. Eugene looked into the sky and told Vermouth that he was going to slap his descendants with cabbage soup. The boy hopes that this will not disappoint him too much. It's not that he himself didn't want to be reborn as his descendant. It was all about reincarnation. Tsain, bowing his head in disappointment, came to tell everything about the duel to his mother. This was the second wife from the house of Anicilla, and she was not happy that her son challenged a boy from an ordinary family to a duel and lost. Anicilla told the boy to come closer to her as she wanted to talk to him. Then she poked her cane right at the place where Eugene hit and asked how it happened that he was defeated with one blow. He asked not to poke in that place, as it was unpleasant for him. But she told him to stand still as she wasn't finished yet. Anicilla turned to Khazar and asked if Eugene really had not mastered magic. He replied that without a doubt, Mr. Gerard's son, young Master Eugene, does not have magic. Then she became interested, and she decided to ask Syl how exactly did her brother lose. The girl said that he took his brother by surprise. Immediately after the duel began, he hit him with a spear. He tried to jerk back, but the spear turned out to be faster. The mother was upset that the duel was ended with just one blow. After the boy tried to ask for forgiveness, she hit him in the face with her palm. Anicilla was perplexed. How could he challenge a boy who does not know magic to a duel, and even in front of children from ordinary families? Very soon, his father will arrive for the blood inheritance ceremony. His mother had no idea how to tell him that their son had lost the fight. She was worried that people from other families would mock her. Tsain was very ashamed, and he regretted that he had even given him an invitation to a duel. He asked his mother for forgiveness for this. She told Khazar that if she had the chance, she would have finished him off right there. Alas, he is a grateful knight to her husband, and for him to train Tsain so that he would never lose again. The mother told Khazar to take the boy away. She was very angry with him. After Qing left, she asked Kil to become friends with the boy who won. She didn't understand why her mother was asking for this. Her mother told her that he was strong enough to defeat her brother. If she wanted, she could kill that boy, but then all suspicions will fall on her. If misunderstandings arise in the family, the guardians of family order will come to them. This cannot be allowed. That is why the mother asked the girl to make friends with Eugene. Syl was not against it, and she herself wanted to get to know him better. Perhaps they will become friends. Mother was glad that everything turned out so easily and that she didn't have to persuade the girl. The next day, 3 boys from non-main families arrived at the estate. Eugene wastes no time and spends all his time on the training ground, preparing for the ritual. While he was running, his assistant approached him. She must tell him something important. The servant told him that the other 2 had also arrived. They were expected to arrive at night, but they arrived a little earlier. And then the girl reports such important news that patriarchy has also arrived. But the boy was not in the appearance in which one should meet such important people. The assistant said that we needed to go and meet him immediately. She was in a hurry and did not know what to do because Eugene needed to be changed, but they have very little time. The boy told her that he would simply meet the patriarch in this form. After all, they have absolutely no time to change clothes. And then everyone is waiting for the patriarch, the knights line up, and the welcoming ceremony begins. Next to Tsain and Syl stood the second wife of the patriarch Anitsil. This means that the woman in front of her must be Theonis's first wife, and the boy standing next to her is the eldest son in the main family, and the first contender for inheriting the title. His name was Laud Lionheart. Now, already on the way to the main gate, Gillard will arrive Lionheart. This is the same patriarch. It turns out that behind him should be his younger brother Kion. The patriarch of the Lionheart family has 2 brothers. The first, Guilford Doc, is already married and lives with his family. The second, Kion, left his native place with Gillard, never getting married. And then both returned only 3 years later. The first wife told the patriarch that it would be great if he warned about his arrival. He asked her why he needed to warn her about coming to his own house. They came to terms with the fact that he did not warn them of his arrival. Approaching Laud, he told him that he was surprised at how quickly he had grown. The patriarch hoped that the boy had also grown in skills. In turn, the young man replied that he was trying to live up to his expectations. Gillard had difficulty recognizing Tsain and Syl due to the fact that they had already grown up. The children were also happy about this meeting. They missed him. The patriarch saw his brother in the crowd. He heard that his son was born, and he was very sorry that he could not be there at such a significant moment. Guilford said that there is no need for an apology. He understands everything and is not upset at all. Gillard also noticed children from other families. He invited them to enjoy their meal at the same table, and then move on to discuss the ritual of blood inheritance. And so, children from high families, as well as from simple families, gathered at the refectory table. The 2 were not present at the welcoming ceremony. So who are they and what are their names? These are Gajis and Desira. Eugene noticed them. They arrived with the patriarch through the portal. Also, they are not from ordinary families, but from highly respected ones. Sitting at one table, this long-haired guy, looking at Eugene, wondered who this boy was. He thought that only the patriarch and children taking part in the ritual should sit at the table. Syl also did not understand who these 2 were, and she decided to find out from her father who their guests were. His father had not planned to introduce him before the meal. He wanted to do it later, but since everyone was so interested. This is Robarian. He came from the Red Tower that is located in the Kingdom of Arat. Everyone at the table was surprised after he introduced himself, so much so that Eugene choked when he heard this name. The boy knew who it was. Since he is the master of the Red Tower, it means that he is a student of Sina. To be more precise, he is a third-generation student. 300 years ago, Sina became the youngest master of the Green Magic Tower in the entire history of the Kingdom of Arat. She not only helped ordinary people, but she also took people from other towers as students. To this day, the master of the Green Tower and the master of the Red Tower is Robarian. They consider Sena the Wise to be their great mentor. The boy could not even imagine that he would so soon meet someone related to his old companions. The patriarch turned to Eugene and said that he knew about that situation. His wife told him everything. The boy, in turn, was surprised that he spoke to him. He talked about a duel in which his son insulted the honor of the boy and his father. However, Eugene replied that he did not hold any grudge against Sine. The patriarch became interested, and he asked the youth, is it because he defeated his son in a duel? But the boy said that the outcome of the duel had no effect on this. If he had been unable to defend his own honor, the blame would have rested solely with him. Gillard liked Eugene's reasoning and told him that he was wiser than his son. Hearing his name from Sinu's father, he understood that he would now be punished for such an act. The father told his son that he was not ashamed of his defeat. However, he is ashamed that the boy did not realize what he should have done next. The duel was purely his initiative, but even after defeat, he did not have the courage to ask for forgiveness to Eugene. Sane was speechless. He didn't know what to say. It seems he was ashamed of what he had done. The father said if he dares to call himself a member of the family, then he must have respect not only for himself, but also for those around him. Cyan asked Eugene for forgiveness for his insults. Eugene felt that Cy was more likely to say the apology out of pressure or obligation than out of true remorse. Gillard asks the question, is the boy's daddy, Gerard? And he regrets that he does not know him personally. Eugene replied that it would be strange if they knew each other, because they live in a small provincial town. Gillard was interested in the boy's martial arts skills. Were these the merits of training with his father? But these were completely independent trainings. Desiree was surprised that the boy trained on his own without help. Gargis did not understand how the boy defeated Sain by training alone. The patriarch liked the outcome of events. It looks like this time the inheritance ceremony will be very interesting. The servants begin to serve all sorts of delicacies and goodies to the table. Gillard wasn't sure the dishes would live up to their expectations. He asked everyone to start eating. The feast was coming to an end, and the servants came to clear all the dishes from the table. The reason why the patriarch decided to gather everyone at this table, it lies in the details of the blood inheritance ritual. He was ashamed to admit it, but there was too much inequality in his family patriarchy. The whole process is tailored to the main families. Children from ordinary families are not allowed to train with weapons or practice magic before the ritual. Under such conditions, such children have practically no chance against the youths from the main branch. This year, 3 of his children will participate. However, he believes that it is only fair to watch not only his children, but everyone who bears the Lionheart surname. The purpose of the ritual is to identify a worthy heir to the Great Vermouth, and it doesn't matter whether he is a child from the main family or an ordinary one. The boy liked these rules. This descendant is much kinder than Vermouth. Therefore, the patriarch decided to ask Robarian for help in carrying out the ritual. Snapping his fingers, Robarian activated magic and created a hologram, which surprised the children. This year, the ritual will take place in the labyrinth that Robarian created. Everyone will enter it through different entrances. The main goal is to defeat the boss who is holed up in the center of the labyrinth. Of course, the surprises didn't end there. Everything is not as easy as it seems. Along the way, they will encounter traps and monsters. However, everything they will see inside is just an illusion. What happens inside is not reality. He warned right away, his illusions feel very believable, so it won't be easy. Robarian's mastery of magic. He realized that it was not for nothing that he was called the Master of the Tower. For this effect, he used not simple magic, but illusory magic, in order to make all the cubes more alive. If one of them defeats the boss, the test will end immediately. At the end of the ritual, everyone will receive their points depending on their achievement. One of the participants wondered what would happen if they couldn't get out of the maze. Robarian replied that if someone is scared, of course they can wait at the entrance, but then they won't get good scores. Eugene became interested and asked, what will they get after defeating the boss? The patriarch replied that he would allow him to take any item from his family's underground treasury. The boy was delighted with this news. His eyes sparkled with new colors. Now he can get something valuable. Eugene's biggest problem at the moment is choosing an item from the treasury. Walking along the corridor, he met these two who were at the feast at the same table with him. They were wondering if the boy was really able to defeat Sign in a duel Lionheart. He answered briefly and left. He didn't have time for stupid talk. They didn't understand why the boy didn't want to have a dialogue with them. Eugene did not want to waste a second of time while others were sleeping. He was training under the night moon. And then his training was interrupted by these two. He didn't understand what they needed from him. Approaching the boy, Gajis took off his t-shirt, deciding to show off his muscles, telling Eugene that he could touch his muscles. But he decided to refrain from such strange proposals. He did not like that they interfered with his studies. He said that his family has a secret muscle-building potion. This potion accelerates muscle growth depending on the intensity of training. Moreover, it is completely safe. Gajis asked if he was interested in this offer, but the boy didn't understand why this giant was pushing this on him. Desiree interrupted their conversation, saying that this potion could make Eugene grow a beard, and it doesn't depend on gender. She also heard that he used a spear in the battle with Sign, but now he is training with a sword. The boy replied that he uses both a spear and a sword. She laughed back, doubting Eugene's skill. Desiree said she specialized in spears and suggested a friendly duel. He understood that it would be easier for him to deal with her than with this pumped-up piece of meat. Eugene agreed. He himself was interested in how strong people from high-ranking families were. But this thug got in and said that he would be the judge of this fight. Even if it's just sparring, it must be done fairly and according to the rules. The boy thought, maybe he is a descendant of Moron and not Vermouth, acts just like him. The fight will begin after Gajis lowers his hand. Desiree told him not to delay this. She told Eugene that she would show him how to wield a spear and that it was not so easy to give in completely to this process. The rules are the one who strikes first wins. The boy reflected the blows one after another, but she never hit. Considering that she doesn't use magic, her skills are quite good, which Eugene appreciated. At the same time, she is very young. She has great potential. Although she was good, the boy understood that she was no match for him and he could easily cope. He started joking with her that she couldn't get there, but this only angered the girl more and more. He was able to repel all of her attacks without even dodging. She planned to take revenge for this. Desiree used a blow that she was sure the boy couldn't block, but he simply stepped on the spear. In an attempt to pull the spear from under the boy's feet, she forgot something, namely, that it is completely open and the boy can strike. Gajis announced Eugene's victory, after which the boy went to rest. Standing over the sleeping boy, he woke him up to offer him something, telling him that he wants to work in the same team. The boy asked Hajis if he really woke him up just for this, but he needed an answer. Eugene said that they will all enter through different passages. How is he going to work together? He had already heard about the rules of the ritual. Although they will start from different points, they will eventually gather at one. The boss is waiting for them in the center of the maze. The twins from the main family will also be on the team. The boy asked him if all he wanted was to join forces to defeat the boss. He answered exactly what was needed. The boy did not think that he would need their help. He believes that he can handle it himself. The girl considers him arrogant, but we have to admit that he is strong, and with his help, they would certainly defeat the boss. Eugene wondered why they were so obsessed with defeating the boss. She said that children from both the main and ordinary families participate in the ritual. Never before in the entire history of this family have ordinary children emerged victorious. But this time, they have every chance. Between the three of them, they will definitely be able to defeat the monster. They didn't understand. Didn't the boy want to defeat the main family? The master of the Red Magic Tower has arrived to perform the ritual. Perhaps her goal is to take Laud as a student. From early childhood, Laud was much more interested in magical books than in physical activity. Thanks to his interest in magic, he was able to study its rich variety. After becoming a student in the Magic Tower, he will have no choice but to leave his family. Meanwhile, Sane and Syl will develop faster and faster. This means that Laud, there is no way Lionheart will be able to inherit the title of Patriarch. There is only a small problem, which lies only in the ritual. Her children were always considered only the offspring of her second wife. Only thanks to her perseverance, they were able to gain a foothold in this family. But she could not even think that her son could lose to a boy from the province. She would like this child, named Eugene, to be the first to go through this maze. If he turns out to be strong enough to defeat all other opponents, this will certainly eclipse the shame of Sign. 4 days later, the blood inheritance ritual has begun, and so the magician passes on his magic to all the children. He told them that with this magic, they could create weapons for themselves. You need to form a magical sphere, orally imagining a magical weapon in your head. Children are not often given this opportunity to use magic, especially since children from ordinary families are prohibited from doing so, and it is new to them. Sil was the first to create a weapon, and she immediately became interested. What if it breaks? But the master laughed and said that both the weapon and the labyrinth were recreated using magic. Therefore, it cannot be damaged while inside. The girl became curious again. Is it possible to summon some kind of animal instead of a blade? Robarian replied that they could create a doll or even a golem. But alas, it will not be possible to summon anything living. Laud became interested. But why can't we create living beings? The master replied that there was a restriction on this magic. Giving life is a wonderful magic that ordinary people have. Gajas created a sword in the likeness of the one he had in his home. But unlike the old wooden sword, this one is real. He was very pleased with this and decided to share it with everyone. Each of the children managed to create a sword for themselves, but since they had never held a real weapon other than a wooden one, they would need time to master their blades. Despite the fact that everyone created only swords for themselves, Eugene was the only one who took care of his protection and created a shield for himself. Sil asked the boy what they would do when they met in the labyrinth. Will they really have to fight? Eugene had no idea that they were allowed to fight each other. But since this test is part of the blood inheritance ritual, there are practically no restrictions. The patriarch said, however, cooperation and common sense are very important. After all, the Lionhearts are one family. Sil looked at Eugene and was glad that he was called part of the family. At one time, the boy was not as happy as she was. He didn't want to be in the same family as the girl after everything that had happened. This was a surprise to him. The master said that since they were done with the weapons, they could proceed to the next stage. It was necessary to wear a necklace around the neck. It will be connected with their consciousness. If they experience too much stress during the test, the necklace will react immediately. In this case, Robarian will consider this a dangerous situation and will arrive in person. Eugene guessed that this thing should prevent all sorts of accidents. The master added that if someone begins to doubt that they will not be able to complete the test, they need to put their finger on the necklace and call for help. This way, they will be able to leave the maze without any risks. Afterwards, he said that the briefing was over, and he asked the children to go into the cave. They all enter the labyrinth from one portal, but the moment the participants step onto the other side, they are scattered throughout the labyrinth. Finally, before entering, Kill wished Eugene good luck. The boy reciprocated. He immediately entered the labyrinth without fear of what might be there. As soon as the boy was on the other side of the portal, he saw an empty and long corridor in which it was too dark. In his past life, he quite often had to wander through labyrinths. Therefore, the boy did not doubt himself at all. Looking at the ceiling, he saw that it was completely blocked. And because of the walls, the space is quite narrow. Long weapons won't work well there. That's why Eugene chose the sword and shield. He knew that this standard set fits almost any situation. However, he doubted that there would be any problems with clearing the labyrinth, since it was prepared for children. He moved along this dark corridor in search of adventure, straight ahead for victory. Other children have already encountered problems in the form of the slug monster. This is the simplest monster of the maze. But not everyone coped with it. Children from ordinary families had never encountered this before, and it was difficult for them. And they called for help, taking the necklace and calling the master. Just an hour after the test began, 3 of those completing the maze gave up. The patriarch told the children who failed the test that they could rest. Meanwhile, the master and Gillard watched the other children through magical spheres that showed everything that was happening in the maze. They watched Gajis being attacked by goblins. This was his first test. His movements seem a little stiff, but he did a good job. He didn't have much difficulty with monsters. Desiree also had to deal with the slugs. She's very dexterous and agile. Her tactic was to hide from them. She also realized that they were difficult to defeat with melee weapons, so she decided to stick to the plan. She has very well developed intuition. She prioritizes moving through the labyrinth over fighting monsters. Tsane and her sister cheated even before the start of the passage. Their mother got the maps of the labyrinths that should help them. From them, they learned several strategies for moving through the maze and avoiding traps. Knowing where the trap was located, he found a stone, which he threw to where the trap mechanism worked. He is too careful, and thanks to this, he successfully passed all the traps. What the patriarch and the master liked. Watching Sil, who was still at the stage with the evil goblin. They saw how well and quickly she completed her task. But then there was a dead end. It looked like she would have to return to the last fork, which would delay her quite a lot at this stage. Sil has a fairly flexible way of thinking, and yet she lacks experience. While watching Laud, they saw how he was fascinated by the monster created by magic. But this does not mean that he will regret it. He, of course, dealt with the goblin, but the master noticed that the magic had greatly clouded his mind. Gillard said that from early childhood he was crazy about her when he was taught by a capital professor, but it didn't lead to anything. Robarian wondered how a boy who had been interested in magic since childhood did not become a magician at an early age. Gillard said it was all because his mother influenced his decision to become the next patriarch of the family. This title is incompatible with his passion for magic. Although magic provides many benefits, the path to studying it is very thorny, the master answered. Although the patriarch wanted him to be a magician, my father believed that if there was still a piece of his former passion left in him, then he could not refuse the prospect of becoming a student in the magic tower. The master did not know what to answer the patriarch, but he saw great potential in the boy. Without thinking twice, he said that he could take Laud under his wing out of respect for the patriarch, but if it turned out that the boy was not suitable for the role of a student, he would not be able to do anything about it. Gillard did not want to force Robarian. He just wanted his son to devote himself to what he really likes. In addition, Laud respected the wise Sena even more than his own ancestor, Vermouth the Great. Robarian said that he was exactly the same. When reading the entries about the adventures of the warrior Vermouth, it was much more interesting for him to immerse himself in the history of Mrs. Sena. He liked that she knew how to find a way out of hopeless situations. Gillard said he also read those notes as a child, but his favorite hero, in truth, was neither Vermouth the Great nor Sena Mudra. Then the master wondered, if one of the most beloved characters of many is not his priority, then who could it be? As soon as he started talking about who his favorite character was, he noticed something. While they were talking, Eugene was confronted by the biggest troll possible. Despite the fact that the troll was many times larger than the boy, this did not frighten him at all, and he attacked him from all sides with lightning speed. They were so shocked by what they saw that they were speechless. Eugene easily dealt with such a giant and continued to walk further through the labyrinth to victory. Gillard was delighted. It seems he has a new favorite. The boy not only did not lose his head, but was also able to confidently defeat such a strong monster. The patriarch did not understand how a 13-year-old boy could do such a thing. The master said that trolls are definitely not the ones you would like to fight. If possible, most people would use a trap against them. And this individual, in addition, was larger than usual. He didn't understand how the boy had dealt with him. The patriarch praised the boy, saying that although he is very young, he has exceptional talent. Robarian said talented children like Eugene are called geniuses. Gadgis was already at the stage with the evil troll. This stage was hard for him. The monster attacked him several times, but the young man did not give up. Embittered and tortured, Gadgis ran screaming at the giant and deprived him of his limbs. The monster fell, and the boy, climbing on top of it, plunged his blade into it. After defeating the troll, his body of which he was so proud was covered in wounds. He had fallen into several traps before this test. Given his injuries, he discounted the strength of the other contenders, doubting that they had passed this stage. Having received too many wounds, his body could not stand it, and he could no longer walk, falling to the ground. Seeing the troll, Sain was confused. He did not understand where such a strong monster could come from. He understood that he alone could not cope with such a strong creature. Sain decided to outwit the thug by throwing a stone to the side and then calmly run away. After which he met Sil. They started from different entry points, but they all intersected exactly. This means that the center of the maze is already close. Sain told his little sister that she needed to follow him so that she wouldn't get lost. She was glad of this, because together it was much easier. He was still ashamed in front of Chill for losing the duel to Eugene, and he wanted to use the ritual to take revenge on him in the labyrinth. Sain told his sister that if she wanted to know anything, she could ask. She became interested and asked him, since the whole labyrinth is an illusion, could there be different monsters living there? He replied that this was an obvious question and there could be many creatures out there. She said there might be ghosts there too. Sin didn't know if there were ghosts there and then asked if T-Sin was afraid of them. The boy told her not to worry. It doesn't matter who is there. He will defeat any opponent in one blow. But in front of him was someone's hand, which was peeking around the corner. It seems to be a humanoid monster, another creature that will have to be fought. Her frightening glowing eyes looked straight at the boy. It was just Desiree. The boy was so scared that he squealed like a girl. What can't be said about his sister because she noticed her right away. He asked her how she ended up there and why she dared to scare him. She answered the boy that she herself was scared by his scream. Sain didn't understand why there was so much blood on her. He thought that she deliberately scared him and then wanted to kill him, but she said she just got caught and hit her head. Since the ambush failed and Sain was too aggressive, she decided to flee. He was worried that because of this girl, he would again disgrace himself in front of Tsil. Sain was offended by her for acting so vilely, and he told his sister that he needed to catch up with Desira. Her plan failed. She understood that she definitely couldn't cope with two, but the girl hoped to meet Gaji's. Under Desiree's feet, she realized that there was a trap under her, and she began to run even faster. Because of her ability to run fast, she went through it calmly. Tsane told his sister that the distance was too great for them to jump over this pit. We need to find another way. But Sil replied that she did not want to look for another path. Tsane was ashamed of being embarrassed in front of his sister, and henceforth, he decided that he would not allow this to happen. It would be better to save more magic for the boss fight. He had one idea. They decided to use magic to jump over this trap. They had no other choice. Tsane shouted for Kill to quickly catch up. He said that he would catch her. But, as the boy suspected, she did not want help since she's more independent. Tsane and Sil's pursuit of Desira continued for some time until they finally reached the center of the labyrinth. They didn't expect to get to the boss so quickly. It was a huge, giant bull. But suddenly Eugene's voice sounded behind Sin. He wondered why they came running together. This unexpected appearance surprised Zane. He became curious what Eugene was doing here. The boy was wondering who would get there before him. Zil how Eugene waited for whoever would come first if he was the first. Desiree asked him, since he decided to wait, if that meant that he had decided to accept their proposal with Gajis. But that wasn't why he waited, and in order to give them a chance to try their strength. After all, he was sure that he would defeat the monster alone. The boy said it wouldn't be fair to them if he killed him, considering how much effort they put into training. Sin that Eugene was so self-confident and devalued them. The boy told them it didn't look like the boss would attack unless they provoked him, which means he's just waiting. He suggested that everyone fight him in order. The first will be Desira, then Sain, and Sil. Desiara asked the boy if he was sure he wanted to fight the boss alone. But Eugene noticed that she was hurt and told her that if she doubted herself, she could just refuse. She was confident that she could resist the giant boss and went first. Sin became interested and asked Eugene why he didn't fight the Minotaur himself, but he wanted them to realize how weak they were in battle. Tsane told him that he would not have such an opportunity since he would defeat the boss before it was Eugene's turn. Eugene replied that if he really succeeded, he would treat him with the deepest respect. Tsane said that he would do this just to hear these words. Previously, Tsane had only seen this monster in books. It appears in almost all stories related to labyrinths. It's even bigger than he could have imagined. Even a troll doesn't seem so huge compared to him. However, this is just the size. Compared to a troll or an ogre, a minotaur does not look so terrifying. As soon as she approached him, he stood up and waited for her attack. He will be really hard to beat. He was so huge compared to her that Desiree did not understand how she should kill such a monster. But she pulled herself together, realizing that there was no turning back, and you need to use all your skills against him. After dodging his attack, she planned to sneak up to his limb to attack. Making her way closer to his leg, she attacked him with a spear, but his skin is too tough for her weapon to penetrate. After which, the monster grabbed the girl. She already thought that she was finished. But he spared her, simply threw her into the starting area towards the entrance. Kill became curious and asked Eugene why the Minotaur didn't kill her. He answered because it is all an illusion. The moment the monster grabbed her, the fight was already considered over. Sane's turn, he told the boy that he would show the difference between children from main families and ordinary ones. To which he simply smiled in response, knowing what would happen to him now. Sane was very infuriated by his smile. He was sure that this was an easy test and he would be able to overcome this cow. He told everyone to watch carefully, after which his sword began to glow with blue flames. Desiree was surprised to see that he had activated the sword's power using magic. With such a blade, you can cut anything. To activate this power, you need to practice magic for at least 10 years. She could not even imagine that the children from the main family had reached such a difficult element. Even Eugene was surprised to see that at such a young age, he was already able to use the power of the blade. Sane could not maintain the sword's magic for too long, but he was confident that this would be enough time to defeat the Minotaur. His sword did not burn for long. The boy did not understand why the magic disappeared so quickly, because he is sure that the magic should have been enough to win. The purpose of the blood inheritance ritual is to identify a worthy heir to the Great Vermouth, regardless of whether it comes from the main family or an ordinary one. This labyrinth was created entirely from the magic of Rebarian. It looks like he made sure that magic could not be used in the very center. If the use of sword power is prohibited, then the chances of success for the main and ordinary families become approximately the same. Eugene told Sin if he doubts his abilities, he can return. There is no need to get hurt because of stubbornness. Sane was angry. He understood that defeating the monster without the magic of the sword would be much more difficult. The boy, moving very quickly, dodged the monster's attack and struck his first blow. Tsine would not be able to defeat him with simple cuts. He had an idea. He needed to make a jerk and hit his leg. but the monster blocked his blow, grabbing him and sending him to the beginning of the test. Eugene was glad of his defeat and mocked him. Tsane was upset. He thought his plan would work. Next should go Tsil, but she didn't want to fight the monster without using the power of the sword. The boy understood that this was the right decision. She was smarter than her brother. The time has come to kill this monster. Eugene went to defeat the Minotaur. Afterwards, the girl asked him if he could really do this. He replied that it would be harmful if he lost. He was confident that he would win. Climbing up the Minotaur's arm as it attacked, the boy climbed onto its head, after which the monster hit himself in the face with all his might. The boy managed to jump off. He climbed onto his head, after which the monster hit himself in the face with all his might. The boy managed to jump off. Eugene threw many punches at one point at a very fast speed in order to defeat the monster. Other children did not even imagine that this could be done, concentrating all their attacks on the carotid artery, where the skin is thinnest. He had a better chance of doing it. Having dealt the final blow, the monster fell, and Eugene was victorious. It was an easy test for him. Eugene laughed at Sin, saying that he did what he failed to do, which made him angry, and he said that he could have defeated him in the same way if he had the magical power of the sword. Tsane realized that he really had a chance of success, but there was no way he could defeat the boss as easily as Eugene did. A feeling came over him, not like fear, rather it was unfinished excitement. He didn't understand what it was. The magical weapons and everything around them began to disappear, which means that the blood inheritance ritual is over. Gillard and Roberian were amazed at how Eugene dealt with the monster. This child from an ordinary family had never practiced magic, but the Minotaur in front of him didn't stand a chance. The magician said that it would be very difficult to cope with such a monster alone. That's why the challenge was focused on teamwork. This way the kids could work together and try out different tactics to defeat the monster. This is how the boss fight was supposed to go. But this child managed to pass all the traps without a single scratch. Roberian did not understand how this was possible and who he was. Immediately after arriving at the main family's estate, Eugene devoted all his free time to rigorous training. Unlike other children, even on his estate, the boy is known for his amazing tenacity. This child, with incredible physical characteristics and a character corresponding to his body, greatly pleased the patriarch. He was glad that he had discovered such talent during the ritual. Roberian asked him if he was upset that this boy was much more talented than his own children. Considering there is such a huge gap between them, it's scary to imagine how far he can go once he starts mastering magic. But Gillard was glad of this because thanks to Eugene's strength, the glory of the Lionhearts would shine even more. Roberian asked the question, what if the boy wanted to become the patriarch instead of his son? After thinking, he replied that it was quite natural to transfer the title to the strongest candidate. Since his children cannot compete with Eugene, then nothing can be done about them. If they are so weak that they cannot defend the right assigned to them from birth, then they are not worthy to become the head of the Lionheart family. Roberian thought that this was not a topic on which he could give advice since it was a private matter for his family. But he decided to give advice to Gillard, offering to adopt Eugene. News that a child from an ordinary family has joined the main family may cause a strong surge of interest among other influential families. Thanks for the advice. Gillard thought that this was a really good idea. First, you need to congratulate the applicants for passing the test. Approaching them, he sensibly assessed each one. Laud was unable to even reach the center of the labyrinth, although this could be attributed to his fascination with the monsters and magic that he studied within. But given that in this ritual he had to prove himself as best as possible, Gillard was disappointed that he allowed his curiosity to get in the way of achieving his main goal. Tsane and Sil, they made good progress in the labyrinth and easily coped with all the monsters and traps. They were unable to defeat the Minotaur due to their age, but they both have huge potential for improvement. He praised them and said that everyone did a great job. He said that he had been watching them from the very beginning of the test, and the task was not easy, but everyone performed well. Turning to Eugene, he said that of the 9 applicants in this ritual, he demonstrated the best result. The boy was pleased that he was praised and singled out among the rest. Gillard also added that his methods of fighting monsters and avoiding traps were excellent. Even in the battle with the troll, he did not receive a single scratch. Gadgis was surprised that Eugene, with such a thin build, did not receive any injuries in the fight with the troll. He regretted that the boy had not been given a muscle-building potion. His body would be many times stronger. Roberian told the children that he had created a fairly complex maze, but it seemed that he had underestimated them. He was pleased to observe such brilliant talents. He knew that even though they were young, they must not forget that they were the descendants of Vermouth the Great himself. Gillard told them they could rest, and he wanted to invite them to a magnificent banquet. But, unfortunately, he did not expect them to cope so quickly, so they did not have time to prepare everything in advance. He asked Rabarian to take the children back. They needed to gain strength, and the next day he invited them to the main house. Separately, he told Eugene that he wanted to take him with him. Why was the boy surprised? Sil approached her father, asking him if he had now decided to give the boy a prize. Gillard replied that he saw no point in delaying this moment. Besides, he was interested in what Eugene would choose. She was offended that her father did not take them with him. In the past, she often asked her father to go to the underground treasury together, but he never agreed. While walking with the boy to the dungeon, Gillard said he noticed how proficient he was with several types of weapons. Eugene was pleased to hear this, but he answered the patriarch that he overestimated him. The patriarch said that he noticed that to pass the labyrinth he chose a sword and shield, and in a duel with Tsain and Desira, he used a spear. Eugene was surprised that the patriarch even knew about his duel with the girl. The weapon that symbolizes the Lionheart family lineage is the sword. The patriarch told the boy that their ancestor Vermouth the Great was a master of many types of weapons. For this reason, he was nicknamed the God of War. But he was not the only one who succeeded in many ways. His companion, Sir Hamel, was the second greatest expert in arms. Eugene even coughed when he heard his name and said that in one children's book, Hamel was presented as a rather stupid warrior. Gillard said that as a youngster, he also read that book. He really liked this hero of the book. If he had not been in the story, the book would have turned out boring in his opinion. He admitted to Eugene that he liked Sir Hamel more than Vermouth. The boy froze. He did not expect that someone would like the Hamel described in the book. He wondered why this was his favorite hero. Gillard replied that compared to their ancestor, he seemed much more human. Although they missed this in the books, Hamel never managed to surpass Vermouth, but that didn't break him. On the contrary, he gave all of himself in order to achieve his desired goal. And at the last moment, he sacrificed his life for the sake of his comrade. The boy said that it is difficult to discern such instructive information in that ridiculous story. Eugene was extremely pleased with what the patriarch said, and he added that he also liked Hamel. They were already at the entrance. The underground treasury is always guarded by knights in armor with weapons. Going underground, Gillard told the boy that he was the first to enter the treasury without being a patriarch. The boy was amazed by this news, asking him if it was possible to go there. Gillard replied that it was certainly possible, because he himself promised to give any item to the winner. The Council of Elders also approved this decision. This Council of Sages of the Lionheart family, which includes the previous head of the family, it consists of both members of the main and ordinary families. Eugene asked, "What exactly is kept in the treasury?" The patriarch answered the boy, "The heritage accumulated over hundreds of years is stored there, and many items belonging to Vermouth the Great." The boy remembered the glowing sword and asked if he could take it. But he replied that he could not take it, because the sword symbolizes the heart of their family. It cannot belong to one person. And this was not the only reason. Since Vermouth's death, this blade has no longer recognized a single person. The boy was wondering how he didn't admit it. Gillard told him that when the sword was in his hands, he would understand it. Blood from a finger was used for entry, but not any blood was suitable. Only the blood of the patriarch was needed. Gillard told the boy it was okay to come in. The boy asked him why he didn't go with him. The patriarch said that he would wait for him at the entrance, since in his presence, the boy will be overly cautious, which is why he will not be able to choose a suitable item. Having thanked him for this, the boy, satisfied, went in search of the valuable. The first thing Eugene was interested in was picking up that same sacred sword. The luminous blade has existed since the time of the ancient myths of the Ura's empire. This sword was given to them by the Lord. He was sealed in the Great Temple for a long time, but one day he recognized Vermouth the Great as his owner. After his death, the sword no longer recognized anyone. It was its edge that pierced the heart of the demon king Helmud 300 years ago. Basically, of course, it was used as a torch to illuminate the path. But no matter how hard Eugene tried to pull it out, the sword did not recognize him. He couldn't get it. Even if it would have been possible to get him out, everyone would not allow him to leave. The boy understood that it was worth looking for something beyond the sacred blade. He saw another sword, the Aspel Eater. He is capable of eating the magic of his victim, as well as cutting the strongest flows of magic in two. But Vermouth managed to control it well only because, among other things, he was a very gifted magician. The boy understood that he would not be able to cope with such a weapon at the moment. There were other things there that were familiar to the boy, such as the Carbos dragon spear. It takes time to heat up, but in terms of power, it will not confuse the flame of a real dragon. The Storm Sword of Vaned is a weapon blessed by the king of the wind spirits himself. A thunderous bow, it is capable of sending lightning bolts of unprecedented power. The Blade of No Return, Zabel. This magical sword is capable of disintegrating into hundreds of parts, turning into some kind of whip. Guidance shield sends all damage dealt to it into the void so you can feel safe behind it. The boy knew that no matter what he chose, none of these artifacts would disappoint him. He wanted to see a demonic spear or a moonlight sword, but neither one nor the other was there. Not surprising, because 300 years have passed. He knew that greedy people had taken care of everything in advance and removed the most valuable items. His favorite choice was the veined sword. Holding it in his hands, the boy will be able to summon the wind spirit. And if he accumulates enough magic, he can even summon the king of the wind spirits. Spirit magic is difficult to master. Without outstanding talent, even an experienced magician will not be able to control a low-level spirit. However, with this sword, it is much easier to do. The boy decided that not everyone gets such an opportunity. You should look around as best as possible. After all, in addition to weapons, jewelry and accessories are stored there, which can also be used in battle. While examining the window, he noticed a necklace that had belonged to him his entire past life. This is a gift from his parents, who were eaten by monsters. He took revenge on them a long time ago, but he was never able to take it off. The boy never took off the necklace and wore it until his death. He didn't understand why it was there. Had Vermouth really taken his body with him? This is probably due to the deal made between Vermouth and the Demon King. Thanks to this agreement between the parties, it was possible to restore peace throughout the world, but Helmut and 2 other Demon Kings remained alive. He and his team in a past life, sitting at the same table, vowed to kill all demons. But the boy was angry with Vermouth because he broke his promise by concluding an agreement and leaving a gift from his parents. Eugene also saw his guilt in this, because of his death, they might not have enough strength to defeat the remaining demons. He didn't want to blame his old friends. There must be a good reason why they gave up. The treasury contained many artifacts, but he could not leave his parents' gift. It was his property in this Lionheart tomb. The patriarch was very surprised by the boy's choice. He did not understand how he could choose the decoration. But Eugene said that he was very happy with this find and liked it the most. The patriarch asked if he was sure of his decision, because a whole bunch of much more valuable things were stored there. The boy replied that he would hardly be able to cope with them. Gillard asked Eugene to let him look at the necklace, and it was a rough old piece of jewelry, not even a real jewel. It did not show the hand of a great master. Just a cheap item. He didn't understand how it got into the tomb in the first place. After which, the patriarch brought it to the item registration point and said that it was not registered in the list of treasury items. Gillard said that the necklace was not a Lionheart artifact and should not be there, but the boy replied that he found it under a display case with jewelry. This thing doesn't have much price. In exchange for it, you can, at best, get a simple sword. And yet, he asked again if Eugene wanted to take this particular item. The boy still wanted to take the necklace. Gillard had no influence on his decision, but they will need to ask Sir Rebarian to recognize it, since they do not know the origin of the item. It may contain great magic. Eugene was wondering if he would get his jewelry back after recognition. The patriarch promised the boy to return his object as soon as they found out what power it contained. Gillard didn't expect things to turn out like this. Technically, the necklace does not belong to the Lionheart treasury. Since the choice had to be one treasure from the treasury, he told Eugene that he could choose one more item, for which the boy was very grateful. Eugene could not believe that this was a descendant of the uncompromising Vermouth, who had not been so accommodating to the boy in his previous life. Eugene, without thinking twice, immediately took up the storm sword that he wanted so much. After the boy returned to the Lionheart family's main house, Desiree told him that he should have chosen the spear because he was proficient with it. Eugene replied that he himself had the right to choose what he liked, and said that he was good with many types of weapons. Gajis also decided to support the girl, adding that the sword looked too light. Considering the boy's strength, he could have chosen a heavier weapon, something like a hammer or an axe, but Eugene repeated that he answered once, and that was enough. Since they liked that the boy showed himself best in the ritual, they invited him to join their family. For this, Gajis will provide him with a large amount of potions for muscle growth, but Eugene wasn't interested in that. Desiree interrupted their conversation, telling Eugene to stop talking to that musclehead and asking to see his blade. The girl was wondering what he was like. The boy replied, "This is an assault sword wind." As the patriarch told him, it contains the blessing of the king of the wind spirits. Probably, having accumulated enough magic, the boy will be able to summon him. The girl liked what this sword was capable of, but she still insisted that a spear would be more effective. There were quite a few mines in the treasury, Eugene answered. She was obsessed with this type of weapon. She told about one of which she knows, the dragon spear of Karbaz. Every attack with it is like the breath of a dragon. But Eugene pretended that he had not heard of this and did not know what it looked like. Desira spoke about Wernmouth's strongest weapon, the demonic spear of Runtos. Even Gajis had heard about it. That spear belonged to the demonic king of cruelty. 300 years ago, there were 5 such kings of several ranks. The first rank is the demonic king of destruction, destroying everything in its path. The second rank is the demonic king of imprisonment, keeping enemies in prison for his purposes of the treaty between allies. The third rank is the demonic king, unrestrained, aggressive, and losing control of himself. The fourth rank is the demonic king of cruelty, famous for its merciless methods in battle. Fifth rank is the demonic slaughter king, the strongest of all the kings. Gadgis told Desiree that she was wrong. Vermouth's strongest weapon was his hammer, Zegalard's crushing hammer, originally wielded by the demonic king of slaughter. Desiree told him that the king of cruelty was much stronger than the king of carnage, after which they began to argue. The boy thought about the fact that he did not find this weapon there, although it interested him. Vermouth's varied arsenal included both a demonic spear and a hammer. Eugene thought that the auras of these weapons were too powerful, so it was decided to hide them in another place. Both of these artifacts are incredibly formidable weapons. It is impossible to say with certainty which one is stronger. The boy only knew about Vermouth's greatest weapon he had ever wielded. This weapon was the Moonlight Blade. It is a magical sword-shaped blade that even the strongest demons feared. It was with this sword that 2 of the demon kings were defeated. From him fell the king of slaughter and the king of cruelty. Eugene, taking his sword, went to train. He was glad that in his new life this was his first real weapon. Before that, he had wooden ones. As they watched the boy train, they were amazed at how beautifully the glowing lines emanated from the sword. Roberian came to the Patriarch to find out the power of magic in the amulet that Eugene had chosen. After checking the power of the decoration, the magician said that there was no power in it. He was surprised that it was kept in the treasury. He suggested that the boy could play a prank on Gillard in this way, but the Patriarch did not see the point in this. Having told the magician, if he had not allowed the boy to choose another item, he would have been left with nothing. Roberian agreed with this. It would be stupid if he played the Patriarch in this way because the risk was too great. Taking another look, Roberian said with confidence that no magic was cast on him, but since the situation is very ambiguous, he could find out better. Gillard wondered how he could find out. The magician replied that there is a spell that can read the memory of magic. It was created by Sina the Mudra herself, their great mentor. Magic spreads throughout the world, and some objects can absorb it. He will try to look into the magical history contained in the necklace. The Patriarch gave permission for this, and really hoped that he would find out the origin and history of this item. There wasn't much information. Roberian said it was over 100 years old and saw the place where it was bought, explaining this by saying that the magic emanating from the treasury items dulled the magic of the necklace. The Patriarch doubted that anyone living today would be able to identify this little thing. The magician asked him what he would do next with this amulet. Gillard replied that since she had a spell cast on her, he would simply give it to Eugene. After all, for the sake of this amulet, he was ready to sacrifice even artifacts from the treasury. Roberian assumed that he liked the boy very much since he was making such concessions. Watching Eugene train, he replied that he had no reason to dislike him. In addition, Gillard had a proposal for a boy. The magician understood what the proposal was, because he himself suggested this idea to the Patriarch. Gillard said he wanted to accept Eugene Lionheart as his own son. Kian approached the boy and the maid to greet them, raising his hand to his head as a sign of respect. He is the younger brother of the current Patriarch. He preferred to go hiking with his older brother. Eugene introduced himself in response and bowed as a sign of respect. Kian said he already knew him. He was as friendly as possible with the boy, putting his hand on his shoulder. He said he knew that he was from an ordinary family. He beat all the children in the blood test. The boy didn't really like this tactility, and he asked Kian, is he here to accompany him? He replied that his brother had sent a knight for him, but out of personal interest he had decided to escort the boy in person, adding that I would like to get to know Eugene better and see him live. The boy was surprised by what he heard, but Kian said that he really wanted to watch the ritual, but he did not have the opportunity. Because according to tradition, only the Patriarch of the family has the right to observe the progress of the test, and Mr. Roberian had this opportunity because he was responsible for the organization, adding that he does not hold a grudge against his brother for this. After all, these are traditions. Kian was worried that everything was smooth. It all sounded like he was up to something wrong, but the boy replied that everything was fine. The young man was glad that he did not scare Eugene with his appearance. He hopes his brother will react the same way. The boy liked the fact that he takes things seriously to the extent that one can judge by his appearance. Thinking that he might, that's why he hasn't gotten married yet. Eugene asked the question, why did the Patriarch call him to him? Kian replied, probably to congratulate him, since he was the best at the ritual after all. Eugene did not understand why the Patriarch should praise him a second time, asking the question, maybe there is something specifics. What is it for? Keon replied that he had his guesses. It was just not a matter he should get involved in. However, he hopes that they will be able to see each other more often. Eugene reciprocated. Now they have already approached the main door to the patriarch's room. After knocking, the boy introduced himself and received permission from the patriarch to enter. Gillard apologized for the sudden urgency and invited the boy to the table. He placed his necklace on the table, saying that he asked Robarian to look at it. All his magic checks indicated that this was a very ordinary decoration. Eugene was not surprised by this, because he knew that the jewelry was of a completely different value. The patriarch told the boy that although Robarian used the memory of magic, they were unable to discover anything important. Eugene completely forgot that this was possible because it was this magic that Sina used. The boy was wondering what memories they were able to see. Gillard replied, "Most likely this fat thing was bought in one of the capital's nooks and crannies about 100 years ago." Eugene was outraged to hear this. He was sure that he had worn this jewelry more than 300 years ago. It belonged to him for a whole decade. There could be no mistake that it just appeared in the treasury. But it is unlikely that Robarian would lie. Perhaps he simply made a mistake in checking this necklace? The boy wanted to test the necklace for a spell that could fool even the master of the magic tower. He assumed that Vermouth had cast it. Delighted, Eugene asked the patriarch if he could keep it. Gillard replied that it was possible. It belonged to him, and besides, he made a promise. Having thanked the patriarch, the boy immediately planned to put it around his neck. Gillard said that he called him for a reason, not only to return the jewelry, but also to tell him important news. He warned that the proposal may sound too harsh, but it is worth it, and it will even benefit the boy's future. Having interrupted the patriarch, the boy said that Syl is very kind and beautiful, but he is not yet ready to get married. Despite the way the boy treated Saini, she continued to behave friendly. He suggested that this was all set up to organize a marriage of convenience. The patriarch seemed to the boy to be a good person, but the boy never expected something like that from him. Embarrassed, the boy said that he was still too young for marriage. It would still be necessary to get his father's approval, and the boy began to say that this would not be possible. The patriarch asked the boy to stop jumping to hasty conclusions. He said there must have been a misunderstanding. He didn't mean that because the boy interrupted him before he could finish. Eugene was very ashamed. This was the worst assumption that arose in his head. He didn't understand how he could imagine a wedding with a 13-year-old girl. Apparently, his childish body affects such thoughts. He felt awkward in front of the patriarch. The patriarch himself was surprised by the boy's assumptions and told Eugene that he wanted to adopt him. This news shocked him no less, although he liked the idea of entering the main family more. As soon as the boy came to his senses a little, he asked about adoption and said that he did not expect this. The patriarch said that the idea of marriage was also difficult to predict, to which the boy blushed and asked for forgiveness. If he wants, Gillard can even take Eugene's father, Gerard, into the main family. The boy was upset by the news that he would have two fathers at once, and this meant twice as much education on both sides. The patriarch told the boy there is no need to complicate things. All he wants is to be accepted into the main family. He said he is already the father of 3 children, and he has no intention of taking Gerard's son away. And he promised the boy that even if he had not seen his father before, he would treat him with respect as his own brothers. Eugene asked Gillard if he refused, would he stop respecting his father? He replied that this would not affect the relationship with his father, and he was embarrassed to say, but he told the boy that he sometimes behaves like a teenager, which is why he understands how Eugene makes such decisions. If the boy refuses, it is quite annoying, but nothing more. The patriarch said that he respects Eugene's choice and wishes only a bright future. Eugene finds it difficult to make such important decisions alone. He wanted to consult his father about this. The patriarch proposed to resolve this issue after the banquet. He will send a carriage to Gaidal for the boy's father. Eugene was very grateful for this understanding. The boy was wondering if this would have a positive impact on his future. Then in what sense? Gillard replied that if he grows up in the main family, he will have many advantages. Since there are a large number of outstanding knights in the service of the patriarch, Eugene will have the opportunity to learn a lot from them. The boy said that if he were to be his son, he wanted to train and learn from the strongest. He asked the patriarch if he could teach him. Eugene was terribly curious to know how strong the Lionheart patriarch was. Gillard didn't mind teaching the boy, but he told him that if he really wanted to take lessons from the strongest, then there was a more suitable candidate for this role. Eugene was surprised that there was someone else more powerful than the patriarch, and he wondered who it was. Gillard replied that he may have been stronger in the past, but Keon had already surpassed him. After this, the patriarch began to wonder whether his father taught him the arts of magic. The boy replied that he was afraid to practice unconsciously, and so he told his father that he did not want to do it. The patriarch noticed that since his arrival, Eugene had not stopped training hard. Crystals that are found inside high-rank monsters are magic stones. To master magic, you need to get this stone. But there is one but. The more effective the mana stone, the more difficult it is to get it. Also, we must not forget that successful mastery requires the guidance of a strong mentor. It would be difficult for the boy's family to provide both of these points. The patriarch understood that such conditions were too meager to unleash Eugene's enormous potential. Gillard understood that by saying this out loud, he could unwittingly generate hatred towards his own family. Perhaps the boy will even have hostility towards his own father. At this point, the patriarch decided to end this topic, but in the future, he wanted to resolve the issue of adoption. Eugene was also interested in this offer because he wanted to study with the best. The boy already wanted to go because we had talked about something important. In response, the patriarch suggested that he be accompanied by servants. But Eugene said that the guest house is not far away and it's not difficult for him to get there himself. Walking along the corridor, he smelled perfume and saw someone standing around the corner. Looking around the corner, Eugene saw a woman in a beautiful outfit. This was the patriarch's wife. She did not expect such a meeting with young Eugene and was pleasantly surprised. The boy understood that this meeting was not accidental, and she was specially waiting for him around the corner. He decided to play along and start with formalities and would also feign surprise at the meeting, after which the boy bowed as a sign of respect to the patriarch's wife and introduced himself, saying that he came from Gaidol. She was informed that the boy was invited by the patriarch on important issues. She wanted to meet the boy, but he talked to Gillard for too long. Anitzila did not come to life to find him. Eugene asked her. Perhaps she needed something if she wanted to meet him. The lady, looking at the young man, noticed his impudence and harshness with questions. Also his arrogance. Even though he had just arrived, it was already off the charts. Well, this is not surprising at all. After all, it was a village teenager who managed to defeat a child from the main family and also emerged victorious from the blood inheritance ritual. Anitzila understood that it would not take him much time to become stronger and wiser. Therefore, she decided to make friends with him rather than become an enemy. She also thought that it would be nice to tie him together through marriage with Tsil. After all, that's why she told the girl to make friends with Eugene. Anitzila wondered what urgency Gillard had with the boy. She decided to ask him about it. Eugene told her that he could not reveal the details of such a private conversation with the patriarch. Embarrassed, Anitzila said so that the boy would not think that this was an interrogation. She came only to say something important. Eugene was surprised that lately everyone wanted to tell him something important. Anitzila just wanted to apologize for Tsain's rude behavior. She was sorry that she was so late in apologizing. Because of the ritual, she couldn't find the right moment to do it. Eugene said he didn't need an apology, since that incident has been established for a long time. She was glad to hear this, and she told the boy that for his age he is very smart. Anitzila hoped that in the future they would improve relations and become friends. Eugene replied that of course they would get along. After all, they are all one big family. Although these words were true, Anitzila was unpleasant to hear them from the boy. Eugene asked for forgiveness, but he had to go because he didn't want to linger. Anitzila asked for forgiveness for delaying her and told her to gain strength. Eugene knew that this woman was initially against him. He thought it was because he was from an ordinary family. He decided that it was better to avoid meeting this woman than to get into trouble because of her. 2 days later, Gerard Lionheart arrived at the main house estate to meet with the patriarch, Gillard's brother. As soon as they stepped out of the carriage, the boy's father could not believe that his son had won the blood inheritance ritual. Shedding a tear, he was glad for Eugene that he had shown himself so well in defeating the children of the patriarch. From a young age, his son demonstrated unprecedented talent, but his father could not help the boy with his discovery. It seemed to Gerard that during the test, the boy would not cope, faced with a very cruel reality. After all, he thought that the main family could not be defeated only by talent and perseverance. And then he saw Eugene. He ran up and hugged him tightly, telling the boy how proud he was of him. Eugene was glad that his father praised him. Even before leaving, he told him to expect good news. He remembered this, but didn't think it would happen. Crying, he asked for forgiveness for not believing his words then. The boy's father asked the patriarch for forgiveness for not introducing himself immediately. The patriarch also introduced himself in response and apologized for such a sudden invitation. Gerard shook hands with confusion and said that there was no need to apologize, since it was an honor to be invited to such a place. Gillard didn't want to spoil their reunion, but asked Gerard if they could talk privately. His father was very happy to hear that the patriarch himself was inviting him to a personal conversation. He could not believe what he heard from the patriarch about the adoption of his son. Gillard said if he adopts Eugene, then he will be treated accordingly as best as possible. For Gerard to accept such a suddenly difficult proposal from the patriarch. But having collected his thoughts, he apologized in advance if he might seem rude, saying that he was truly happy about how highly they appreciated his son, but as his father, he would be worried about his future. Gillard did not understand what kind of excitement we were talking about because everything would be fine with the boy. Gerard was worried that the rest of the family might not be as friendly as Gillard, fearing that he already has 3 children and if he adopts Eugene, the boy may become an outcast among them. Gillard replied that he did not want to force the boy's future into any framework, but his family was very strict about the purity of blood, and he doubted that his children would agree to accept some teenager from an ordinary family into the main one. And since Eugene passed the test and received the right to bear the surname Lionheart, he will not be rejected. Even if a boy joins the main family, he will not be able to inherit the title of patriarch, but if greed consumes his mind. Gillard was confident that in his family the boy would be able to best realize his potential. By becoming his son, Eugene will have the opportunity to get closer to other children from the family. Both the result and a better future are guaranteed to him. He still agreed with the patriarch, but asked to discuss this alone with his son. While his father was communicating with the patriarch, the boy was training without wasting a second. Gerard was very upset by this news and went to talk to his son about it, realizing that this was for his future. Seeing his father, Eugene understood from his face that the news had hit him greatly. The father saw what the boy received as a reward. The storm sword vaned. He understood that even if he sold all his property, their family would not have enough money to buy something valuable like this reward that the boy managed to receive in the test. His father told him that he was not against him becoming the child of the patriarch, because with this he will have more opportunities and chances for a great future. But he warned Eugene that by choosing this path he would have to overcome quite a few obstacles. The boy told his father that he would not allow anyone to insult him and would be the best of the best. Grasping Eugene's shoulders, he told him not to forget who gave him his name. The boy was glad that his father allowed this and told him that even after adoption, only he would be his only and true father. After these words, the father hugged him, and the boy at that moment thought that he could benefit greatly from adoption. The boy had no desire to become the head of the family, but everyone around him is probably convinced of the opposite. First wife Theonis and second wife Anitzela, they will certainly be watching Eugene closely. After saying goodbye to his father, the boy knew that there were 2 ways to cope with everyone's hostility. The first is to ignore her, and the second way is to destroy and rule over it. There are no other options. Patriarch Gillard Lionheart invited the families of all the children who took part in the blood inheritance ritual. It was a celebration of the triumph of ordinary families. 2 of the main families approached Mr. Gerard and praised him for raising Eugene this way. They also heard that they might soon enter the main family. They came only to offer their muscle-building potion. They invited Gerard to get to know each other better, which he didn't mind. The boy, watching them, did not want them to notice him. With the naked eye, he recognized Father Gagis among these 2. Sane and his mother were also there. He was still upset about his defeat in the duel with the boy. Mother told Sane that from now on he will be compared to Eugene. When others look at them, they will remember Tsane's defeat in a duel with a boy. The fact that the children of the main branch lost in the ritual for the first time in history will become a universal laughingstock. She told him to face it and not dare to give up. Everyone around him may laugh at him, but he is still the son of the main Lionheart family. Eugene will not be able to become the patriarch, but even so, Tsin should not relax. She told the boy that he had many shortcomings, so he needed to try even harder to get the title. And she also asked him to be friends with Eugene, and he wondered what it was for. She replied that in the future, since they are now brothers, they need to become allies. For Tsane, this was another task, to figure out how to make friends with Eugene. This is not an easy task after what he did. Kil approached Eugene saying that she heard how they are now brother and sister, and she asked him if he would call her Big Sister. Eugene replied that he was not going to call her that since she was only a couple of months older, but Sane calls her youngest only because she was born 5 seconds later. She asked him to call her Big Sister just once, to which the boy did not answer, because he did not want to call the 13-year-old girl eldest. The patriarch called the magician to accept Laud as his student, since the boy had a burning desire to master magic since childhood. Robarian said that the Red Tower of Magicians specializes in summoning magic, but it's not so easy to get there. First, Laud must pass a test in the kingdom of Erot. Laud asked the magician what would happen after he passed this test. He replied that it would be wonderful, but this is not enough. It takes talent and a lot of effort to become a magician, because in his kingdom, the Lionheart surname doesn't have much meaning. But since he is an old friend of Mr. Gillard, the boy will have many opportunities. Robarian said he would protect the boy from other children who might speak negatively about him. It will also help him choose the magic that will be easier for him to cope with. Laud will be happy even if he fails to become his student. After all, this is a great opportunity that not everyone gets, and this is a chance for him to forget about the problems in his family. Looking at his father, Laud heard from him that he should not wait for his approval, since this was solely his choice. Gillard only helps make his training easier with his connections. His mother added that this was a chance given by his father, and he needs to be grateful for this opportunity. Grabbing him by the shoulders, she told him not to forget that he was the potential heir to the title of patriarch even when he studied in the kingdom of Arat. The patriarch did not like this treatment of his son, to which he made a remark, and so that this would not happen again. Theonis was completely infuriated by the fact that the second wife of the patriarch Anitzila would be glad if her son left for the kingdom of Arat. She would like to influence this decision, but she understood that this was no longer possible. Laud never possessed the talents inherent in his family. He is naive and weak-willed. It would be good if he manages to establish connections with other magicians, increasing his power in Arat. Finally, she told Laud not to forget that, unlike the other children of the patriarch, who are from his second wife, he is the main heir. The boy agreed with his mother, but he was upset by the way she treated him. The day after the banquet, Rabarian and Laud were accompanied by their family to the kingdom of Arat. The children who participated in the ritual and their parents went home after the banquet. Eugene and his father were given a room in the main domain, and a servant was provided for his father, which he was extremely happy about. For the first time after reincarnation, the boy will practice magic. There are two ways of development: breathing and physical training. Breathing is the process of collecting magic from the environment through inhalation and exhalation, and physical hardening is the collection of magic by the whole body for its subsequent strengthening. Both of these processes are quite complex, but breathing is a more effective method of training. In his past life, the boy used more physical training, but after Sina and Vermouth's advice, he began to spend more time breathing, and Lionheart's developed magic only through breathing. Eugene went to the one who would teach him, to Kion. He was already waiting for the boy, and he immediately suggested getting down to business. Kion said that the source of magic, or rather the area where it is located in the deep forest in the domain of the patriarch, is its place, to which only immediate relatives have access. The source does not appear on its own. It was created by Vermouth 300 years ago. The boy was surprised at what Vermouth was capable of then. He rated him as a real genius. Kion asked Eugene, perhaps he is worried. After all, this is his first time in magic. But the boy, smiling, replied that he was looking forward to this and was eager to learn everything faster. Kion said that it was much easier to experience magic at an earlier age and warned that it would not be easy, but he would help the boy. Sane and Sil began their training at age 6. It took them 4 days to feel the magic, but it took Laud the longest, 2 whole weeks. He told Eugene that children from mainstream families start training at about the same age. They spend about a month just to feel the magic. But he reassured him that they were in the very center of the source of magic, so it would take him much less time. Eugene wondered how many days it would take to feel her. Kion replied that most likely about 10 days. It was funny to him that Kion underestimated his abilities. He was sure that he could handle it in about 10 minutes. This magical place was inconspicuous and located inside a small house where they approached. Going inside, there was a huge staircase that led to the very bottom underground. Kion showed the boy to the very center of the magic circle where he needed to sit. He said that this technique of mastering magic was passed down from generation to generation. She is the heir of their ancestor, Vermouth the Great. But children from the main families were prohibited from using this technique. Only the main families had the right to do so. Therefore, they had an alternative to this, called the Scarlet Flame Ritual, which was much inferior to the original. Kion began to tell what the original technique was kept in their family. It is called the White Flame Ritual. After he said this, his body began to glow with white light. Although Eugene was not personally familiar with this ritual, he clearly remembered its unique form. This is the kind of magic Vermouth used. His body was surrounded by a layer of high-density magic in the form of white flames. At times, it even resembled a lion's mane. In the past, the boy had no way of knowing what it was capable of, since he did not possess such power. Kion told Eugene since he wouldn't be able to feel the magic right away, he needed to concentrate on breathing. The boy replied that he felt magic, which shocked Kion because he didn't believe it. Kion said that couldn't be true. Most likely, Eugene concentrated so hard that his own feelings began to play tricks on him. He decided to prove to the boy that he was wrong and show him the difference between real and erroneous sensations, sending a magic ball spinning at him, which circled around Eugene. Smirking, Kion was sure that the boy could not sense where exactly the ball was, but Eugene said that he felt it and began to show with his closed eyes where the ball was at the moment. Kion couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed to him that even 10 days would not be enough to learn such a skill, but the boy's pace defied any explanation. Since Eugene already felt magic, he suggested that he move on to a new stage, telling the boy not to say a word and to completely focus on everything that was happening inside his body. Holding hands, Keon told the boy to breathe slowly and listen for further instructions. He needed to imagine how with every breath he took in streams of magic, and when they entered his body, he needed to direct them to his heart. The boy burst into flames with a bright white flame, after which Keon let go of his hands, walked away from him, and said that he was doing great. This exceeded all Keon's possible expectations. Since Eugene was able to hold magic within himself, he could only wait for his body to accept it. Eugene was pleasantly surprised. Even in his past life, feeling and breathing magic was not a problem for him, but this body was much better at absorbing energy. With each breath, more and more strength became in his body. However, one must remember that such a young body had limits. He decided that this was enough for a start. After the boy finished, Keon did not understand how this was possible. Just the first lesson, and Eugene has achieved such a skill. There was a light in Eugene's chest called the magic core. Typically, people started out with a much smaller core, and they practiced diligently in controlling magic to grow it to this size. Shaking hands, Keon complimented Eugene, saying that he was a real monster. Returning back, he told the boy that the difference between the white and scarlet flame rituals lies in the division of the core inside the body. No matter how much Eugene trains with the crimson flame, he will only have one core available to him. But once we overcome a certain threshold, its core will split into several parts. And when this happens, he will be able to build up magic in his body much better. Having mastered 3 at once, his strength will increase significantly. They call these cores stars in the body. The creator of the Great Flame was Vermouth the Great. He owned 10 stars at once. In the entire history of the Lionheart family, no one has ever been able to achieve such a number. Keon told the boy that he and his brother each have 6 stars. Owning that many is not so easy. Tsane, Sil, and Lod each created 1 star. And this year, the twins are vying for the 2nd star. Since Tsane and Kill began training magic at the age of 6, it turns out that it would take them 8 years to move from 1 star to 2, Keon said. Eugene also wondered how long it would take for him to achieve such results. Keon replied that the boy would clearly be the fastest, unless of course you are lazy and skip training. He was extremely happy to hear this. Eugene promised himself to do the best he could. The boy liked that he was born into a body much better than his previous one, and for the fact that he got Vermouth's training method, which he did not know about in his previous life, he was grateful to him. Eugene thought about what Keon said. Although he was not sure that he could reach 10 stars, the young man decided to learn all the details through training with the help of white flames. And if he doesn't like something about magic, the boy will simply rearrange it to suit himself. Thanks to the fact that Vermouth passed on the white flame ritual to his descendants, Eugene will be able to achieve much higher results. Returning back to the main house, Keon assumed the boy was tired and told him to go rest, adding that he would brag to his brother about the results that the boy had achieved. After thanking him for the training, they said goodbye. Eugene believed that rest was for weaklings. The boy knew that such fatigue would quickly disappear after a short sleep. Since he has now started training magic, he still has a lot of work ahead of him. The servants, seeing Eugene, immediately ran to him. She was glad that he returned so quickly. The boy asked her to go to his room and bring his sword, veined. Since Eugene had already learned magic, he was wondering if the sword power he wanted to test would work. A strong hurricane formed around the boy. The wind was so strong that it almost moved the servants. He was inside a funnel, from which he heard a voice that the boy knew. Eugene was surprised that he was able to summon the king of the wind spirits himself. His name was Petrel. The king, calling him by the name that was given to him in a past life. He asked Hamel how he went through reincarnation. Eugene was shocked that he knew about reincarnation and still remembered it if he was an ordinary boy in another life. The king said that he would never forget his soul, even after so many years. Even in a new body, the soul remains the same, only the appearance changes. It had been many years since anyone had summoned the Petrel King, and he became interested. Maybe it was one of Vermouth's descendants, but then he felt Hamel's soul in a new body. But the boy was not interested in this. But why Vermouth did not kill all the kings then? He told him to tell about this, since even after his death he watched Vermouth, fought with them side by side. Petrel said that in the battle with the demon of imprisonment, Vermouth put his blade in a sheath. That battle was fierce, which cannot be said about its outcome. At the end of the battle, only Vermouth and the demon of imprisonment could stand. Having lowered his sword, Vermouth did not kill the king of imprisonment and did not go to the castle of the king of destruction. Eugene was angered by this untruth and said that he heard Vermouth made a deal with the king of imprisonment. He wondered what kind of deal took place between them. Petrel replied that he did not know the terms of that agreement between the king and Vermouth, but this only infuriated Eugene that, being in heaven, he did not have such information. The only ones who knew the details were those who participated in the battle then. At the moment when Vermouth put the sword in its case, the storm pet could not hear anything. The boy was angry with the petrel because he had learned practically nothing new. The king replied that there was almost no time left, and with the current supply of energy, the boy would not be able to call on him anymore, since he himself opened the gate when he felt Hamel's soul, but he had to leave. Eugene demanded the king to tell him, but he replied, "When the boy becomes stronger, then they will meet." The boy ran out of strength and fell to the ground. Seeing this, his servants were frightened by Eugene's condition. Waking up in the boy's bed, his head was pounding and he didn't feel very well. Eugene understood that he had spent his entire supply of magic. Given that there was little of it, this was not surprising. Spirits are able to remember living beings by their souls. Petrel recognized the boy as Gamel. All this time, the thought was spinning in the boy's mind that he was not a regeneration of Hamel at all, but only an entity that had inherited his memories. Now the boy was sure that he could be reborn. He is still the same Hamel as 300 years ago. A servant entered the boy's room. After he fell, she was worried. Nina just wanted to inquire about his condition. Eugene asked her how long he slept. She replied that it was half a day. Most likely the others were worried about the boy. The patriarch and Keon were in a nearby building. Nina said that she would inform them about his awakening. After which, they came to Eugene, and the patriarch told the boy that Nina told him that as soon as he pulled the sword out of the case, he was engulfed by a raging wind. Gillard was curious and asked if Eugene had managed to summon the wind spirit. Given the size of the storm, there must have been many witnesses. The boy decided not to reveal the whole truth, but only a small part of it. He told them when he was training, he decided to test the sword's power and called upon the wind spirit king. And when the king appeared, he told him that he wanted to see who was calling him, since many years had passed since the last time. Kion could not believe it, because no one since Vermouth the Great had been able to summon the king of the spirits. The boy replied that the king had told him the same thing, and said that he was waiting for the day when he could see Eugene again. The patriarch was amazed by this story, and told the boy that he was truly an incredible child. Keon told him about what happened in the source of mana, that the boy was able to sense magic and create a core using a white flame ritual. This fact alone amazed the patriarch, but the fact that the boy managed to attract the attention of the king of the wind spirits himself completely surprised him. He told the boy that after a short rest, Keon would again help him with his training. The patriarch intended to leave this place after completing the blood inheritance ritual, but after such enchanting performance of Eugene, he said that he would stay and watch his growth. The boy replied that he really appreciated it. However, he did not want to take up much of Gillard and Keon's time. But Keon replied that he was very lucky to teach the boy, and it did not take up his time at all, adding that at the same time he will train Sign and Syl. The patriarch will also help with this. The patriarch wanted the twins, looking at Eugene's results, to become more motivated and strive to achieve the same results. While the boy was gaining strength, the twins went out to the training ground and discussed his achievements in magic. Kill told her brother about Eugene that already in his first lesson, he discovered his first star, while it took them forever. Kill's comments about how long their training took and said that even for the main family, 1 month of training was an outstanding result. The twins continued their training. They realized that they now had a competitor, and they needed to work twice as fast to get ahead of him. After Gillard and Keon left, the boy decided not to waste his precious time and practice a little without leaving the room. He summoned a low-level sylph spirit. With his current supply of magic, that was all Eugene was capable of. The first thing the boy wanted to know from the spirit was that the king could tell something about that situation. But the boy did not hear anything in response. He realized that since she was a low-ranking spirit, he wouldn't be able to chat with her. Eugene told the spirit to tell his king that if he lied, then the boy would personally finish him off. He did not like this attitude towards himself and the king, and he quickly flew away. Eugene is the only one who died in the king's castle of imprisonment. Everyone else was revived in the demon realm. He was the only one left who knew about the deal between Vermouth and the demon king. The boy wanted to look into Helmud and other lands, since there he had a chance to follow the trail of his old companions. However, the boy could not go then. With a child's body, it is simply impossible to go such a route. But one day this day will come, and Eugene will learn the whole truth about why Vermouth made a treaty and did not defeat all the demon kings. At the age of 17, Eugene has already grown enough. Standing in front of the mirror, he admired his physique. A lot of time and daily training had done their job. 4 years later, thanks to the white flame ritual, he reached 3 stars. Eugene believed that this was not enough to realize the full potential of his body. The boy understood that he had to learn those things that he ignored in his previous life. He planned to go to the kingdom of Arath to learn magic, he told Sign. But Tsane didn't believe him and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After all, getting there is very difficult. You need to have special skills. Eugene told him that while training in the morning, he trained as usual using the white flame ritual and reached the 3rd star. He showed Tsane how much his body glowed with white flames with the help of the 3rd star. Tsane did not understand how this was possible because Eugene began training his magic 7 years later than him. But during this time, he managed to get ahead of him by 1 star. Eugene said that he is a gifted child, which is why he develops so quickly in all his endeavors. Tsane was very infuriated by his boasting. He told Eugene that he wanted to finish him off, but the boy said that there was no need to be so cruel to him. Tsane replied that it was he who tormented him in the morning and he had to endure it. Eugene replied that he himself wanted to train together in the morning, and no one forced him. Tsane was wondering why he suddenly decided to study magic, and he cited Laud as an example, who, immediately after the blood inheritance ritual, went to the kingdom of Erot, following Sir Rebarian, but Laud could not prove that he was worthy to be a student of the master of the magic tower. And over the next 4 years, he was no better than a servant in the Tower of Magicians. Laud failed to achieve anything, even despite his connections and opportunities. Tsin's chatter infuriated Eugene, as he was confident that he could become the apprentice of the Magic Tower Master. Tsane tried to talk him out of failing to become a magician by offering to stay in the main estate, saying that Sil would be very upset if he left. The boy found it funny that Tsane used as an example a girl who didn't even talk to him. Eugene said that he did not believe in his ridiculous attempts to dissuade him and did not intend to give up his goal, after which he went to tell the patriarch that he had reached the 3rd star. The news that Eugene suddenly wanted to learn magic really infuriated him. Sina. Going to the patriarch, Eugene spoke about his desires to go to Erot in order to learn magic among its users. Gillard didn't understand why the boy didn't want to stay, because in the entire history of their family, no one had ever reached the 3rd star at such an early age. If Eugene continues to try just as hard, he will be able to open a 4th star before he comes of age. Eugene replied that, having discovered the 3rd star in the morning, he realized something. His current training was not enough for him, since there was little point in it. He wanted to learn everything he had the strength to do. The boy did not know whether he had a predisposition to magic, but he knew that the sooner he began to study, the more he could achieve. The very fact of learning something new is an invaluable experience for Eugene, and he is confident that it will bear fruit. He begged for this, bowing his head before the patriarch as he was very passionate about new beginnings. Gillard told the boy that he could not ruin such a strong desire to study. Even as a patriarch, he understood Eugene. The patriarch said that he would let him go only on one condition, if he did not study dark magic. In the kingdom of Arath, there is a dark tower of magicians, in which they taught terrible witchcraft. There had been nasty rumors about this in the past, but now people didn't see it as such. And he said, since they are the descendants of Vermouth, dark magic is strictly prohibited for them. The boy was well aware of the monstrous acts of the demonic kings who used dark magic. Eugene told the patriarch that he despised dark magic and did not need to worry about it. Walking along the corridor after a conversation with the patriarch, the boy heard someone knocking on the door. From there came the voice of a girl who said that she wanted to talk to Eugene. He told her if she wanted to talk to him, she should go out into the hallway, to which I heard that the girl was after training and smelled bad. Standing outside the door, Sil wondered if the boy was really leaving for the kingdom of Erot. Eugene replied that he wanted to learn magic. The girl tried to dissuade him by saying that if family magic was not enough for him, then he could hire a professor from the capital. And if he leaves, he risks becoming second best because he gives her and her brother a chance to overtake him. He replied that having caught up with him, it was much more interesting for him to stay. And he reminded Sina that they had not sparred for a long time. She trained alone all the time. She wondered if she became his sparring partner, would he stay? But even so, the boy did not intend to stay, since the desire to be a magician exceeded expectations in the estate at home. The girl asked Eugene for how long he was leaving. The boy replied that upon arrival he would know better, and most likely it would take a long time and would take many years. She said that there was nothing good in him leaving his native lands. And did he think about his father, what he would be like without him? Eugene replied that his father would be fine without him, since he was already completely accustomed to living on the estate. And thanks to regular hunting, I even managed to lose weight. Kill said that Uncle Keon would be very upset if he left, to which Eugene agreed with her. Afterwards, she said that even Sane, when he came to talk about it, seemed downcast to her. Eugene understood that in this way, Kill was trying to dissuade him from leaving, but the boy still wanted to leave. After he started to leave, the girl wished him good luck in his training and said that she didn't want him to leave either, but Eugene said nothing to this. Arriving at his father, Gerard told the boy when he was there to be careful and not get into trouble. Eugene told his father not to stop taking care of himself just because he wasn't around. Standing up, his father spoke about Eugene's growth and wished him good luck in his endeavors. They gathered to escort the boy to the kingdom of Arat. The patriarch asked him if he needed guards. Eugene replied that he could take care of himself and asked not to worry about him. Gillard knew that everything would be fine, because at such a young age he had already reached the 3rd star, unlike Laudatz, who was still very far from Eugene. The boy told his father to stop crying. Before that, he held up well, adding that even these tears could not stop him, so why not just say goodbye with a smile? Now the boy moved using portals. Entering the portal, he said goodbye to everyone. In the capital of the Kingdom of Magicians, Aroth, the center is the Pentagon. 5 magical towers form a pentagon, and in the very center is a beautiful castle. Moving in the carriage, he remembered that in a previous life he had already been there, but the capital had changed greatly since that moment. Only in the Kingdom of Arat can you find a teleportation gate located in the sky above the floating station. Many types of magic are used to keep the station in the air. Thus, it symbolized excellence in magic throughout the world. A city guide traveled with the boy and told him about the sights of this kingdom. There are a total of 15 floating stations in the capital, all of which were created by Sina Mudra. The boy was wondering if flying chariots were also the creation of Sina. He asked the guide. This type of movement was created by Sina, and although these technologies are several hundred years old, they are regularly diagnosed and were in excellent condition. Therefore, the risk of accidents is practically zero, the guide said. After interrupting the guide's stories, the boy said that first he would like to visit the estate of Sina the Wise. He praised Eugene's choice, saying, being in the Pentagon, you need to see 3 things: the estate of Sina the Wise, the magical towers, and the night view of the city, which is simply magnificent. The guide told Eugene that 300 years ago, immediately after returning from the demonic lands, Lady Sina became the youngest tower master in the history of the kingdom. They even built a statue in her honor, which is located in the Green Magic Tower Park. She almost always remained in her estate, but 200 years ago she suddenly left, leaving only a letter saying that she needed rest. Eugene wondered if he knew exactly where she went. The guide replied that a huge number of Mrs. Sina's students and other magicians tried to find traces of her, but they never found anything. What's even stranger is that she disappeared on her own birthday. The tour guide suggested that she headed to the demon world of Helmud. The boy wondered why she might need to go to the demonic world. Exactly a century has passed since the day she had to leave Gamel's body and return home from the demonic lands, the guide said. Sina couldn't stop thinking about her dead friend. She wanted revenge, and that's why she left. The guide asked Eugene if he had heard that Gamel was in love with Madame Sina, telling her about it in the last seconds of his life. Angry, the boy insulted the guide, because this story was written in a book and was not true. The guide was shocked by such impudence and not understanding why he was insulted. The boy felt ashamed of his temper because he remembered that he was in a different form and would not be able to explain it. The guide turned such an awkward pause into a comic form, suggesting that the boy simply did not like the stories of sympathy between the two heroes, deciding to tell Eugene more about the theories behind her disappearance to change the subject. Everyone knows that Sina the Wise hated demons and the dark magic tower. Until the very end, she opposed the existence of this tower. Some people suggested that the cruel magicians who insisted on building that tower were responsible for the death of Lady Sina. The boy knew that this story could not be true, because such magicians could not cope with the power of Sina. The guide completely agreed with Eugene, since this theory had previously been subject to much criticism. The boy told the guide that the dark magicians were not strong enough to touch her with a finger. Eugene asked to tell about the Demon King. The guide said that Helmut communicated with the kingdom of Arat through the Dark Tower. Sina's existence probably hampered them greatly. Eugene understood that this reason was enough to get rid of her. As soon as they arrived at Sina the Wise's estate, the boy could not believe that she was gone. In front of the building, there were many people begging to retake the exam in order to get into the magic tower. Eugene was surprised that there was so much activity near the estate. The guide replied that these were students who were preparing to enter the magic towers. Unfortunately, not everyone's financial situation allowed them to stay there on a permanent basis. The entrance to the estate alone cost 10,000, which only allowed one to enjoy the view of the garden. But if a person wanted to see everything from the inside, it would cost many times more. The boy was wondering why the prices were so high, to which the guide replied, since it was in great demand, people were ready to pay for it. The guide said that there was a myth that if you pray in front of the portrait of Mrs. Sena in the main hall, you will be able to pass the exam to enter the magic tower. When the knights saw the surname Lionheart on the boy's pass, they immediately let him through as expected. The guide told the boy that he would wait for him at the entrance. He wanted the boy to enjoy this alone. Sina's estate was simply huge. It was rumored that the girl had been sitting in it for hundreds of years. While walking, he remembered how she told him that he spent too much time fighting for others, and he spent too little time on his own happiness. At that point in his past life, the boy never thought about it. They then discussed the Grand Moron's statement that he planned to become king, saying that it was impossible for him. But desire alone is not enough to obtain the desired ascension to the throne, the boy believed. And yet these are only desires. No one forbids dreaming, but for this you need to do, said Sina. Gamel's heart then shrank from the girl's words, because they were a team, and the boy did not see any dreams in ordinary life. But Sina said she was trying to be serious. The boy then asked what goals in her life could be discussed. She said that she wanted to live an ordinary life, get married and have a child, live until old age and be happy. Looking at the estate, the boy did not understand why she made such a choice and doomed herself to loneliness within the walls of this mansion, because she should have met a good man, gotten engaged, and calmly spent the rest of her life with him. Having decided to touch her painting, he was told that touching things in the building was strictly prohibited. The boy was not happy about the fact that he couldn't touch anything, but he remembered that there was a library there that occupied an entire floor, and it was for this that he came there. With books about magic, Eugene tried to find some clue that could leave Sen. But in the library it was the same. You couldn't touch anything, which made the search much more difficult. For Eugene, this was another task because it would not be possible to look into the books. All that was left was to be content with the titles on the covers. He remembered his necklace with overwritten memories, which was not even registered in the treasury, and did not understand how it could gather dust after being there for so many years, and in a simple way he noticed it so easily. It looked too implausible. Perhaps just as the petrol recognized the boy then, the necklace reacted to the boy's soul. The boy understood that his rebirth was not a simple accident, and perhaps if it was Sina, then it most likely should have left a clue. There were countless rooms in the library. The boy visited them all, but found nothing. He couldn't understand where she could have left anything about herself. There wasn't a single clue. Eugene decided to leave this matter and continue to do what he came to this kingdom for. Walking around the house, he whispered, "If she sees him and is alive, then let her find him in person." The guide, seeing the boy, hinted that he had been gone for a long time. Looking at Sina's house, he became very carried away and made him wait until sunset, after which the boy paid extra for such a long wait, for which he was grateful to Eugene. The tour guide said since the city is popular with tourists, there were amazing restaurants to be found there. But Eugene wasn't interested. He said that he wished to visit the Red Tower of the Magicians, after which he would not need his escort. While they were moving with the help of a chariot, the boy asked a question about his older brother, Lord Lionheart. Did he know anything about him? The guide replied that the name of this boy was known to absolutely everyone in the Pentagon. Since Eugene was in debt to the Red Tower and his older brother spent 4 years in this kingdom, the boy asked him to tell him everything he knew about it. Since his adoption, Eugene had not been able to talk with Lod, so he wanted to find out about him so as not to make a mistake when meeting him. He promised the guide that he would not tell anyone about this conversation, swearing on the name Lionheart. Having completed all that he needed, it was to tell him about the rumors that he had heard. He didn't know much, but it was rumored that at night Lod often had fun outside the tower. Eugene thought that it was quite normal that Lod behaved this way, because he was only 2 years older than Eugene. He answered the boy that this was not ordinary fun at all. These were succubi. Angry with the guide, Eugene did not understand what relationship the succubi had to the kingdom, because they live only in Helmud. In turn, he asked the boy to calm down. The guide said that although they are not in Helmud, there is a dark tower of magicians located very close by, and not only dark magicians live in it, but also some types of demons. The boy was upset by this news, suggesting that Lod was having fun with them in the dark tower. But it was not really for fun, the guide replied, but for fun. There was such a place in every city, and even in Erod an abandoned alley was formed, used for bad purposes. The alley is known for its black market, but also there are several establishments providing succubus services, and if rumors are to be believed, Mr. Lod I often used their services. Eugene wondered where this place was. The guide answered the boy that the entrance there is not open every day. This place was called Bolero, and bad things happen there only when the moon is full. The boy did not plan to get close to Lod. He wanted to focus on his own concerns while maintaining a distance from him. But for the one who is called the eldest son of the Lionhearts, a descendant of Vermouth, to be friends with the succubi, this did not make Eugene terribly angry. The guide was very worried that the boy might tell someone about this conversation, but Eugene said he wasn't going to tell anyone, including his brother. Since these are nothing more than rumors, the boy decided not to draw hasty conclusions, and until he is convinced of the veracity of this situation, he will refrain from punishing his brother Laud. At the Red Tower, Eugene was met by a girl named Hera. She is a magician of the Red Tower. The master was waiting for him on the top floor. He planned to meet the boy in person, but there was a slight problem. The boy was wondering what happened there to cause an explosion. The girl was uncomfortable that Eugene witnessed this incident. She said that the Red Tower specializes in summoning magic, and among all types of magic, summoning has the highest percentage of failures. Having broken through the windows of the tower, strange red creatures began to fly out of there. Having caught them, Roberian began to scold the disciples of the Red Tower for summoning shadow beasts from the Labidash Circle. If Roberian had not managed to catch them, they could have destroyed everything in their path, and they would have had to be hunted in the capital among crowds of people. They admitted their guilt and repented of their failed experiment. But this mistake could cost someone their life, which is why he kicked them out of the tower forever. After Roberian saw Eugene from above, he went to meet the guest. He was glad to welcome the boy and was surprised at how much he had grown since his last meeting. Roberian admitted that he did not recognize him at first. Eugene was also glad to see the magician and immediately recognized him because he had not changed at all since the last meeting. He replied that he uses rejuvenation magic so he does not age. In fact, Eugene noticed changes from the Roberian he knew 5 years ago. Thanks to magic training, this was noticeable. The master is quite strong, but he was still far from Sina's level. However, this is more than a decent level for a tower master. Mr. Gillard informed Roberian that Eugene was interested in studying magic. Magic is a fascinating art. Although it was difficult to master, the magician was confident that the boy could handle it. Having knocked down the doors of the tower, a white-haired guy who looked old and tired for his age came out. Eugene recognized his older brother, but he didn't think that in just 5 years he would change for the worse. Roberian reprimanded Laud for not greeting his brother. He was completely at a loss, not knowing what to say since he had not communicated with the boy before. Eugene, having greeted his brother, said that he was glad to meet and hoped that they would not interfere with each other. Roberian did not understand why Laud was behaving this way, so he ordered him to go back to the tower and read the book. The magician was very sorry that Eugene had to witness such a spectacle immediately after his arrival. The boy replied that everything was fine. Gillard told the magician that Eugene did not want to study with him personally. He was wondering why, to which the boy replied that he would not like to bother him again. Moreover, he believed that if he took mentoring lessons personally from Roberian, then people would begin to speak badly about the Lionheart family. Therefore, the boy chose to learn magic on his own. Roberian told the boy that he would not burden him with expectations and also would not interfere with the learning process. And if the boy needed anything, he could turn to Hera at any time. The boy was grateful for the understanding, adding that Eugene can live in the tower. Although it is as luxurious as the Lionheart estate, it is quite suitable for living. Since he's now studying there, the entrance to the library is open to him. Eugene was glad about this. After 1 month in the Red Mage Tower, Eugene visited the library every day without a single pass. He came early in the morning to read as many books as possible and returned to his room late in the evening. But this did not mean that he devoted his time exclusively to magic. A few hours before going to the library, he trained his magic, and before going to bed, he trained his body. Because of this, the boy often did not get enough sleep, but thanks to his strong genes, he managed to get rid of fatigue in just a few hours. He had read absolutely every book in that library, and he was ready to start learning something new in the magical arts. 300 years ago, Sina created an impeccable method of manipulation. At first, this was her personal method, but after becoming the master of the Green Tower, many magicians throughout the capital began to adopt her knowledge. By gathering together the magic throughout the body and then creating a wheel from it, it was possible to create a magic circle. And when the amount of magic begins to exceed the capacity of the circle, it begins to increase in size. Eugene went to study this method of magic. This is the method that most magicians have used for about 3 centuries. The only ones who did not use this method were the owners of spiritual magic and dark magicians, who had their own ways of manipulating it. Having come to Hera in the magic tower, he asked to teach him how to use an ordinary magic circle. The girl said that she would teach him, adding that there were other methods, but this method was the most common and effective. Eugene told her about his preference to change the circle, but the girl didn't like this idea. She asked what exactly he wanted to do. He wanted to mix the magic circle with the method that the Lionhearts used, to which the girl replied, it was impossible to do this without the proper technique, since controlling magic in martial arts and using it are 2 completely different things. In addition, when calling on magic, he could suffer greatly or in the worst case, die. But that is why the boy prepared very well and read every book in the library. Hira understood, since he was only 17 years old, and everything was interesting to him. He will have similar desires because this is a difficult age, and she gave permission to try this technique. The girl warned Eugene that at the slightest hint of failure, she would have to intervene. If the boy is injured, all responsibility for this will lie with Hera, but the master of the magic tower himself will be put in a difficult position. After understanding all the responsibility, he got down to business. The white flame ritual and the magic circle are completely different methods, but their essence is similar. During this process, magic is controlled through the formation of stars. In the magic circle, circles are responsible for this, and if you add the boy's stars to it, he will significantly increase the amount of absorption and storage of magic. If everything worked out, the boy could literally command magic the way he wanted, and it would have been a shame if he had not studied so many books about it. Hira was amazed by this, because Eugene perfectly controlled such a huge amount of magic. She understood that if something was wrong, the magic would have dissipated long ago. But this did not happen. The girl did not understand how this was even possible at such a young age. Eugene had a magic ball in his hands. He literally did what he wanted with the help of magic. He then turned the magic into a very bright sphere and was able to hold it with one finger. She did not understand how he managed to embody magic that required a deep understanding of the essence itself. And not only did he do it the first time, but he also managed to remove the flaw in the form of playback speed. Eugene asked the girl to summon some monster to test this spell in action. She suggested a golem as a mannequin. It was created from cabrium. He was unable to defend himself, but his strong body was itself the strongest defense. It was a very strong magical energy that he directed at the monster. The boy pierced his stone body with a magic ray, after which the master of the magic tower, Robarian, came to look at it. He wanted to ask her if Eugene had used a ritual to create a magic circle. The girl replied that he did everything right, and she did not notice any flaws in the purity of the magic or its density. The power of his attack spell was superior to that of a third-level mage. Robarian was surprised that Eugene used martial arts to create the magic circle. This was not only impressive, but also terrifying. At that time, Eugene had 3 white flame stars, and if you think about it like that, then you could say that this was equal to the fact that 3 stars are equal to the third circle of magic. Since the boy had some plans in the morning, and Robarian could not tell him personally, he decided to find out from Hera, asking her whether it was worth writing a letter of recommendation to Acreon on Eugene's account. The girl was shocked because only high-ranking magicians, elites, and family members of the kingdom have access to the royal library of Acreon. The magician was confident about Eugene, since he was amazing with his results and had the necessary skills. It only took him a month to study the entire first course of magic, after which he immediately recreated the magic circle in practice, and with the help of this, pierced through such a strong monster as a golem. Robarian wrote a letter of recommendation, since the brightest talent has the right to be treated appropriately. The girl said that because of this, other magicians might ask questions. Robarian replied that this would only motivate others, and if they were jealous, then they would be stuck in their own worthlessness. The magician asked the girl where Eugene had gone because he doesn't know the city well. She replied that the boy had gone to meet a friend. Having only been there for a month, Eugene already had friends. The boy went to Merton Square, where a huge statue of Sina was located. He stood and admired her, remembering that every time she achieved something grandiose, she grinned in a similar way. On the square, he met his old acquaintance from Hajiz, with whom he had once attended a blood inheritance ritual. Eugene didn't understand how someone at 18 could look 30. Gajus noticed how Eugene had grown noticeably and said that he was too small compared to him, to which the boy jokingly called him overgrown. One handshake was enough for Gajus to understand how hard Eugene had trained all 4 years. He was still trying to give the boy a muscle-building potion, but the boy didn't need it. Gajus was outraged that the boy did not want such muscles for himself, because only thanks to his family's potion, Eugene's father managed to lose weight and gain muscle mass, and he thought that thanks to his father's example, Eugene would be interested in this. Eugene asked why he wanted to meet with him. Did he really have to come all this way just for the sake of the potion? Gajus asked the boy if he had heard of Bolero Lane. The boy replied that he knew about this place, and that all kinds of evil spirits that wake up at night dine there. Gajus has heard rumors that a huge egg will be offered at a local auction. The boy was surprised and did not understand why he was given a testicle. Gajus said that these eggs were very highly valued among magicians. It was important for making his own potion, and he intended to hire an alchemist in the kingdom of Aroth. And so he needed Eugene's help, since the egg could cost a lot of money, and he was not sure that he would have enough. He asked to lend it to him. The boy was not interested in this proposal, and he refused to help him. After which Gajis begged him on his knees. The boy felt awkward in this situation, and he agreed to help him if he behaved appropriately. The big man was grateful to Eugene and swore on his name that he would properly pay for his help. Also, in addition to the egg, there are many other interesting lots at the auction, he said. But Eugene wasn't interested. Gajis understood that, wielding the veined sword, the boy was unlikely to be interested in other weapons. A few days ago, Eugene crossed paths with Lod, and he noticed that he was having succubus withdrawal, which was turning him inside out. And on the upcoming full moon, it was most likely that Lod would also be there, and he did not want to cross paths with him there. Returning back to the tower, Eugene learned that Robarian had called him to his place. The boy just had a couple of questions that he wanted to ask him. Robarian immediately got down to business and invited Eugene to discuss something at the table. He showed him a letter recommending approval to the Acrian library. Even 300 years ago, it was damn popular because it held the pride of the kingdom and an important part of magic. No matter how many books there are in the magic towers, they cannot compare with the writings that the royal library kept. Even Eugene sometimes had to be modest. He was extremely pleased for such a gesture from Robarian, but he believed that he had not yet reached such a level and decided to politely refuse. But Robarian, on the contrary, believed that the time was right to give access. Since Eugene did not have time to delve deeply into magic, his possibilities were limitless, and even if the boy did not manage to delve into the contents of the books of Acrian, the mere fact of studying so much knowledge would greatly expand his capabilities in magic. And one day, this knowledge will transform Eugene into something incredible, Robarian told the boy. Acrian has contained scriptures since the mythical era. In addition, the works of great philosophers who were considered heroes of their time were kept there. Sina's records kept there? Robarian replied that they were there too, but in the red and green tower they were also her notes. The magician told about 3 original works, which are called Magic Craft, stored in the Aryan library. In them, she described her knowledge of magic and magical elements, right up to the moment of her disappearance. Sina's work is recognized throughout the kingdom as the greatest of all time. There is not a single copy in the whole world. Only the first volume was published to the masses, but even this will be enough for Eugene to no longer need other books about magic. After the magician read the first volume, all the magic that he studied seemed to him like child's play for many years. Although the letter that Robarian wrote did not guarantee the boy entry into the library, the magician was interested in what Eugene thought about it. He wondered if the boy would mind if he sent this letter. He was not against it and was very happy about this proposal, but he said it a little softer so as not to bring unnecessary worries to Robarian. Robarian was glad that the boy agreed and said not to worry about it since it was not difficult for him. The boy did not know what it would lead to if he refused this opportunity. He understood that this was not all for nothing because he stood at the head of the magic tower. Eugene found the right time to ask a question regarding his brother. He told him that on the very first day he arrived in the capital, he learned that instead of concentrating on his studies, Lod chose to spend most of his time having fun with the succubi. Robarian did not answer. His face changed abruptly. It was clear that he was not happy about this story. From his reaction, Eugene knew that he knew something about this incident. He admitted that it was true and he warned Lod, but he failed to follow him. In the past, many people died because succubi fed on their life energy. But after the end of the war, when the behavior of the demonic kings and their servants changed, this also affected the succubi. They, as before, continued to suck the soul out of a person, but did not kill. The Night Witch, Queen Helmud, forbids them to do this. But that didn't justify Brother Eugene's actions, which Robarian agreed with. The magician asked Eugene to treat Lod with understanding. Since the boy left his family 4 years ago, hopes and expectations were placed on him, but his lack of talent did not allow him to reach the desired level. He went through many failures. The tower's teachers did everything in their power to train Lod, but it did not bring any results. His high status brought with him enormous pressure, and it only grew as time passed. The magician thought that it would be useful for him to be distracted at least a little and sent him to the succubi. I warned him in advance not to get too carried away, and when it became really difficult for him, he went to them constantly, and his consciousness changed. Eugene was familiar with this condition, having lived on the main estate for 4 years. Sane and Sil, from childhood, had not only a passion, but also a talent for learning in many ways. And Lod was always under pressure not only from the twins, but also from his parents. The reason why the boy still did not leave the tower was that even under the current conditions in the kingdom of Arat, he was easier than in his own family. Eugene understood that his situation was not easy, but running to the succubi at every opportunity was not a solution to the problem. Even though times have changed, the demons remain the same. They have never been able to coexist with humans. The boy wanted to find out for himself what exactly happened to his brother. Eugene and Gaji, as agreed, met on the full moon on Bolero Alley. Gajis didn't understand why they were massaging, and why they couldn't just go in their guise. Eugene replied that being the children of a noble family, they could not shine in such places, as there would immediately be rumors about them. The boy was helped by a guide. He gave him a communication device that worked within this alley in case he noticed Loda to inform Eugene. Eugene wondered what if his brother also used magic to disguise himself. The guide replied that Mr. Laud never used a transformation disguise. He also always wore the same raincoat. When Eugene heard this, he was angry with his brother because in this way he was exposing the honor of the family. Gajis wanted to help the boy with his problems, but Eugene did not want to involve him in his affairs. The boy told Hajis that he first needed to attend the auction and then resolve the issues. There were several such events taking place in Bolero Alley, all of which followed a common set of rules. Each participant, not counting his companions, occupied a separate room, thereby keeping his identity secret since bets were made anonymously. Everyone had an anonymous assistant who talked about the rules. They had 3 buttons. If someone wants to place a bet, they need to press the blue button. To increase the rate, use yellow. And if you need help, use red. After which, the anonymous assistant left the room, wishing him a pleasant time. Gajis did not expect that Eugene would want to take part in the auction, but the boy just needed to pass the time and, at the same time, get his first look at the whole process of such events. The auction was just beginning. They watched it through the magic window. The anonymous presenter thanked everyone for joining on that beautiful full moon night. At their auction, items of special value in the magical world were raffled off. They carefully selected only the best of the best. The first lot was Balarek's horns. Bids started at 10 million cells. Sitting there, they realized how boring it would be until it was their turn to get their lot. Eugene was already beginning to doubt that the giant egg would be played, but Gajis was sure that it would definitely be put up at auction. The next lot is an incompletely studied metal that has been moving from one auction to another for a long time. Perhaps on that very day, one of the guests will buy that lot, and there will be someone who will appreciate it. Eugene understood, precisely because he had been describing it for so long that they could not get rid of it. The metal was discovered in the Khazarian Hills area of Helmud. Its peculiarity is that in the moonlight it emitted a beautiful radiance, and apart from the radiance, there was nothing valuable in it. However, it could serve someone as a decorative item because it beautifully scattered moonlight. Lot worth 1 million cell. Before he could open it, Eugene immediately pressed the blue button. The boy never thought that he would find such a valuable item in such a place. A blade of dim light that had destructive power that could go down in history. It was just a fragment from the same moonlight sword that Eugene acquired. The anonymous presenter congratulated him on the purchase of this wonderful fragment. Gajis was surprised that Eugene took part in the auction and did not understand why the boy needed this useless thing. Eugene was sure, without a doubt, it was the same fragment of the moonblade. In a past life, they found the blade in the same place, in the area of the Khazardian Hills, in the heart of the underground dungeon. Eugene wondered what if, when leaving Helmud, Vermouth returned the blade to its original place, sealing it there. The moonlight blade was so dangerous that it recognized only Vermouth as its master, and each swing of it was accompanied by terrible destruction. Perhaps it was not enough for Vermouth to put the seal, and then he split it into small pieces. The boy hoped that this fragment contained at least the slightest particle of power, but, unfortunately, there was nothing there. Now he no longer gave out ominous energy, as it was 300 years ago. The guide called him and said that his brother had arrived on this lane. Having said goodbye to Gajis, the boy went about his business, but the big guy was wondering if he was going to see it to the end with him. Eugene left him a card. Using it, he can bet on his favorite egg. The guide told him where to go. He needed to head along the north side of the alley. There was a store called Rafflesia where he needed to go. Once there was a guard at the entrance who would only let you in if you had a pass or an entrance fee. This was the first time since reincarnation that Eugene encountered demons. If there had been a boy in a previous life, he would have finished them off without batting an eyelid. The entrance fee was 2 million cells, which included the duration of the session and any dream of one's choice. Such conditions suited Eugene, and the boy, having paid, went to this place. The boy came to this place in order to find his brother, who was having fun somewhere in this establishment. Eugene stopped a waitress at this establishment in order to find out where he could watch dreams. She replied that they had a basement for this purpose and offered a local drink to the boy. The boy was not interested in alcohol. He just needed to get into that room. She offered to help Eugene and said she would show him what he needed. Going there, the boy was scared. It was the first time he had done something like that, and he didn't want them to feed on his energy. Eugene changed his mind about going with this girl, as he did not want to follow the example of his older brother. Refusing this service, the boy paid for the drink and wanted to get out of there. The girl was surprised. She had never seen anyone refuse like that before. Returning back to the restaurant, the local demon asked how the boy was doing with their services. But Eugene was not interested in this, and he told him to bring him the best dishes that were available. Many elegant dishes were brought to him, and he spent the next time at the table. Later, the boy saw his brother, who was being helped by two demons. Apparently, he got so carried away that he was exhausted and could not move independently. Eugene did not like to see him in this state, and the fact that by having fun with succubi in this way, Laud dishonored their family and also enlisted the help of demons. They led him along the main avenue. The boy decided to follow them and find out where they were taking him. Entering the alley, they led him into a room that looked like the back entrance of some building. After following him, there were three big guys standing at the entrance who were completely rude and told Eugene to get out of there. After the boy asked them what was there, the big man grabbed him by the throat and told him to leave. But Eugene was not against this skirmish. With one blow, he knocked away that impolite big guy, which his partners did not expect to see from such a harmless youth. When trying to attack Eugene, the boy threw them away with one wave of his hand using magic. He asked them again where his brother was and what kind of place it was, to which he did not hear an answer because they were passed out. Since the boy did not receive proper help, he decided to figure it out himself by knocking down the back door. Eugene smelled head-intoxicating substances, and most likely his brother was involved in this. Immediately after Eugene knocked down the doors, a company of 3 humanoid creatures ran out from there, who were not happy that the boy got through the security into their premises. Eugene laughed that a human, a demon, and a beast could find a common language and be friends with each other, because he had never seen anything like this before. The boy dealt with them with the help of magic, which he learned in the magic tower. Having asked them where Laud was, he heard nothing in response. Eugene used search magic to scan all the floors in that room. Having looked through the entire first and second floor, he did not find it anywhere. Only the third floor remained. Having broken through 2 floors with magic, he flew up there in the same way as Sir Rebarian did. There was only one room left on the 3rd floor that remained to be checked. Eugene was sure Laud was there. Noticing that someone behind the door wanted to use magic against him, Eugene used that same fragment of the Moonlight Sword. Throwing the fragment directly into this strong stream of red magic, he saved the boy from danger, like a shield. Even if it was just a fragment of a blade, even it was capable of absorbing magic. This dark magician was sure that his spell was supposed to kill the boy. He clearly didn't expect Eugene to use the shard as a power reflector. Gillard Lionheart of old strictly forbade the boy to get involved with dark magic, but Eugene did not know that this could happen. The boy told this dark magician that he would not touch him and was giving him a chance to escape. But since he was petrified on the spot and did not want to leave, this enraged Eugene, and he used magic. Seeing the white light that engulfed the boy's body, it reminded the magician of a lion's mane, and he was shocked by this. 2 demons came out from behind the black magician to help him defeat the boy. Eugene recognized them. They were the ones who accompanied Laud from the restaurant to there. The boy easily dealt with this type of demon, which surprised the magician. As soon as Eugene took off his disguise and was in his previous appearance, the magician was surprised. He recognized him and wanted to explain everything to the boy. But since Eugene was not going to listen to him, the magician said that he would kill him and pointed his staff at him. The boy controlled magic so well that he did not even notice his attack, repelling it with ease. The magician did not understand how he managed to block such a strong blow. This was practically impossible. Having broken through all the attacks of this magician, Eugene stood in front of him, putting his blade towards him, deciding to spare him if he did not interfere with him. Eugene wondered what was inside the goblet that demons use for rituals. Without thinking twice, the magician answered the boy that this was the heart of the unicorn itself. This surprised Eugene, because their hearts were considered a much more valuable ingredient for sacrifice than any other. Thanks to their powerful magic and divine power, unicorns are called water deities. The boy asked this magician if he was trying to make a deal with the Demon King in this way. He replied that he would never have dared. The Baron of Helmad, Mr. Ulfer, needed it. This was a subordinate of Duchess Jabella Noir of that very Night Witch, who was more than 300 years old. She was significantly inferior to the Demon King, but is nonetheless a Night Witch, meaning she is powerful enough to hold the title of Duchess of Hell. It turns out that Laud was trying to sign an agreement with some incubus, one of Jabella Noir's minions. Eugene was shocked by his brother, who had started this mess himself and agreed to everything. Bowing before Eugene, the magician repented and said that he was simply following the orders of Mr. Laud. Even the money with which everything was purchased was allocated by his brother. The magician could not disobey his order. Eugene understood that the magician did this only for his own benefit and for the sake of money. And if successful, Ulfr would reward him with a lot of energy. And besides this, he probably managed to conclude an agreement with Jabella. Eugene was very angry with him and told him that if he wants to live, he should stop blaming others for his sins and admit his guilt. Afterwards, the boy decided to wake up Laud by giving him a little slap on the head. Laud did not expect to see his brother. He asked him what he was doing there. Eugene replied that he had been told how he had not gone through a difficult period, so the boy tried to understand him and realized that the small joys he discovered helped him take his mind off everything. Taking him by the head, he said that it was still worth staying away from dark magic. Eugene asked him how he dared to sign a contract with the demon Incubut, having the surname Lionheart behind him. Laud told him that he was powerless and it was not easy for him. Eugene was angry with him, asking if he had thought about the consequences he would have to face after signing the contract. Whatever the demon orders, he will have to carry out. And the consequences did not end there. By becoming a dark magician, he disgraced the entire family with his act. And what would he do if a demon ordered him to take the lives of his parents or siblings? Or clean out the Lionheart family treasury, Eugene asked. Laud replied that he was told that the orders could not be carried out in all respects, and he gave his word that he would not step over his own moral principles and would not do such a thing. Eugene told them not to talk and promise. Their words meant nothing, and at any moment the description of the contract changes to those that are beneficial to them. And if you do not follow their instructions, you can pay with your life. Adding that a person like him is not capable of this, and he only fled from reality into the world of evil and pleasure. Laud was offended to hear such words in his direction. After crying, he asked Eugene what he knew about his life to be so rude. Eugene replied that he was just trying to help him and asked him to tell him what he didn't know about his life. 4 years ago, he was upset when he was adopted, and all attention was focused on the new son, and they stopped paying attention to him. They gave all their support to Eugene. Eugene replied that Laud received the same support. He had a white flame ritual, had the opportunity to become a student of the master of the magic tower of the kingdom of Arat. Everything is the same, but he didn't take advantage of it. And he added that the reason was not at all that the patriarch loved him more, but that initially Laud was no equal to him. Laud reproached him for his innate talent. Eugene replied that talent is only a small part of becoming the strongest. Sin and Kill still worked hard every day. While Laud does nothing but play with succubi, pouring alcohol into himself and finishing off with harmful substances, Eugene asked him if he really believed that dark magic would help him become the next patriarch. He replied that he did not want to be a patriarch. He wanted to become a dark magician and would go to Helmudfa, believing that he would be appreciated there. After these words, Eugene decided to teach him a lesson and hit him hard. He did not understand how the descendant of Vermuth the Great wanted recognition of the demons of Helmud. Eugene asked what was more important to him, to gain the favor of the demons or the respect of his own family. And he said, since he thinks so, then he doesn't understand a lot, and they will communicate with him only because of his last name, Lionheart. Laud received everything that others could not even dream of, and now he is on his knees, waiting for demonic creatures. Eugene said that he did not intend to listen to his whining and called Mr. Robarian to come talk to him. Upon arrival, he ordered the knights to remove the black magician and punish him according to his deserts. When the master of the Red Tower arrived, Laud was ashamed, and he began to make excuses for not joining the ranks of dark magicians. The master was again disappointed by his actions because he had defiled the name of the Lanehearts, and he was angry with him for insulting Mr. Gillard, who entrusted him with his future, the magicians of the Red Magic Tower who trained him. Laud continued to come up with excuses, and the master said that if he did not stop doing this, he would have to use force, telling the boy that if he really wanted to apologize, then he should contact Mr. Gillard. The boy really didn't want his parents to know about this. Robarian and Eugene decided to leave him to think about his behavior. That same day, after midnight, Robarian invited Gillard and Theonis to the kingdom of Arath. But these were not all the guests. He invited one more person. He introduced himself as the master of the Dark Magic Tower, Balzac Ludbeth. For decades, he served as the chief master of the Dark Tower and was also considered one of the 3 legendary magicians who signed a contract with the demonic king of imprisonment. Theonis was outraged by his presence, and she asked him who gave him the right to come. Robarian asked her to remain calm and said that the master of the Dark Tower had nothing to do with the event. She was very angry with Robarian, since he was the master who taught Laud dark magic. Balzac Loubert told Theonis that not all of the dark magicians of Arath trained within the walls of the tower. A magician named Gevid is behind this unpleasant incident, and added that it is not fair to blame all magicians. But Theonis continued to stand her ground, blaming only him for this. Gillard wondered, since the dark magic tower was not involved in what happened to their son, then why did its master decide to attend such a low-key event? The magician replied that he would like to take full responsibility upon himself, and he said that several centuries ago, if a person was suspected of involvement in black magic, he could be accused of a crime and executed. But after Vermouth the Great entered into a contract with the demonic king, people gained freedom of choice. Gillard responded that such laws against signing contracts with demons were invalid and were not crimes. Therefore, he asked that the wishes of the Lionheart family be respected. He added that his words sounded as if he, against his will, was humiliating his own dignity in order to seem respectful to them. He replied that there was a lot of truth in his words, and in order not to start another war, he came to take the blame on himself and save them from stupid consequences. As for harmful substances, the law enforcement agencies of Arat will take up the matter. Dealers will be put behind bars. The succubi will also be held accountable and will suffer severe punishment. Theonis wondered what responsibility the dark magician would take on. He replied that he would kill the one who made the deal with Gevid, who did this with Laud. He said that he could use magic to convey the words of the demonic king of imprisonment. The king was very upset that Vermouth's beloved family became an object of disapproval. Therefore, they decided to execute Ulfr Hoyna. Eugene was very angry and did not understand how they dared to talk about the Vermouth family so much. The dark magician apologized for what he had done. He understood that this had hurt his family, and offered support from the Dark Tower and the demonic king of imprisonment, after which he had to leave, saying that the next meeting would be in a much more favorable environment. The magician looked at Eugene as if they knew each other. The patriarch asked Eugene to leave because he wanted to discuss something important. Gillard asked Roberian's forgiveness for having raised his son Laud poorly. Roberian said that it was only his fault because he was too demanding of Mr. Laud. Gillard made the decision to take the boy back to the Lionheart estate. Theonis didn't like, because she knew how much the boy loved magic and began to defend him, trying to dissuade the patriarch. She was sure that the boy would learn a lesson from this and work on himself for the rest of his life. In the entire history of the Lionheart family, none of the descendants of the main family have ever turned to dark magic. Gillard's decision remained undeniable, and the fact that Laud was his son did not give him the right to desecrate the family name with impunity. Theonis said that if he did this, he would ruin Laud's life, because in the kingdom the boy could develop, unlike his estate. All this time, Sign and Syl did not know how things would turn out for the rest of the family members. Laud no longer has a place at home. He certainly had to stay in Arat. Theonis was angry with Giord because he did not help the boy change, unlike Anitzla's second wife and her children, who live happily ever after. He did not expect to hear this from her, and said that he never singled out any of his children, fulfilling the whims of each. As Laud wanted to devote his life to magic, he helped the boy. She was sure that Gillard had everything in mind for the boy. Otherwise, he would have done everything in his power to ensure that Mr. Roberian took him as a student, and in case the boy skipped classes, it would be worth finding the right approach to the boy. He was ashamed of Theonis's antics in front of people. He asked not to disgrace him. But this only angered her more, and she said that she would have to bear the stigma of shame as soon as Laud returned to the Lionheart estate. And she said that if the boy did return there, she would be forced to take him to her family, adding that she will not allow the boy to cross the threshold of the Lionheart estate again, and that he should study magic in a place where he will be comfortable. Gillard told Theonis that if she wanted this, then she could do as she wanted, but first agree with Laud. Walking along the corridor, Eugene met a dark magician who invited him to chat a little. He said that due to the current situation, they had not been able to talk properly, and he would like to correct this. Eugene told him that he did not want to discuss anything with someone who had a contract with a demon. He understood that Eugene was not pleasant because he did not want to talk to him. But Eugene replied that he was not the only one, and he did not like absolutely all dark magicians. The magician was impressed by this behavior. 300 years have passed, and the relationship between the Lionhearts and the dark magicians has not changed at all. This upset the magician extremely. He was embarrassed to say it, but he did not cause the boy any harm. Although Eugene hated dark magic, he asked him to meet him. Balzac said that he had heard about Eugene several years ago when he became famous at the blood inheritance ceremony. And recently, he showed excellent results in magic and received a letter of recommendation to Acreon. He, taking responsibility, offered Eugene something useful. The boy did not understand what this black magician could give him. He replied that one recommendation from the Red Tower was not enough to gain the right to enter Acreon, since other masters and magicians would refuse him, explaining this to Eugene's inexperience. Therefore, as the master of the Dark Magic Tower, he could write a letter of recommendation for Eugene. Eugene wondered why he decided to help him. He told how much he admired him and admitted that he didn't really get along with the master of the Red Tower. There was no animosity on his part, but he hated him simply for his existence. He did this only to improve relations with Rebarian and hoped that with such a gesture he would be able to impress the Lionheart family. Eugene said that if he wrote a letter, he would accept it, but that did not mean that they would become friends. He was glad that the boy accepted his help and said that it would be enough for him if he simply changed his opinion about him for the better. Afterwards, the magician asked for forgiveness for wasting time and said that this was all he wanted from him. Before he could leave, Eugene asked if he really had nothing to do with what happened to his brother. Lionheart himself had been his student. He still would not have accepted him with such meager knowledge. Afterwards, Eugene returned to his room, where the unicorn's heart was waiting for him. As a token of merit for Laud's shameful behavior, the patriarch allowed the boy to keep him for his efforts. The heart of a unicorn can be used for many purposes, but the easiest way is to absorb its magic. Eugene was pleased with this magic, despite the fact that the heart belonged to a monster. There were practically no harmful substances in it. At this rate, the boy will have the 4th star before he turns 20. The Lionhearts faint from such news, since in the entire 300-year history of this family, no one has ever managed to reach the 4th star before coming of age. The Patriarch and Keon each have 6 stars. People who became owners of such a quantity were considered one of the strongest in the world. Therefore, the boy wanted to do everything possible to achieve 5 stars. Therefore, as Hamel, he was determined to invest all his strength in improving the white flame ritual created by his comrade. Arriving at the boy, Gaji said that the giant testicles cost him 30 million cells. The boy was not happy when he heard that some eggs were so expensive. Gages hurried Eugene, because if he did not pay for them before midnight, they would be sold to another bidder. The boy did not understand why he became so attached to them. They came to the Pentagon State Bank to pay them. Lionheart family had special black cards, which surprised the bank employee. Seeing such a valuable client, the bank employee offered to open an account in their bank, but Eugene wasn't interested in that. As they completed a successful transaction at the bank, Gajis told the boy that he needed to go back. Since he was told that they would be delivered to their place of residence after payment was confirmed, he told the boy not to miss such a rare opportunity to look at them in all their glory. He didn't want to go that far to look at some strange testicles. Afterwards, he thought that he might as well take a look since he had never seen anything like this. Gajas said he could share their extract, but the boy replied that he was not going to eat them. In fact, Eugene didn't care about them. He just wanted to take a look at how Gajis used the Scarlet Flame ritual technique to see with his own eyes the difference between the white ritual. Turning his attention to the crowd, the boy saw something, and he immediately rushed off, jumping over the railing of the stairs, so that even Gajis did not understand what was happening. In the crowd, he saw hair of an unnatural purple hue, which required a large amount of magic to maintain. He could not be mistaken, knowing who it belonged to. Eugene saw Sina, dumbfounded. He wondered what to tell her. Over these 300 years, Sina had not changed at all, and the boy understood that he looked completely different and the girl would not recognize him. He is still the same Hamel, reborn in the body of a descendant of Vermouth. Hearing this, she would laugh at best. The boy was sure that she had become that grumbler who did not know how to choose expressions. Having caught up with her, he wanted to grab the girl by the hand, but his hand went right through her. He first thought it was Sina's ghost, but it was a magical hologram, which, after Eugene's touch, began to disappear before the boy's eyes. He was glad about this because he now understood that she was alive and was looking for him. But he didn't understand how she knew it was him. Perhaps just like the petrel who recognized his soul, he thought. Or she recognized him by the pendant that he got from his past life. Sina knows about the boy's rebirth, and he thought that since she sent him a hologram, she did not have the opportunity to come in person. He wondered if maybe she couldn't move, so he made this hologram to help? Or did someone else cast a spell on her? Or maybe it was the demonic king of imprisonment. The boy understood one thing. If she found him, now he needed to find her. Gajas approached him, asking where he ran away so quickly. Eugene decided that he didn't need to know this and said that he needed to go get his item from the auction. Arriving at Gajas' house, he asked the boy why he was so interested in seeing the ritual of the white flame, since he himself was engaged in it. Eugene replied that he was just curious to look at it. Gaji said that it was not difficult for him to show, after which the clothes on his body were torn. Eugene asked him if it was necessary to tear clothes. This big guy replied that it was easier to concentrate. His entire body began to glow with a fiery flame. Eugene was wondering, when using the scarlet flame, their core also splits? Gaji said that members of the main family initially left the core intact, but his ancestors tried to multiply it to 5 stars. And he knows of only a few other families who have achieved a similar result using secondary methods passed down from generation to generation. And his training was not in vain, because he achieved 2 stars. Eugene thought that being one of the most important branches of the family tree, his ancestors only managed to reach 5 stars. Eugene believed that the results were so-so. They had achieved only 5 stars in 300 years. As for the white flame ritual, it is only available to members of the main family. While all the other families owned the scarlet flame, therefore, there would always be a gulf of envy between them. And what was strange for Eugene was that Vermouth was not greedy and taught their Lionheart family this white flame ritual. Earlier, the boy wanted to learn the ritual of the scarlet flame, but after looking at it live, Eugene understood that it was useless, after which Eugene told him that he was leaving. Gajis asked him about the strange lot that the boy wanted to see, but he wasn't interested. Eugene went down to the basement of the Red Tower, which contained his research room. It said that Sina's last notes were in the Acreon library. Eugene was sure that there must have been clues in her books on witchcraft. Since Rebarian and the master of the Dark Magic Tower agreed to write letters of recommendation for Eugene, the boy should not have problems accessing the library. He knew that Sina had been waiting for him for 300 years, but he was sure that after waiting a little longer, they would definitely cross paths. A slight touch of moonlight on the blade would cause the magic to be destroyed and dissipate instantly, but just one fragment was not enough to shatter a high-grade magic shard. However, the boy was capable of handling small spells and wanted to try his hand at it. Eugene was going to resist the power of this shard. And if he succeeded, his union with magic would become so strong that it would surpass the white flame ritual. A student came to the magician of the Red Tower to complain that roars and explosions had been heard in the research room for several days. The girl said that she would go and check. In any case, she was going to hand over an order from the master of the Red Tower. Knocking on the door, she asked if anyone was there, but there was a noise coming from there, and no one opened it. This really scared her, and she decided to break through the door. Hera asked Eugene what he was doing there. At one time, the boy did not understand why they broke into his room. He replied that he was increasing the power of magic and was engaged in magical training. She was wondering how it was possible to do magical training without a magic circle. And why are the walls and floor cracked, but there is not a scratch on the fragment? Eugene glowed with white flames, and strong magical impulses emanated from his hand. Thus, the boy showed her what he was doing and why the walls were cracked. Hera was surprised that he acted faster and skillfully used his core as a magic circle. Hera noticed how Eugene strengthened his union with magic. Was it really a combination of a fireball and a magic projectile? Hera wondered. She was surprised that Eugene practiced combat magic techniques. The boy said that he paid most of his attention to practicing the magic itself, and it turned out quite successfully. At first, the magic dissipated before the burst of power occurred, but he learned to control it, collecting it into a clot of energy, and then he created an explosion. She was amazed at his skill and said that there had been complaints about noise coming from his research room, so she was afraid that he would get hurt from training so hard. Eugene asked if her visit to him was only because she was worried that something might happen. The girl replied that she also wanted to convey that the master of the magic tower wanted to see him. The boy, getting ready to visit him, decided to check with her where the master was waiting. She replied that Rebarian was waiting for him in the Royal Library of Acreon. The Pentagon is the capital of Arati, in the center of which, at the intersection of 5 towers that make up a pentagonal figure, was the Abram Palace. Due to the fact that it is located in the middle of a great lake, it can only be reached by boat. Neither the Pentagon's floating carts nor spells are capable of transporting it to its gates. And all because the lake, as well as the palace itself, is surrounded by a demonic seal, imposed by Sina as a sign of friendship with the royal family of Arota, and its power has not weakened even after hundreds of years. The boy was not very impressed by this story about the palace. From the day Eugene arrived in Arath, he began to understand magic, but it still seemed impossible to him that someone could create such a huge seal. Hera asked if Eugene would like to visit Abram. The boy replied that it was enough for him to look from the outside, and the desire to get there was not enough. She agreed with Eugene that just the desire to get there was not enough, since Abram's gates were open only to senior people and masters of the magic tower. However, the latter are prohibited from using magic inside the palace, with the exception of members of the royal family and palace magicians who have taken an oath of allegiance. The boy wondered if this meant that the masters of the magic tower had not sworn allegiance to the royal family. She replied that this was not the case. They serve faithfully, but have the right not to carry out incomprehensible orders. But the magic towers and Erot followed the agreement of mutual cooperation. Closer relations with the magic towers were maintained not by the palace itself, but by parliament. The palace had its own magical alliance, and the tower masters worked exclusively with the parliament. She added that the magicians were not at enmity with each other. Hera said that 3 people were against letting Eugene into Acreon. Master of the Blue Tower, Master of the Green Tower, and Master of the Mages Guild. The boy needed to obtain their permission to get there. As soon as Hera led Eugene to the main entrance, she was forced to turn aside, since she was prohibited from entering further. Finally, the girl wished him good luck and not to be too nervous. Approaching, the boy introduced himself to all the representatives of the magic towers. The captain of the palace magicians, Tremple Visador, was sitting there. Master of the Red Magic Tower, Roberian Serpis. Master of the Green Magic Tower, Generic Osman. Master of the Blue Magic Tower, Heyridoth Knotted. Master of the White Magic Tower, Malkith Elhaya. Master of the Dark Magic Tower, Balzac Ludbet. And the Master of the Guild of Magicians, Edgar Gyron. This is the heir to the throne of the kingdom of Arat. His name is Honin Abram. Honin told Eugene that his name had been popular for several years in a row, and he had long dreamed of meeting him. Honin Abram was first in line of succession and was considered a genius who reached 5 magical stars before he came of age. The Master of the Blue Tower told Eugene that he had heard a lot about him, since the Masters of the Dark and Red Towers had recommended the boy well to him. And he knew about his talents. He was interested in how the art of wielding a sword and magic were compatible with each other. He did not understand how, at the age of 17, having barely embarked on the path of studying magic, Eugene was able to receive a letter of recommendation from Acreon. He noticed that something was fishy, since the Master of the Red Magic Tower was a friend of the Patriarch, and the Master of the Dark Magic Tower was probably trying to get closer to the Lionheart family in this way in connection with recent events. Eugene understood everyone's doubts, and he asked them what needed to be done to gain access to Acreon. Roberian asked the boy to demonstrate his abilities so that His Majesty and the wise magicians would make a decision. The Master of the Blue Tower said that it would be nice to look at the dissertations and talk about the research done, but he assumed that the boy did not have these works. Eugene did not waste time and immediately began to show off his magical abilities. They thought about what they saw, that the boy did not separate the core and the magic circle, but instead he connected several cores to form a single circle. The Master of the Mages Guild was surprised that Eugene, after training for only 4 years, managed to achieve such high results. The Master of the Green Tower said that this was not enough, since there is a big difference between understanding magic and skillfully managing it. Eugene then demonstrated his knowledge by making various things with magic, such as a whirlwind, a magical sword coming out of his hand which he could enlarge, and much more. The captain of the palace magicians was surprised that Eugene, without uttering a spell, could make such smooth transitions between them without making a sound. After all, to achieve such results required a deep understanding of magic. The Master of the Green Tower asked if the boy could use the power of the sword and magic at the same time. Eugene did not doubt his abilities and demonstrated what he wanted. The Master of the Blue Tower appreciated Eugene's skill. The boy managed to keep the magic circle intact by using the core, and confidently coped with the magical power of the sword. Roberian asked the masters and others how they felt about Eugene's mastery of magic. They replied that they wanted to discuss it privately, after which Master Roberian asked Eugene to leave them for a while to evaluate his skill. Having bowed before the masters, the boy leaned away. The Master of the Blue Tower was sure that Master Roberian taught Eugene such skills, which he denied. After all, he said more than once that the boy did not have a mentor, since he read all the notes from the Red Tower about the theories of magic and practiced himself. The Master of the Blue Tower was puzzled and did not understand whether it was enough to study only one theory to achieve such a high level in magic. Honin Abram said, since the boy Lionheart was from the Kiel Empire and a descendant of the great Vermouth himself, every inhabitant of the continent knew how strong their family was, and he realized that Eugene was a genius like no other. The Master of the White Magic Tower said that the magic that Eugene showed them, although it was a first-level circle, was stronger than it. She was struck by how the boy felt magic. She really liked the purity and precision of the performance. She suggested studying the technique Eugene used. The guild master recognized the boy's talent, but his age confused the master. And he offered to entrust Eugene's training to the Master of the Red Tower until the question of his admission to Acreon was not in doubt. Only after this will he be given a pass. The captain of the palace mages considered this situation as an investment in the future of their kingdom, And even though Eugene was young, and despite his shortcomings in skills, he had boundless talent. Since they are on good terms with the Lionheart family, they wanted to do Mr. Eugene a favor by investing in him. The magician of the Green Tower said, no matter how hard the boy tries, he is still an adopted son and cannot become a patriarch. The master of the Dark Tower said that he would be one of the twins, a boy named Tsai. Laud remained the legal heir Lionheart, but taking into account his recent behavior, he will not see a fight for the title of patriarch. The master of the Dark Tower added that one should not underestimate Eugene's strong position in the family. The captain of the palace magicians agreed with this, since after a while the boy would start his own family, get married, and have children, and could become a patriarch, adding that when this happens, they will invite him to a rot, and if in a few years he gains enough experience and does not forget about the favor, he can become their ally. The Dark Tower Master said that he heard that 4 years ago, speaking at the blood inheritance ceremony, Eugene was stronger than everyone else. And since the Lionheart family recognized his potential, with the support of Arat, the boy can definitely become the next Vermouth the Great. The Master of the Green Tower asked the Master of the Dark Tower if he himself thought so, or if someone helped him come to similar conclusions. The Master of the Dark Tower was wondering who could impose their opinion on him. The Master of the Green Tower hinted at the demonic king of the prison, with whom he entered into a contract, and he was curious if he somehow influenced the Dark Magician's statements. Laughing at this, the Dark Magician said that the demonic king of imprisonment was busy with the affairs of Helmut. Having hinted, if he had spoken on his behalf, he would have behaved differently, acting much more decisively and using force. The Master of the Blue Tower did not like such statements, and he asked the Dark Magician what he meant. The Master of the Dark Tower apologized if it sounded too rude. He just wanted to say that he treated the opinion of the demonic king with special trepidation. The Master of the White Tower decided to return to the main topic of discussion by interrupting them. Since Eugene had been waiting there for a long time for their answer, she doubted that at this rate they would be able to reach a mutual agreement, and she invited everyone to vote. Hunayn Abram liked this proposal and asked to speak first. He was in favor of accepting Eugene Lionheart. The Royal Library of Acreon not only contained magical writings of varying value, but also records of many legendary magicians who left their mark on the history of magic on each of the floors. Meanwhile, Eugene looked at the walls of the library. It reminded him more of a museum than a library. There were 15 stories in Acreo-Wasi, of which the writings of Sina's work should be located from the 12th to the 15th floor. While he was looking at the walls, the Master of the White Magic Tower approached him. In addition to being the mistress of the White Magic Tower, the girl was considered the best summoner of the era. Milkit El Haya is the first in history who managed to conclude a contract with 2 spirit kings at once. She is considered a great magician even for magic that has nothing to do with spirits or summoning. Eugene was surprised that the girl came down to him in person. He asked if they had started a discussion. She replied that if they had to give a single answer, it would take a very long time. That is why the girl suggested deciding by voting. El Haya said that 5 people agreed to allow him to enter Acreon. 2 more were against it, and only 1 was neutral. Eugene was only interested in one thing. Since the majority agreed, did that mean that he could go to the upper floors? The girl replied that he was free to go, and asked if he was interested in who agreed and who did not. But everything was fine for the boy. The main thing was that the majority was for him. Calling him boring, El Haya decided to speak up herself, saying that she was neutral. But the girl didn't mind his entry. She just didn't want to take part in that pointless argument. El Haya said that they decided everything based on the vote, but they were still angry and continued to argue. Even the Master of the Blue Magic Tower agreed, which surprised Eugene. He was very unhappy when the boy entered the room, but after what he saw, he changed his mind. Still, El Haya was interested in Eugene's opinion about who was against him in the vote, but the boy replied that everything was fine with him. But the girl continued to say that it was the owner of the Green Magic Tower and the head of the Magic Guild, but this only infuriated Eugene. She was wondering about the boy's age. Was he really 17? Because his reactions seemed like he was older. Lionheart himself, but the boy was absolutely indifferent. Since Eugene received approval, he went to the library but was stopped by El Haya. She was interested in the boy's sword, which was blessed by the Spirit King's Stormcloak. El Haya always wanted to conclude a contract with such a powerful spirit, but he did not respond to her requests. She even asked the kings of the Thunder and Earth spirits, but they told her that the king of the Wind spirits would never make a contract with a person. The girl sent a letter to the Lionheart main residence, but they do not lend their family heirlooms to strangers, which really annoyed El Haya, because she had no intention of stealing the sword. Eugene told her that the sword didn't technically belong to him. He only carried it with cutting the patriarch, and no matter how touching her stories were, he did not want to give it. She was very eager to get him, and said that she would not tell anyone about it, adding that it wouldn't take much time, and if he was worried about the blade, he could keep an eye on everything, what even Eugene thought about. Namely, because the king of the wind spirits did not provide him with any help. In all 4 years, he never appeared. Realizing that with the current amount of magic he will not be able to summon it, the mistress of the White Magic Tower is capable of this. After all, she is the only one who managed to conclude a contract with 2 spirit kings at once. And if Elhaya uses the blade as a guide, perhaps the wind spirit will answer, Eugene thought. However, he understood that at the moment it was not profitable to agree to her proposal, since she is completely in his hands and he could ask for something in return. Afterwards, he asked her where he could get a pass, to which Elhaya happily responded to see Eugene off. The boy did not understand why the pass to Acreon looked like an ordinary ticket with his name on it. Elhaya told Eugene that ancient familiars live there, and all of them once served great magicians who left their mark on history. Namely, the king of magicians who founded the kingdom of Erot, also a battle mage, who was called the father of battle magic, and of course the familiars of the great Sina who were also there. Eugene didn't answer anything because he wasn't interested. Elhaya said his reaction was very boring, and she asked, "Isn't he interested in Sina?" She knew that he was looking for Sina on the very first day of his arrival in Arati, when he was on an excursion in her mansion, and that time when he met a brother from another family in Murdain Square. Eugene didn't understand how she knew so much. The girl replied that he had become very popular since his arrival in Erot. He had no doubt about it. Leaving for the library, she asked when he could give her a sword, but he replied that he would never give it to her. She showed that there was a hole near the elevator where a pass had to be inserted in order for the elevator to work. Elhaya asked which floor he was going to. Eugene replied that it was on the 12th. After that, she whispered that he liked Sina. The boy, entering the elevator, asked her if she would go with him. Elhaya replied that she would like to go, but she did not have much free time, and if she went with him, he would be embarrassed. He may be shocked by the truth the first time. This is a spell that left a very strong first impression. She joked and said maybe he should get some diapers. Eugene really didn't understand why he needed them. Starting to laugh, Elhaya said that he could shit his pants. Eugene did not really appreciate such a ridiculous joke. The girl angered him. Coming out of the elevator, he was met by a little girl. Why was he surprised and thought it was Sina? She replied that she was the familiar in charge of Sina's hall. Eugene remembered that this was exactly what Elhaya had told him about. The girl called Eugene by name, and he wondered how exactly she knew his name, since they had not met before. Since the boy was given a card with his name on it, and it is required when entering the elevator, he checks in as soon as he inserts it there. The girl said that not only she, but also other familiars there are connected to the Acreon magical system, and they always know about everything that happens within the walls of the library. Eugene asked how he should address her. She replied that Madame Sina called her Mayor. How much did he understand that Mayor is an abbreviation of Sina's surname Mardine? The mayor replied that he was absolutely right and boasted, saying that this was a cool and honorable name that only she got. Eugene didn't understand what Sina was thinking about when she created a familiar that looked exactly like her, and also gave her her last name. Since the boy didn't know much, he wondered if all the familiars looked like people. The mayor replied that the familiars on other floors were not like her. She revealed that she was special because her creator was Sina the Wise, and her personality formed the basis of her personality. Robarian, at the blood inheritance ritual, said that creating a living creature is prohibited. Did Eugene think that was true? The mayor replied that she did not have a soul, unlike other living beings, and her body was made from Madame Sonoy's magic. And the girl pointed to the sphere in which her consciousness was located. Eugene didn't understand what it was, because it was the first time he had seen something like this. Sina's life's work called The Writings of a Witch. Eugene was shocked that Sina still managed to write them before she left, since magical writings were divided into 3 parts, high, middle, and low. He asked the girl why they looked so strange and unusual. The mayor answered the boy that it was just a misconception that all writings looked like letters. Eugene didn't understand how this was possible. He was outraged. The girl replied that this was an expected reaction. After all, even the owners of the magic towers could not understand the magic of Madame Sena. Looking at Mayor, Eugene saw her as a proud, smiling girl with an arrogant attitude towards her life's work, which perfectly adopted Sina's personality. He asked her how similar her and Sina's personalities were. The girl replied that Sina had changed a lot and that she was based on the personality of the young Sina. Madame Sena has become more sophisticated and elegant. She focused only on researching and developing magic, no longer distracted by her emotions. According to the mayor's description, Eugene could not imagine a new Sena because he only remembered an emotional, cheerful, sometimes angry girl. The boy became interested in what she meant when she spoke about the witches in the scriptures about her consciousness. She replied that her consciousness consisted of spells found in the witches' scriptures, and the purpose of the girl's existence was to protect and control them. The mayor ran this hall for 200 years. Roberian's words when he said that after reading it, he realized that all the magic he studied was nothing more than child's play. The boy became convinced that this was superior to ordinary magic. The boy asked the mayor if perhaps she knew where and why Madame Sena had gone. The girl replied that her departure was very unexpected and unnoticeable, and Sena's students, servants, and even the mayor herself know nothing about this. Even when King Arota and the owners of the magic towers of that time, along with a large number of magicians, asked the mayor about the location of Sena, she told them she didn't know, but they refused to believe her. They got into the witch's writing without asking to look at the memory of the mayor, but their skills were not enough, so every few decades they come again to find at least something. Eugene knew that they were not only looking through Mera's memory to find out about Sena's whereabouts. Although many magicians respected Sena, no one could cope with the material for countless experiments right before their eyes. Eugene had heard that only the Supreme Witch's scripture was available in Acreon, and he wondered where the other parts were. The mayor replied that only the original scripture was there because Madame Sena had extracted the middle and lower scripture from the original, leaving only the original and the original scripture. The girl told Eugene that he was an ardent fan of her. The boy replied that everyone admires her, including her. She was surprised that he was so interested since he was from a family of swordsmen. Typically, Lionhearts only admire Vermouth the Great and his comrades. After returning to Aroth, Madame Sena never met the Lionheart family, including Vermouth, the girl said. According to Lionheart's notes, Vermouth changed greatly after returning from Helmid, so much so that I didn't even see my comrades. Sena, Anissa, and Moron all met again only because of Vermouth's funeral. Although he was unsociable, the fact that he did not meet with anyone after returning, as well as what was happening with the Lionheart family, all this seemed too strange for Eugene. Sena had said anything about her companions. The girl replied that she called Fearless Moron a fool, and she said that she didn't like Madame Anissa. Eugene wondered what she thought about Hamel. The mayor replied that Sena, to put it mildly, did not speak very well of Gamel, and at that moment the boy asked about the sophistication and elegance she was talking about. The girl replied that even an elegant person can have a couple of skeletons in his closet. Whenever Madame Sena talked about companions, she looked like she was about to cry. Especially talking about Gamel, she suffered, which surprised Eugene. Eugene was interested in what Madame Sena was saying about Vermouth. But she told the mayor absolutely nothing about Vermouth, neither praised, nor called names, nor judged. She just kept silent. Looking at her portrait, Eugene said that it was exactly the same as the one in Sena's mansion. The girl said that the smile in the portrait is fake. Madame Sena had never smiled like that, and when the mayor was talking to her to take on her character, she decided to ask her about it. She asked her why she always hangs portraits with her smile if she is always sad. Sena answered her, if people see this portrait for generations, then they will only see a smile, because they don't need to see a face full of sadness. The mayor could not leave Acreon and never left it, and did not see it personally, but she knew that the same one hung in Madame Sena's mansion. And in this portrait, the artist painted her smile without permission, so Madame Sena didn't really like it. The mayor was sad about this, but she said that such a smile was better than not seeing her at all. Seeing how sad the girl was from all this, Eugene wanted to support the girl, but the mayor said that she did not need support, for which the boy asked for forgiveness. She told Eugene that although she was shorter, she had lived more than him by a full 200 years, and she hated being treated like a child. The girl revealed that in Sena's hall there were not only the witch's writings, but also the magical equipment that she used. The magical staff that was there was her favorite. When Eugene saw it, he recognized it as being made of acacia wood. The mayor knew very well that the boy would recognize this staff. Acacia is the most powerful magical instrument in the world, made from the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree growing in the center of the forest. They say that the fairy tree grows only in the great forest of Samara, the homeland of the elves. Elves believe that the tree contains the spirits of their ancestors and maintains peace. The mayor said that the mighty elves cut off one of the roots of that tree in order to make this staff and give it to Madame Sena. Sena is not an elf, not even a half-elf. She is just a human, but even so, she was closely related to them. She did not know her parents since they abandoned her in the great forest of Samara in the great jungle in the southern region of the continent. There she was found by an elf passing by who heard Sena's cry and took her with her. This is how Sena came to the kingdom of the elves. The other elves didn't like Sena very much, but when they learned about her incredible talent, they accepted the girl and taught her magic. Madame Sena was the first owner of a staff made from the roots of that tree, and the red stone built into the staff is the heart of the dragon. There are only 2 such magical staffs in the world, which were created using the hearts of dragons. Eugene knew of the existence of 2 such specimens. One of them was Madame Sena's acacia, and the second was Bloody Mary. And the man who now has Bloody Mary, one of the 3 magicians who entered into a contract with the demonic king of imprisonment, his name is Count Edmund Codret from Helmut. 300 years ago, the owner of Bloody Mary was a lich named Belial. He was a subordinate of the demonic king of imprisonment. Eugene was angry because he was the one who killed him in his previous life. Fighting the demon king of imprisonment was much more difficult than fighting the other demon kings. The demons there were strong enough to compare them to demon kings. 3 of them were especially strong with serious weapons, a dagger, a shield, and a staff of imprisonment. When Eugene overcame the shield of imprisonment, he received a serious wound, and after the battle with Belial, there was a huge wound in his chest. The boy asked the mayor if he could hold the staff. She allowed, but said that he would not be able to use its power. Acacia recognized only Madame Senu as its owner. When she left, many magicians tried to take possession of the staff, but no one was able to gain his recognition. Acacia didn't even try to accept the magic Eugene used. He was upset because he thought the staff would recognize him since he was seen as video image. The boy believed that Acacia would be better against the background of the pendant that Sina left him. The mayor suggested that Eugene liked Sina, but he replied that this was not entirely true. She called him a liar because she noticed that when he talked about her, his eyes sparkled, and he was also very attentive when looking at her things. But Eugene said he just likes to hear old stories. She was glad to hear this because she had something for him, something that he might like. The mayor was talking about a book with an interesting story that she went to get for him. This book is about the adventures of the great warrior Vermouth. Eugene even blushed when she handed it to him. Since Madame Sena did not like to talk about what happened in Helmut, this book was the first to tell the legends of the great Vermouth. Eugene told the mayor to put the book away. She was surprised by this reaction and wondered why he was acting this way. He was angry because in this book they made Hamel completely different from what he really was. And since he liked Sir Hamel and the boy respected him more than all the rest of Vermouth's comrades, he did not want to read it. The mayor said that this book is original and it should be different from all versions. This book had an unknown author who first wrote it 300 years ago. The girl interested him in this story and he still decided to take the book. Gamel was stupid. He challenged Vermouth to a duel every time they saw each other. The boy was not able to touch a hair of Vermouth in the duel, losing to him over and over again. Reading this, Eugene realized that although he was a loser, it definitely touched him. Once he even dropped a drop of blood. The boy assumed that Anissa wrote it. The mayor noticed that Eugene was interested in Gamel the Reckless and said that she had something else. The boy did not understand what she meant, but the mayor said that if he followed her, he would see it. She showed magical hologram figures in the form of Vermouth and his comrades, and she said that Madame Sena retrieved these images from her memory. They were exactly 1:1:1 in real size. She decided to introduce them to Eugene. The handsome man standing in the middle is Vermouth the Great, and the beautiful girl who smiles like a stingray is Saint Anissa. The one who seems to be a troll, but also seems to be a man, is Moron the Fearless. And that bandit, in whose gaze one can read the desire to grow up, is Hamel the Reckless. Ironically, he was almost forgotten by history, and only in the Sena Hall can his image be seen. The boy called him handsome, to which the mayor replied that Vermouth was indeed beautiful. He corrected her words, calling Vermouth a bad word, saying that Hamel was handsome, which surprised the girl very much, adding that Vermouth was not bad, but he liked Hamel better, and he admired him. That the girl was completely speechless, because she didn't think that anyone could love Hamel more than Vermouth the Great himself. She told him that the last traces of Sena were on floors 12 through 14. Eugene was more interested in what was on the latter. The 13th floor contains research records and memories of Madame Sena's plans since the founding of Acreon, and she added that at the moment the boy would not be able to understand them. There were also research books on the 14th floor, but they had explanations and were easier to understand. Despite the difficulty, Eugene said that they would all be much easier than the witch's writings. The girl said that it's difficult to put it into words. You have to try. The witch's writings are a method of optimizing magic in circles that will make Eugene's magic increase. And to simplify the technique for the sake of efficiency, you should not cast spells. Eugene did not fully understand how, through practice, the division of consciousness could be used so that magic could penetrate the body and be stored in it. The mayor said that the most amazing thing is the perfect control of the magic circle, and the method of magic in the witch's writings was far superior to the ordinary circle of magic. He uses all the magic to gain great power. Eugene understood absolutely nothing of what she told him. The mayor said that if he had understood everything the first time, the writings of the witch would not be called the greatest book of magic in history. Eugene didn't understand what he needed to do to read them. She explained that you need to close your eyes and reach out, then insert your magic directly into the witch's writings. This is the method by which he will be able to read them. He did everything exactly as the mayor explained. His magic came into contact with the scriptures. But he didn't succeed, and the boy didn't understand what he had done wrong, after which it became dark around, as if someone had turned off the lights. He still managed to get into the witch's writings. It felt like a dream to Eugene, but it was different. Looking at his body, he realized that he could not move, as if he had sleep paralysis, but he did not have any hallucinations that occur in nightmares. Eugene felt exhausted, after which a magical sea appeared around him. Having dived into it, the boy saw many magic circles. When Eugene came to his senses, he woke up on the floor without understanding what had happened. He wondered if he did anything strange. Laughing, the mayor replied that he had fainted. The girl told Eugene not to worry, since many magicians were very frightened after entering the witch's scriptures, but he just fainted for 2 hours. The mayor said that for the first time, the mistress of the White Magic Tower, Melkid El Hayaya, and the owner of the Blue Magic Tower, Hayridad, nodded. They were both very scared. El Hay's diaper jokes, and he knew she was speaking from experience about it. The mayor was wondering how his first entry into the descriptions of a witch was. Eugene replied that it was difficult, and he still doesn't understand, as if something in his subconscious told him what it could be. But using his knowledge and skills, the boy could not understand. He said that inside the huge circle there were many little ones, and he liked to watch their movements, but he will be able to understand this only after reaching 9 circles. The mayor confirmed this, since Madame Sena, when creating the magic circle method, had 9 stars, but even here she did not stop in her research. Therefore, she overcame her own limitations through practice. Only Madame Sena managed to reach the stage of the magic circle called the bottomless abyss. And after the writings of the witch, many of the magicians set a goal to reach the bottomless abyss, but no one was able to pass the barrier in the form of 9 circles. And if Eugene manages to use magic inside the circle without losing a single drop, while controlling all the magic, then his circle will split and begin to rotate. This was called ideal management. And although it will be very difficult to create a bottomless abyss, if it succeeds, all magic will become easy to use. Even the abyssal fireball is much stronger than the 9th circle hellfire. And so, by creating such a strong source of magic, Madame Sena was unrivaled. And although it won't be possible to check, her strength would be enough to defeat all the demonic kings. This made Eugene think that after that battle in Helmud, the girl was not just having fun, but improving her magical abilities. And even the rest of his team became stronger, but he did not understand why they retreated in that battle. Descending from the upper floors of the library, Robarian and Elhai were waiting for Eugene. Robarian wondered what the boy's impressions were of the magical writings of Acreon. He was delighted, but it would take him years to understand just one book with his current knowledge. This didn't make him very happy. Elhaya told Eugene that even he was smart. It would take him years to study, since everything that was there represented centuries of study of magic. Afterwards, she again tried to ask him Vinid, and said that for this he would help him study 10 magic books. Thinking about this proposal, Eugene understood that magical books were not the most expensive thing that was there. And he asked Elhaya if he had anything more valuable to offer in return. For example, some useful item. She appreciated his ability to come to an agreement in negotiations. In return, the girl offered a staff that could make it easier for him to control his magic and simplify his technique. Robarian also decided to get into their conversation, offering his help since he had a considerable number of excellent staves, and he could lend him what he liked. This is what the boy thought about. His interventions did not please the Elhai. Robarian did not understand why she was so greedy, because she already had concluded contracts with 2 spirits. The girl asked if he was afraid of what if she manages to conclude a contract with the king of the wind spirits, and she starts destroying everything around her, to which Robarian replied that he was afraid. Elhaya was angry with him that after so many years of friendship, he still didn't know her well. After all, the girl did not want to have anything to do with Arat's politics or anything like that. Robarian did not know what to expect from Elhaya when she acquired such a powerful force. The girl swore to Robarian with her magic that even if she managed to conclude a contract with the king of the wind spirits, she would not change. Since she swore by her magic, Robarian was calm that everything would be fine. Elhaya was angry with him because he forced her to swear that everything would be safe. After some thought, Eugene came to the conclusion that he didn't really need the staff. The girl did not like this because she did not plan to give it, but only to borrow it for a while. Eugene did not like these conditions, and he could also borrow Vinid only for a couple of days, with the condition that she would borrow the staff for several years. This infuriated the girl very much, because she was thinking about more favorable conditions. She still thought about the proposal of a year in 1 day. Eugene then proposed 7 years in 1 week. He wondered if she really wanted this. Elhaya replied that very much. Maybe the boy didn't know because he was Lionheart, but she said that for her and other Wind Spirit interrupters, this one was the greatest, because he fought side by side with Vermouth the Great. Interrupting again, Rebarian again offered the staff, which infuriated Elhaya, and she asked him to politely close his mouth. But this did not stop him, and he said that the mistress of the White Magic Tower possessed a very valuable and incredible artifact, which, of course, the girl did not want him to tell. Eugene really wanted to hear what she had there. Rebarian said that the girl had the Sword of Darkness available. Elhaya asked him to remain silent about this. Rebarian did not understand such a violent reaction from the girl, because she had not used it for about 10 years. She, in turn, said that she sacrificed something very valuable to get the cloak. He wondered, isn't the best solution to give to someone who needs it? Eugene became very curious. What kind of cloak of darkness is this? Elhaya replied that he was nothing special other than a fluffy fabric that you could throw over yourself, and there was nothing else special about it. Rebarian said that the cloak contained magic of the highest level. It is similar to Gaidon's shield, which was gathering dust in the Lionheart treasury, its ability to repel attacks, which the girl denied. Also, the cloak was enchanted with advanced magical protection. It could repel an attack of the 5th level of the circle. It also has subspace magic, adding that if a boy uses different types of weapons, he should like it since he can store equipment in his cloak. Elhaya was very angry with Rebarian for such a setup. Eugene liked the stories about the cloak and said that he would take it instead of the staff. But first, he wanted to warn the Patriarch, and only then make the exchange. Elhaya was not in a good mood, and told the boy that she had not yet agreed on the deal. Sina's writing did not feel very well and suggested that Sir Rebarian go have a snack together. He didn't mind, especially since he knew a good place where rich people went to eat and where the food tasted great and looked even better. Just then, Eugene remembered that he had never seen the kingdom of Erod at night. While Rebarian called the carriage, the boy did not understand what or who Elhaya was waiting for. She was just making a decision about the cloak and said if he really wanted it, she could borrow it. The boy replied that he should not rush because he was hungry and he needed to persuade the Patriarch about the request of the poor magicians. After this, the girl became so furious that she screamed at the top of her voice and even scared Sir Rebarian and Eugene. Gillard was not against the exchange of Eugene. He only said that when Vinid was loaned, the caretaker of the Lionhearts should be present and a special person should make the transfer. They were waiting for people to come in order to make a deal. Eugene was surprised to see the cloak of darkness on El High. The girl started bragging about how cool it was, but Eugene replied that it would look much cooler on him. She was infuriated by the boy's statements. Eugene said that she should be happy since they had come to a common agreement together. She was interested in who the caretaker was, because it was probably not the Patriarch. Eugene replied that the Patriarch's younger brother Keon, and a detachment of his guards. This was the first time they had borrowed the Lionheart treasure. There was one problem that Elhaya realized. These were the guards who acted like faithful dogs. Guardians of family laws, Black Lions of the Lionhearts, and they have many names. But as the girl said, their role was not much different from faithful dogs. They respected the laws of the family even more than gods. A year ago, Keon joined the Order of the Black Lion Knights, and this was not something surprising, since he has enough skills and he followed in the family footsteps, so there were not many paths for him. The Order of the White Lion Knights serves only the main family, while the Order of the Black Lion Knights was subordinate to all Lionhearts, and they are ruled by the Senate. These are those who, regardless of the family branch, left their names in the history of the Lionhearts. Even Gillard, being the Patriarch, does not reach those old men from the Senate. For 4 years spent in the family's main house, Eugene never managed to see them. The Order of Knights was selected from the most loyal and excellent Lionhearts. There was also the Senate, which personally commanded them. Eugene was curious how strong they were, and now a carriage has already arrived to them to resolve the issue of handing over the sword. Looking at the arriving carriage, Elkaya called it a show. Eugene thought that she respected the great Vermouth, but she spoke out like that. She respected him, but she didn't really like the Lionheart family, because this is the main family, which prevailed over other families because of its fear. She was admired by Elhai. Rebarian asked the girl not to express herself like that in their presence. If she really wanted to borrow Vinid, she had to avoid anything that might anger them. She responded that she preferred honest exchanges and more open behavior. The girl didn't really want to give away her expensive cloak, but Eugene asked her not to stain his cloak with snot. And then the carriage door began to slowly open. Eugene did not immediately recognize the girl coming out of there. It was T-Sil, and he asked her what she was doing there. Sil replied, since her mother's birthday is coming soon, she came to buy a gift. And besides, Sil was interested in how he was doing. Eugene couldn't believe something about the birthday, and it's more likely that she came for another reason. Keon was glad to see Eugene. He greeted him loudly before leaving the carriage. An old man came out after him and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that not much time had passed since their last meeting, and they could hug, and then they should get down to business. Eugene didn't know this old man, but from just one look he knew that he was strong. From his posture and huge physique, the boy realized that he was a spearman. And this man is a magician. Eugene expected his presence. He arrived because of Vinid's deal and problems with Lori. And behind them was a girl, whom Eugene also didn't know, but the boy assumed that she was a hand-to-hand fighter since she had neither a spear nor a sword. This girl was familiar with Rebarian, and she had heard about his achievements in becoming the master of the Red Tower. Rebarian replied that 20 years ago, when they met, he already said that he could achieve this. The girl had already forgotten about it, since it was a long time ago, and everything else was fine with her. Approaching Eugene, she recognized the boy. He immediately showed respect by making a small bow in her honor. She introduced herself as his great-aunt. Her name was Carmena Lionheart, but she asked not to call her that. The boy was surprised to learn that he had a great-aunt who was Gillard's aunt. Remembering Rebarian and Melkith, Eugene was not surprised that she looked so young for her age. The only thing he didn't understand was why a person of such status had come such a way. Since it was cool outside, Rebarian invited everyone to go inside. Representatives of the Lionhearts were invited to the table to exchange the blade. Carmena is the younger sister of the previous patriarch, who did not marry and remained in the residence of the main family. And after that, she joined the Order of the Black Lion Knights. She was the third commander. Nathan Lionheart, vice captain of the 3rd Legion, comes from a different family. Palago Lionheart, a mage from the 3rd Legion, belonged to the magical family line of the family. He is responsible for the exchange of valuables. Palago said that under the terms of the deal, for every day of wielding the sword, Eugene gets a year of wielding the Cloak of Darkness. He asked the mistress of the White Tower if she agreed with the agreement, to which she agreed. Palago gave her a magical contract, which the girl had to familiarize herself with. Elhaya noticed a clause that said that if Vinid was destroyed, an appropriate payment would be made for it, and she wondered what that meant. Carmena told the girl that she would have to pay with her life. Since Vinid's storm sword is a treasure they cannot value, and if she wants to borrow it, she will have to risk the blade breaking. Elhaya replied that her life also has value and cannot be valued with money. Palago asked them to calm down and said that there was no need to put their lives on the line. He respected the girl as his fellow magician and believed that she would not make such a mistake as breaking Vinid. But if it is destroyed, the problem will be solved differently. Elhaya was outraged that in this case they would have more rights and advantages. Carmena told the girl that if she didn't like the conditions, no one forced her to agree, having added, if not for the patriarch, she would not have come for this. Elhaya did not believe that they came only to make a deal. She was sure that there was another reason. Camilla confirmed her guesses and said that there was another reason. She promised to meet with Balzac Lodbeth to discuss the issue with him about Lo Dd and also to interrogate the dark magician in the Arota prison. Rebarian, in his last conversation with Sir Gillard, condemned that they would adhere to the laws of Erot, but since they did not follow this, he wanted to know why. Carmena replied that the patriarch told them to follow the instructions, but the Senate thought otherwise, and this incident tarnished the glorious name of the Lionheart family, and therefore the man from the Dark Magic Tower is obliged to pay. Eugene was surprised. The boy had never seen anyone carry such a heavy and uncomfortable watch. Elhaya also became interested in why she carried a pocket watch with her if she had a wristwatch. Ignoring the girl's question, Carmena said that she had received permission from the king and the Parliament of Arat. With this permission, she would be able to interrogate that magician. Eugene guessed that in order to obtain such permission, it was necessary to pay such a large sum of money that Parliament simply could not refuse. Carmena urged Elhaya to quickly give an answer about Vinid. She knew that it would take her 3 hours to activate Vinid and make a contract with the Wind Spirit King, and in the worst-case scenario, she would receive the cloak in 2 months, after which the girl signed a contract to exchange the cloak for the sword. Elhaya was very happy about the exchange, and Eugene was already trying on the cloak. Carmena appreciated Eugene's new outfit and especially liked the fur around the collar, which reminded her of a lion's mane. She added that the color did not match the cloak. White would have been more suitable. It would have resembled the white flame method, telling Eugene that he looked like a black lion knight. Eugene didn't know whether to take this as a compliment or as criticism from the outside. Sil whispered to Eugene to give Carmena a cloak to try on. The boy didn't understand why he should give it to her since she didn't ask, but Sil explained that thus making compliments, she wanted a raincoat. After listening to Sil, Eugene gave Carmena a cloak to try on. Throwing on her cloak, she immediately began to pose, admiring his beauty. Handing it back to Eugene, she said that it would be better if it had a lion design on the chest and the lion heart symbol on the back. Elhaya did not like this fashion show from Carmela, and she reminded Eugene that this was not a gift, but only a short time of use. This behavior of the lion heart representatives, Kian called Kill to get ready, but the girl said that she wanted to wait for Eugene. While walking around the kingdom with Kill, Eugene asked her to tell Ching to get rid of the magazines with the cat girls he was hiding under his pillow, what she didn't expect from her brother. And Eugene was afraid that when he returned home, the maid's uniform might include cat ears. Sil was disgusted by this, and she said that she would tell her mother. The boy asked not to tell his mother, but simply to hint to Tsign that cat ears were not what their servants needed. She asked what ears he liked. Eugene didn't understand how their conversation got to this point. The girl hinted that he also liked ears, but Sil herself preferred her usual ones, after which she suggested going for a gift for her mother. Eugene did not understand why he should go for a gift for Lady Anitzela, because he did not even know her, but the girl insisted that he go with her. He saw no point in accompanying Sil, since he did not like to waste time. The girl did not want Eugene to leave her to walk alone in a place where she had never been, but he replied that she was no longer a little girl and could well have chosen the gift herself. She told him not to talk. He would still go with her. Eugene agreed only because he did not want to offend her. Kill remembered that it was Eugene's birthday, and she was wondering how he celebrated it. The boy replied that he did not celebrate, and spent the whole day in the library studying magic. Speaking of gifts, Eugene said that Sir Rebarian and Lady Hera wanted to give him a gift, but he refused. Sil wondered who Hera was. "This is the magician of the Red Tower," the boy answered. Eugene suspected that Kill had come all this way, not only for gifts. She didn't expect him to figure it out so quickly. Sil said that since Tsai is trying to follow in the footsteps of the patriarch, he wants her to be his mentor, and the girl did not want to become the patriarch. And it looks like her mom wanted to organize her wedding. But this is not what Kill wanted. She did not want to be in the residence of the main family, just to become an ordinary lady. Eugene assumed that she wanted to join the Order of the Black Lion Knights. Sil wanted to study with Lady Carmina, but she lacked the skills. Hearing the boy say it was good, she wondered what he meant. He replied that he liked that she was trying to do something on her own, and not just suck her parents' money. And then he asked how Tsane was doing. She replied that he often talked about Eugene, and he wondered how many stars he had reached. The boy still had 3 stars. Their number had not changed since his departure, and Tsane still had 2. Eugene wondered if she knew anything about Laud. The girl only heard that he had returned home. And apparently Lady Theanis was looking for a magician to teach him at home. It seemed like she was still going to teach him magic despite what he had done. Since Laud still had no intention of becoming a patriarch, they decided to let him do what he wanted. Sil suggested ending this conversation and offered to go get something to eat and asked if he knew any good places. He warned her that there are many such places, but it will not be as tasty as at home. The girl was happy to have a snack together and everything tasted just right to her. Eugene said that when eating out, it's not just the taste, but also the atmosphere. Carmena and Nathan came to prison to extract information from the same dark magician who did this to Laud. Carmena said that he really didn't know anything since he didn't split. Nathan saw the oddity in the fact that a low-level dark magician decided to contact the Lionheart family. Carmena thought either he was crazy or knew no fear. She believed that he was desperate to do such a thing. Gevid practiced dark magic decades ago, but never achieved anything, Nathan said. Carmena said if he died, his soul would become the property of the demons, and he would not be able to be reborn. That is why he went to extremes. He thought that even if it put him in a difficult situation, he would be able to get away with it, using the power that he would receive from selling Laud's soul. She heard that the Night Witch, Queen Zabella of Noir, was not involved in this. Carmena asked Balzac Ludbert what he thought about this. It seemed to Balzac that she blamed him for all this, because he did everything for their cooperation, anything that would show the sincerity of his apology. She really thought he was behind it. Balzac understood why she thought so, but he asked what, then, was the benefit for him in this matter. And if he was behind this incident, he would cover his tracks so that no relative of the Lionheart family would know. He would get rid of all the little things and insignificant details. He told Lady Carmina that he had many enemies, and His Majesty, the great King of Imprisonment, blessed him with trust and love, for which he was grateful. And in Helmud, there are many who do not like that he is treated so well. Balzac believed that whoever hated him probably did it to create misunderstanding. Carmena said that without evidence, these are just words, but Balzac also had no evidence that would say that he was guilty. Balzac noticed that not only was he at a disadvantage, but so were the Lionhearts. She didn't like him talking so openly about the Lionhearts, and she asked if he was capable of taking responsibility and being punished for everything he said. Balzac said, as a devoted servant of the demonic king of captivity, he loved the Lionhearts as much as his majesty. That's why he apologized so sincerely and cooperated. But since no one canceled human feelings, Balzac was upset by their accusations. He accepted that they didn't show him any respect, but he didn't like the things they said about him and his majesty, the demon king. Carmena didn't want to cause trouble on foreign soil. Balzac offered his help in which no one would notice anything. She answered so that no one would notice anything. It was enough that he was alive and unharmed. But it was worth noting that one of the Lionhearts clearly wanted to spoil the reputation of the main family, and since they couldn't find out anything, so she suspected him. And as he said many times, he was not to blame for this situation, and there was no point in him doing something like that. Carmena believed him. She wondered what about the incubus who was trying to make a contract with Laud. Balzac replied that this was an unpleasant sight, adding that she had seen many unpleasant scenes in her life, and one of them was in front of her. Because Carmena insisted, he used magic to create a cylinder of darkness, and he said that his majesty, the demonic king of imprisonment, took their souls, but offered to give them back to her. What did she refuse? Since the matter was over, she ordered her people to return. As she left, she warned Balzac never to get involved with Eugene Lionheart. He said that the only one who can control his actions and decisions is the demonic king of imprisonment. Looking Lady Carmena in the eyes, he said that she had no right to tell him what to do. She asked Keon what he thought about all this. Carmena said that she suspects Amelia Mavrin. She was jealous of the position of Master of the Dark Magic Tower, and the King of Imprisonment allows those who entered into a contract with him to do whatever they want. Keon wondered if Amelia did it. Then Nahama was also involved. Carmena suggested that the war would begin in a few years. They will most likely attack Turat first, since Nahama has always had problems with him. And that Kiel will have to gather all his resources due to the actions of Nahama and Leonharta is no exception. Amelia was counting on exactly this, and it could happen without any incident and without a conspiracy, as Gevid said. Carmena asked Keon what would have happened if she had ignored Balzac's provocation earlier. Keon believed that if he had to fight him, everyone including Lady Carmena would die. She considered it modesty. Keon replied that he was not suitable for fighting mages. Carmena admitted that she was unsure of her victory, and therefore did not fight him. And Laud will be watched. The Black Lion headed to the Theonis residence. They will not kill him, since he is from the main family, but they will not make mistakes, and all the boys' rights will be revoked. She also heard that Theonis was looking for a magic teacher for Laud, but it was unlikely that anything would come of it, and if someone is behind this, they will try to contact the boy again. Keon remembered that little boy who loved magic. He didn't understand what happened to him. All Lionheart representatives returned back, having resolved all issues. Before leaving, Syl did not forget and said goodbye to Eugene. Carmena finally asked the boy if he wanted to join the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion. Eugene was surprised by this unexpected proposal. She offered him the position of assistant captain of the 2nd Division. The lady could recommend the boy at any time. Thankful for this opportunity, he declined and wished him a good journey. Eugene asked Rabarian, "Did the mistress of the White Magic Tower say anything?" He replied that she would immediately boast if she signed a contract, but the girl must have had difficulties. Standing at the top of the tower, Elhaya did not understand why it was impossible to summon the king of the wind spirits, because she even sent a message to the world of spirits. She even used magic to maintain her body temperature, all to increase her chances. Trying again, she failed to summon the storm petrel, but she succeeded in summoning another spirit. Elhaya called the king of lightning spirits Levin. She was wondering why he appeared because she did not call him. Temps asked the king of the lightning spirits to tell the girl to stop calling him. Elhaya, learning that the petrel could hear her, said that she was the only one who could conclude a contract with him. She tried again and again, but the lightning spirit king asked the girl to calm down. But since Elhaya disobeyed him again, he rewarded her with a small bolt of lightning, telling the girl that she couldn't give Tempest what he wanted. The Lord of the Winds turned his attention to the realm of demons, in which no one could conquer the desire that he could not forget even after 300 years. Elhaya came to Eugene. The boy did not understand how she managed to become a grandmother in 10 days, and she had not yet signed a contract. But still, he asked if she knew how to make a deal. She was angry at him for his jokes, saying all sorts of things to him. The mayor asked this stooped granny to be quieter in the library. Eugene asked again. Perhaps Tempest asked not to tell her about this deal, but the girl replied that she had no need to lie. The boy calculated that by the end of the day, they would have 10 years. But he did her a favor. If she gives Vinod back right away, then he, as a gentleman, will reduce the debt to 9 years. She handed over the blade and asked him to take care of her cloak of darkness. Eugene read about the leader of the giants, Reed, who was of incredible size. He lived for hundreds of years and was the strongest leader in the entire history of the giant race. Thousands of people fought against hundreds of giants, but in the face of absolute strength, no one would have the courage to fight back such a gigantic race. In the fight against them, the number of warriors did not play a role, especially when Great Vermouth was on the battlefield. The knights who had a high opinion of themselves who came to Vermouth introduced themselves with a rose order, gave their names, to which everyone was all right. They wanted to fight together with Vermouth, but reading this, Eugene realized that they were too weak, and besides, Vermouth did not like fighting in large groups. Vermouth was the only one who could resist those giants. Gamel was also there with Vermouth. Vermouth asked Gamel to take the thug's left hand, but he liked his right hand better since the giant was right-handed. Only the Holy Sword could cope with the life of Kamash, who was protected by the power of the Demon King. The Holy Sword could recognize Vermouth as its master, which is why Vermouth was the only one who could kill him. Even after defeating Kamash, it did not force the giants to retreat. The power of the Demon King interfered with the magic of people, but after his death, it weakened. After which the magnificent Senna came out to defeat all the remaining giants. Eugene was wondering if Sina herself wrote this book about herself. He asked the mayor, because she was described too well and most of the compliments were in her favor, to which the girl replied that she did not write this book. The mayor asked not to insult her mistress because she did not praise herself while writing the book. Even he was not allowed to talk about Sen like that because she didn't write the book. After reading the entire book, Eugene headed to the witch's writings to look there again. The mayor appreciated his desire to learn faster, but she considered it too difficult for someone with such a low level as his. Eugene believed that the more difficult the problem, the better the solution process. She couldn't dissuade him, so she wished him luck in his learning. After the departure of the Order of the Black Lion Knights for the next 10 days, Eugene spent most of his time inside Acreon's library, and he understood that he was still too weak for this, namely for the bottomless abyss, which required the 9th circle. The bottomless abyss is a large circle containing many small circles that endlessly increased in number. Eugene didn't use a regular circle. The boy rotated the stars of white flame to recreate a circle that replaced the real one. And if he manages to create another circle of stars, then he will surpass himself, which he was in his previous life many times over, because that method was used by low-level warriors, and this one was superior to him. When he was Hamel, he improved that method through battles, and Sina helped him in this. This is how he created his own method. Having grown the core, he used magic and then spread it throughout his body. Only with this, Hamel was able to cut off the leg and arm of the giant Kamash. He was even praised by Vermouth the Great himself, calling him a talented warrior. Sina didn't understand how he could buy that very method for money and study using it. Hamel also managed to rise to a high level by using it. Eugene no longer fainted when he looked at the bottomless abyss, and the boy could see the magic moving within him. He knew that he could handle and recreate the bottomless abyss using the white flame method. 2 years later, Eugene turned 19. The boy worked most of the time, learning more and more new things in magic. The mayor asked if Eugene was hungry since it was time for lunch. Although he was hungry, he did not want to lose his attention to the concentrated process. The girl was wondering where Eugene was in such a hurry, because he was just writing his dissertation. She said that it was better to approach things gradually, so fewer mistakes could be made. Eugene replied that he was in no hurry and checked what he wrote to avoid mistakes. He knew what he was doing and was confident in it. The mayor said that it usually takes magicians decades to write a dissertation on their own research, but Eugene replied that he was far from an ordinary magician. She said that was the problem, that he took too long to write it, and he should have stopped and gone into research for 10 years. Looking at her, he called it sweet little mayor's concern. She was outraged because she asked not to call her that, at least because the girl lived 200 years longer than Eugene. Afterwards, he called her little grandmother mayor. The girl was angry with him. For 2 years, Eugene visited the mayor, constantly coming to Acreon. The boy was the only one who came to her. The girl was sad about this, because other magicians saw the scripture once. Those who had once seen them were amazed and shocked. They all tried to understand them, but in the end they failed, and all they did next was create their own magic. Eugene was different because for 2 years he came to Acreon every day, trying to understand the writings of the witch. The mayor was wondering if Eugene, when he finishes his dissertation, will leave the kingdom of Arat. The boy replied that even if he stayed, he did not understand what to do. She suggested to him that when the owner of the Red Magic Tower, Robarian, retires, he can accept Eugene as the tower's master. But the boy did not want to be the tower master. The mayor offered to join the army of courtyard magicians, since Captain Tremple Wizard really wanted to hire him for this position. But Eugene didn't like the fact that this captain was acting too friendly. The prince also liked him. The mayor believed that if Eugene worked for him, he would be respected for decades. The boy appreciated his good attitude towards himself, but it was not for him. She was wondering, since Eugene still could not become a patriarch, why did he so want to return to the Lionhearts? But the boy just wanted to go home. The mayor was surprised at what Eugene had been able to achieve over the years. In just 6 months, he was able to simplify the complex magical dissertations of other magicians and improve his magic in the process. The boy said that the dissertation that he was writing, he did it for himself, to improve magic, and was not going to reveal it to any organizations. No magician can use the white flame circle method. No matter how capable the magician was, it was physically impossible. Robarian told him that since he replaced the usual circle with stars of white flame, it did not mean that someone from his family would be able to easily repeat his path. Robarian also tried to repeat it following his dissertation, but he got stuck at the very first steps, since he had never created a core before or studied the white flame method. Eugene reached the 4th star in the white flame method and successfully added the bottomless abyss to his circle, creating a ring of 4 stars and continuously exploding the magic inside. As Gamel did in a past life, the rotation of the ring of flame stopped the magic that flowed out of the circle. This was the same white flame circle method. Eugene planned to recreate it when he reached the 5th star, but after encountering the witch's writings, he changed his mind. On the 8th floor, in the Hall of Extreme Heat, there was research on the world's strongest firebenders, which Eugene needed to study in order to properly use his Cloak of Darkness. Robarian accepted Eugene as a student and helped him revise and check his dissertation. He also helped fix the basic circle magic spells to work with his flame circle method. Eugene spent most of his time in Acreon, and the remaining time was spent studying magic with Robarian. The 2 years he spent in Erota were harsh for him. Eugene asked the mayor if she was angry that he was leaving, even though she didn't want him to. The girl replied that she was not angry and he could go wherever he wanted, but she herself never had a desire to go anywhere, and even if she wanted to, she could not. And adding that Eugene should leave her alone in this boring, quiet, and lonely place. Saying goodbye to him after so many years they spent together, she was not at all upset. After all, she wasn't even a living person, so she knew that people always did what they wanted. Eugene wondered if she was lying. The girl replied that, having lived 200 years longer than him, she was used to saying goodbye to people. The mayor asked him to talk to her when he left instead of just leaving her without saying a word, like Madame Sena did. Eugene said he would talk to her before leaving. She was annoyed that he was calm about her sincerity and responded without emotion. The mayor wanted him to listen to her and tried to convey to him that adults need to be respected. Having said that, if he stayed in Erota because of her, then she would be very happy. And her character is based on the character of Madame Sena in her youth, and therefore her emotions and behavior could be a little childish. Sometimes she said childish things, and she was stubborn. The girl understood this very well. Although she felt stupid saying all this, because she knew that Madame Sena would not behave like that. And with this behavior, she thought that she was insulting her. Eugene felt like the real Sena would act the same way, but the mayor replied that this could not have happened, and Madame Sena would not have behaved like that. And besides, Eugene had never seen her. The boy was sure that she was exactly the same as Sena. The girl thought that he spoke like that because of the book he read, but she knew another Sena. Interrupting her, Eugene said that his dissertation would soon be completed, and if he didn't rush, he would write it before the end of the summer. She was upset that very soon he would no longer be there. Eugene said he would visit the mayor before he left Aroth, and he had something he wanted to tell her. She did not understand what he wanted to say by this, thinking that these were his jokes again. As he left, Eugene said that he would tell him when the time came. The boy met the captain of the courtyard magicians, Erot. He was very glad to meet Eugene. Eugene guessed what the conversation would be about. Tremple Visador was talking about an unoccupied position in the army of courtyard magicians, and he told Eugene that he could join them at any time, but the boy refused him again. He asked Eugene how the writing of his dissertation went, and he said that he could help him, but before that, he would like to look at her. Of course, he knew that Eugene had a mentor, the master of the Red Magic Tower, but he only specialized in summoning magic, while Tremple Visador was versed in combat magic. The boy did not understand why Tremple Visador needed this, because he did not even know what he was writing about. In his heart, he was infuriated that the boy continued to keep this writing secret and did not show it to the public. But he told Eugene that he taught others well, almost worse than the owners of the magic towers, and he wanted to look at his work. The boy refused such an offer because it would be disrespectful to Robarian. Understanding what the boy was worried about, Tremple said he could keep it a secret, but Eugene wasn't interested. The boy knew that it would be even worse if Tremple found out that he had formed a bottomless abyss. That psycho could even crawl into bed in order to find out about his dissertation. The white flame circle method was not much different from the normal white flame method. Eugene knew that even a great magician like Tremple would not be able to tell the difference. Eugene believed that the ability to hide one's abilities from a high-ranking magician was a great merit. Robarian helped Eugene test the power of magic in the research room. Given the spells he could use, it could be said that he had surpassed the fifth circle. But he understood, judging by the facts, his fourth limit. Eugene knew that the bottomless abyss would not be able to withstand more advanced magic. Perhaps he lacked experience. Robarian didn't think so. He explained that she had reached her limit of containment, and the boy was still not perfectly creating a bottomless abyss with his white flame circle method. Eugene replaced his circle with a core, 4 stars using the white flame method and 4 cores. The number of cores is equal to the number of circles. Every time his white flame method advanced, his white flame circle method also became stronger. He asked Eugene to be careful with this, as the circle method did not have any disadvantages, and the risk could accumulate every time one leveled up, because this was a method of magic that no one had heard of. Robarian asked the boy not to use advanced magic for safety reasons, because, unlike the normal magic circle method, this one allowed him to use high-level magic. He can easily use magic up to the 5th circle, but he warned the boy not to use the 6th circle. Eugene knew this could be dangerous. The boy told Robarian that after writing his dissertation, he planned to return to the Lionhearts, and the master became curious. Where would he go? Eugene said that since childhood he wanted to try the little-known ice crabs of the Luhar kingdom. In the northern territories of the kingdom of Luhar lived a nation founded by the fearless Moron. And when he eats the ice crabs, the boy plans to head to Nahama. He heard that the cactus scorpions there don't taste bad. 200 years ago, Saint Anissa, revered as a saint by the Eurus Empire, set out to travel, not by telling the emperor about his goals. The last place where she was seen was in the center of the Nahama Desert. Robarian did not know that Eugene was interested in foreign tourism, which is why he invited the boy to eat lobster for lunch. They went to a local restaurant that specialized in crustaceans. Eugene never thought that he would meet the Prince of Arad, Hanim Abram, there. He apologized for disturbing their dinner, but he had business with the boy. The prince swore on his name if Eugene remained in Arath, he would reward him with the position of captain of the troops of the court of magicians, telling the boy that it would be difficult to do this now. But 10 years later, when he becomes king of Arath, he will reward him with this position. Robarian warned Hanim Abram that such statements in such public places could cause problems, because the current king was in good health. He replied that he had received a promise about the throne, which is why he is confident in his words. The troops of courtyard magicians obeyed the king, and out of respect for the Senate, Hanim Abram will have to go through some processes, but in 10 years, Eugene will be quite experienced for this. The boy was honored that Hanim Abram thought so highly of him, but Eugene said that he was now strong enough for this proposal. But Hanem knew about this, and said that was all, because he and the master of the Red Magic Tower were hiding well, and he was wondering why. But he knew there must be a good reason for this, so he didn't question the boy. Looking at Eugene, Honaime noticed how his entire body was saturated with magic, and taking this into account alone, he was at least on the 5th circle. Hanim wondered if Eugene had figured out the mystery of the bottomless abyss. Eugene asked if he had to answer this. Hanim took his question as an answer. Thinking, the boy realized that lying to the prince was a bad idea, so he admitted that he did not plan to solve the mystery of the bottomless abyss, adding that it was not because he did not like the proposal of the captain of the court troops or the kingdom of Arat. He simply did not want it. Hanim was confident that with such abilities, Eugene could get a high position anywhere. He believed that the boy alone could not be kept in Arota. He told the boy that Sina had created 3 editions of the witch's writings. One was in Acreon, and the other 2 were kept in the treasury of the royal palace. This news surprised both Eugene and the Red Magic Tower master Robarian. The boy remembered that the mayor said that Sina had 2 more publications. Robarian was outraged and did not understand since when the writings had been kept by members of the royal family. Hanim revealed that Acreons were just copies that Madame Sena gave to them as a symbol of friendship. Even members of the royal family did not know where the 2 original editions had disappeared. Eugene wondered if Hanim would show him the witch's writings, which were kept in the treasury of the royal palace. Hanim replied that even he could not help when it came to the witch's writings, since they were the greatest achievement in the history of magic. But when Hanim becomes king, he can use his power to show them to Eugene, what the owner of the Red Tower could not do for the boy. He thought it was a good idea to detain Eugene by asking the boy what he thought about it, since over the past 2 years, Eugene had fully experienced how incredible the witch's writings were. The first volume was already something excellent for him. He had no idea how different it would be, but this was not enough. He wanted to find other traces associated with Sina, which he had not yet seen. The boy thought he could find clues that even the kingdom of Eroth could not find. And if this was not possible now, then Eugene said that he would look into Arot as soon as the prince ascended the throne, and then it would be possible to continue discussing this topic. Hanim replied to the boy that once his coronation was confirmed, he would send him a letter to notify him. After this, the prince thanked him for his time. The mayor read Eugene's dissertation, which stated that the core and the bottomless abyss were perfectly fused, leaving only the incompleteness that was there in the first place. She understood that even if it was not as good as Sina's bottomless abyss, the white flame method that Eugene did was superior to current magic. The mayor told Eugene how much she admired the work he had done. She understood that although this was far from ideal, it was good for his level. She wondered if he felt it was selfish that he was the only one using this method. Since Eugene had completed his dissertation and was leaving the kingdom of Aratai, the mayor asked him when he was leaving, to which the boy replied, "The day after tomorrow." The mayor thought that because of his character, he would be leaving tomorrow. But Eugene said that he wanted to rest, and besides, the Red Magic Tower said that they would throw a farewell party in his honor. The girl said that it's cool to be him because he can go to a party and everyone will congratulate him. The mayor was sad that she couldn't get there. Eugene reminded her that a couple of months ago he promised to tell her something before leaving, which immediately interested the mayor. But before he told her this, he wanted to check something, asking the mayor if he should convey what he wanted to tell her to someone else, so that they would then convey it to her. She didn't like this, and asked if he suspected her that she could tell about his dissertation or about him in general. Eugene wondered if there was any reason to be suspicious. The mayor said that while Eugene was away, others, including the master of the Green Tower, were driving her crazy. This would be impossible even if the witch's writings were completely dismantled and someone wanted to read them by force, because all the information was stored in the farthest corner of the vault, including all the conversations of the magicians. That is why the mayor could not reveal Eugene's secrets, not because he is special, but because this is a function for the purpose of maintaining security, and until someone destroys the writings, there can be no leakage. Eugene understood that if it was so safe, then he could tell the girl without fear that someone other than her could find out. While the mayor was trying to prove this, Eugene, interrupting her, said that he had been reincarnated. She didn't believe it, thinking it was nonsense, and he was joking. But Eugene repeated this again and said that he still had all the memories of his past life. She didn't understand laughing or being surprised by Eugene's words. Standing near his hologram, Eugene said that in a past life his name was Gamel Dinas the Reckless. The mayor still couldn't believe that this could be true. Eugene asked, "Is it so hard to believe?" As she thought about it, she realized that some things about him were really starting to make sense. Since he was able to realize the bottomless abyss, although he studied magic for only 2 years, he was able to copy her thanks to his feelings and change her form to one that only he liked. And if he remembered his previous life and was a comrade of the great Vermouth and turned out to be Hamel, the mayor said Gamel the Reckless was a unique person in many ways. Eugene told her that Sina the Wise grew up in the forest of elves and learned magic from them. Moron the Fearless was the son of the great chief of the Bayar tribe. The tribe was famous in the cruel northern lands. Anissa, an all-believer, was a candidate for sainthood, and the officials of the Eurus Empire spent their entire lives raising her. And Vermouth the Great was one of the slaves who were dragged away to make an offering to the demon race. He stole the demon sword to try to survive against all odds, and with the very first sword he swung, he cut down dozens of demons and dark magicians who were guarding them. And while he was leading slaves and trying to escape from Helmud, he destroyed hundreds of demonic creatures. The mayor thought that all these were legends to raise the spirit of the people about great heroes. She was upset, thinking it was exaggerated. Although Eugene did not know all the details, most likely these stories were true. The mayor said that Gamel the Reckless was the most unique of all the heroes, but he didn't start out as incredible as Vermouth, and he didn't have a special origin like the others. He simply picked up a sword to survive after his village was attacked and destroyed by monsters. Gamel became a mercenary full of hatred for monsters and demon kings. Despite having a very ordinary background, he was able to grow up and become strong enough to take on the rest of the heroes in just a couple of years. The mayor realized that if Eugene is the reincarnation of Hamel, then she understood where such an insane pace in achievements came from. Although the Hamel that in the books behaved aggressively when it came to the speed of his growth, he had no equal. Eugene said that's not entirely true. He tried to surpass Vermouth, and since he was hopeless at magic, he abandoned it and began to concentrate on what was familiar to him, swords and spears. But he never defeated Vermouth. The mayor believed that Gamel was an absurd monster, a genius. But Eugene didn't see the point in this. Everyone else said about him that he was a genius. All he wanted in his past life was to defeat Vermouth, at least once, but he was never able to do this until his death. The mayor remembered Eugene saying that Gamel was handsome. Now she understood why he said that, but she didn't see him as handsome. The boy replied that he was popular with women then. She didn't understand why Eugene suddenly said this, and she said that if he was waiting for something, then she couldn't help with the search for Lady Sina. But the boy did not tell this in order to get information, but because he knew her for 2 years, and he felt when he first met her that the girl was similar to Sina in both face and character. The mayor replied that it was because she was based on Sina's childhood. Eugene, stroking her, asked if he had crossed personal boundaries. The mayor said that she would forgive him only this time because Gamel was Sina's comrade. Eugene asked the girl if she thought Sina was dead. The mayor was indignant and said that she thought Sina was alive. Eugene also believed that she was not one of those who would leave without leaving a will. He was sure that Sina, Moron, and Anissa lived in this world, and so he was going to find them all, including Sina. The mayor was surprised that he was going to return Madame Sina. He asked the girl if she wanted this, but she wanted it with all her heart, and she missed her very much. In this case, he said that he was all the more obliged to return this old woman who ignored everyone, leaving her familiar for 200 years. The mayor told him not to talk so bad about her, but Eugene replied that he had every right because 300 years ago she said a lot of different things about him. The girl asked Eugene to swear in front of the witch's scripture that in a past life he was Hamel the Reckless. The boy replied that he could, and asked her not to call him rash. Approaching the witch's writings, Eugene swore with his name Laneheart and blood that in the past he was Gamel Dinas. The mayor said that after Lady Senna left, many magicians studied the witch's scripture, and the mayor herself as well, but there was something they never learned. The information recorded in the most secret part of the witch's writings and their conversation will be stored there, and no one in the whole world will be able to find out about it. The mayor was going to tell something that no one knows in Arota. Shortly before Mrs. Sina left, the mayor was with her on this floor of the Acrian library. Sina suddenly fell to the floor and screamed in pain. When the mayor asked her what happened, she replied that her spirit familiar had died. Sina said that someone broke into Gamel's grave, and she was very angry about this news. Eugene was shocked when he learned that he had a grave in his past life. The mayor replied that there was, and that was the first time she had heard about it. Soon after that incident, Lady Sina disappeared, and the girl hid that conversation deep inside the witch's writings. Since she hadn't told anyone about this grave before her disappearance, the mayor didn't want to put her in an awkward position in case there was something that shouldn't have been talked about. But since she found out that the boy was Gamel, she decided that he must know about it. Eugene had never heard of his grave. He thought that his body disappeared due to Beliar's curse, as it is supposed to destroy body and soul. The mayor said that this is usually how it should be, but his soul remained fine and was reborn, which means that his body was also preserved. Eugene suggested that maybe Sina was involved in this. Walking in the evening, Eugene thought about what if Sina made a grave for him and it was hidden somewhere. They usually chose memorable places for this. He wondered where she could be. He didn't think it was the place where he was killed. And then it dawned on him that this could be the place where he was born. From behind him, Eugene heard someone calling him. Realizing who it was, he was not very happy about it. Eugene told Balzac that he knew he was following him and deliberately ignored him. Balzac noticed that every time Eugene saw him, his mood became disgusting, and he wondered if he really irritated him so much. Balzac heard that Eugene was leaving Arat the day after tomorrow to go to Luhar and Nahama. He was worried about this because the northern region of Luhar was very close to Helmud. Eugene didn't understand what he was getting at or what it meant. He meant by this that Lionheart's influence did not operate there as it did in Eroth. Previously, Luhar prohibited the entry of demons and dark magicians, but the royal family changed their decision 5 years ago. And there are many different kinds of demons in Helmud, and some of them do not obey the master, Balzac, the demonic king of imprisonment, and he is not the first such demonic king in Helmud. Eugene suggested that Balzac meant by this that the demonic king of destruction was preparing for a new war. Balzac said that the demonic king of destruction did not like violence, and he also respected the demonic king of imprisonment, and if one of them did not act, then neither would the other. Eugene knew that the demon king of destruction was the strongest of the demon kings. The boy saw him only once in his past life, but he's still not sure what exactly he saw that day. On the wide plain, they saw only a moving red light. No one could even think about killing him, and if Anissa's prayer had not calmed everyone down, they would all have gone crazy. Balzac warned Eugene that this did not mean that if the demon king of imprisonment did nothing and the demonic king of destruction was silent, then the other demons would also be inactive. There are quite a few demons who were irritated by this centuries-old tranquility, and they are not those who like to enjoy the world. Eugene wondered if they could do something to him, despite the peace the demon kings maintained. Balzac replied that there were many who wanted to make noise. And this did not only apply to demons under the control of the demonic king of imprisonment, but demons who serve the demonic king of destruction can expect anything from them. There are also demons with great power who wanted to become the new demon kings. Since there were only 2 demon kings left and 3 empty seats left, Duchess Sibella wanted to take this position. Eugene wondered, why don't they just get together and vote? Balzac replied that if the results were undesirable, they could simply destroy the voting place. Eugene wondered if he could have beaten someone in the role. Night Witch Queen Noire Sibella C, with the skills he had. He understood that there were no guarantees for his victory, and someday he would go to Luhar, but definitely not now. Eugene thanked Balzac for the warning, and he said that he would first go to Nahama and visit Luhar later. Balzac also warned him to be careful in the desert. Eugene was wondering what could be causing the danger. He assumed it was due to sandstorms. Balzac replied that it was because of Amelia Marvin. She was a very powerful dark magician even before she signed a contract with the demonic king of imprisonment. The king allowed Balzac a lot of freedom of action, but Amelia Marvin was allowed much more. Balzac asked Eugene if he met Amelia. He needed to give her an envelope. He added that no matter what Eugene did to her, she would not harm him. Eugene wondered what was in it. Balzac allowed it to be opened. Looking into the envelope, Eugene saw nothing there. The boy told Balzac that it was empty, to which he replied that it didn't matter what was inside. Balzac replied that what was important was that it was written by him personally. He said that he would not be able to help with unexpected dangers that might arise in Nahama, but could cope with Amelia Marvin's negative nature. Eugene wondered what was wrong with that envelope. Balzac said that it would be strange if Eugene suddenly stopped treating dark magicians with suspicion, but he asked to still accept this kind gesture of kindness from him. Eugene thought that Balzac was too nice to him, and this made him feel a little uneasy. He realized that this really sowed something wrong and suspicious in the boy's direction, because he tried so hard to help him. But he still asked to accept this envelope, because all he wanted was to build a good relationship with Eugene. With this gesture, he was trying to somehow hint to him that he wanted to become his friend. Since he insisted so much, Eugene nevertheless decided to accept his letter with gratitude. The boy was grateful for this and should have invited him to tomorrow's farewell ceremony, but he did not want to do this and told Balzac not to come, warning that if he really came to his farewell tomorrow, he would not feel very good. Balzac told Eugene not to worry and he would not come there. The boy thanked him for his understanding and was impressed by his wisdom. The next day, everyone Eugene invited gathered for the farewell ceremony. The Blue Tower magician was wondering why the boy invited him to say goodbye. They didn't know each other at all, and he asked, "What about the other magic tower masters?" He didn't know them either, but still didn't invite them. Eugene asked him if he didn't understand why he was invited. The master of the Blue Tower said that there was no point in avoiding the master of the Green Tower and the captain of the courtyard magicians, that they behaved this way only because he was very talented. He understood that since the boy called him, he considered him not so talented. Although he wanted to train Eugene, he was not so unscrupulous as to steal the disciple of the master of the Red Tower. There was another reason why Eugene didn't invite the Green Tower Master, because the Red Tower Master didn't like his presence either. The boy asked him to tell about the Master of the Dark Tower, because he heard that in the past, Balzac was in the Blue Magic Tower, and he was in the same group of students as the Master of the Blue Tower. The Master of the Blue Tower said that Balzac was always mysterious and incomprehensible. More than 10 years ago, Balzac was supposed to become the next owner of the Blue Tower. He was a magician who could be called exceptional, but suddenly he left the tower and went to Helmud. At that time, the master of the Blue Tower was weaker than Balzac and was only able to woo the master because he left. 10 years later, Balzac became a dark magician. He moved to the Dark Magic Tower and became the master of this tower, as he received great support from all the dark magicians. He became the most outstanding tower master in the entire history of the Blue Magic Tower. But it seems that this was not enough for him, and Balzac will not be able to surpass the demonic king, since this is impossible. The master of the Blue Tower heard that Eugene was going to Nahama. He said that the desert was a nasty place and gave him advice that it was better to hide the fact that he was Lionheart. Eugene said his teacher told him the same thing. He told the boy that Nahama's killers, who operate in the shadows, have stopped hiding. Of course, he doubted that they would try to engage Lionheart, but it would be better not to attract their attention. Eugene said he'll take note of that. The next day, the boy stepped onto the sand of the Nahama Desert. He knew that the cape would attract a lot of attention, but luckily it was equipped with transformation magic, which responds to the feelings of its owner, taking care of both external temperature and body temperature. Roberian gave Eugene a magical map, the coordinates of which were tied to the place where the boy stood, and it told him where he was. He was in the western part of Nahama. If he went north, he would see Turat. Eugene wanted to first find his grave and go to his hometown, which was located on the border of Turat, but he did not see the need for this. Over the past 300 years, the Nahama Desert has expanded little by little, an unnatural sandstorm slowly consuming the surrounding lands. That is why Hamel's hometown became part of the desert. Turat is a small country that had no choice but to give up the area, which became a desert due to the disaster of a sandstorm. After this, the desert territories passed to Nahama. The process of becoming part of the desert through a sandstorm was caused by sandbenders. 300 years ago, demon kings caused chaos, causing demons to attack and monsters to go crazy. Nahama took advantage of the war and attempted to invade the Keel Empire, but failed. In a past life, Eugene also hated this country, and 300 years later, his opinion has not changed. In this case, the boy began to want to find his grave. As Eugene walked through the desert, 5 people watched him through binoculars. They thought it was unusual because when strangers were forced to cross the desert, they hired a guide, a guard, or even a whole caravan. But Eugene came alone, without even taking a camel. One of them suggested that it was part of the ceremony. He heard that the boy was 19 and would become an adult next year. Their tribe had a coming-of-age ceremony. They sent young men away from the tribe when they reached a certain age. One of them doubted that the great Lionheart would trudge through the desert for some kind of ceremony. They had orders not to let the boy set foot on the lands of the Kajani Desert. This was an exact order, but they were never told the reason why to do this. They hoped that the Lionhearts were truly as impressive as they were said to be. They appreciated how cheerfully Eugene moved through the desert, as if he had been born there. But through binoculars, they noticed that the boy was running towards them. They kept at a decent distance on purpose so that he would not understand that he was being followed. He could only notice them with the help of binoculars. Eugene ran using the white lion mane technique very quickly. Since he was approaching too quickly, they realized that it was too late to retreat. They decided to defend themselves in the hope that the boy would think that they were ordinary robbers. And if they turned out to be stronger, they thought about robbing him, and perhaps then Eugene would give up his goal. They were all armed and took positions to protect themselves. Looking at their inept disguise, it became clear to Eugene that they were not assassins. Judging by their clothes, they looked like ordinary travelers. The boy saw that one of them had a soul sword. He understood that if they were capable of creating a sword that was much stronger than ordinary sword magic, then it was likely that this was an experienced swordsman. Eugene had not felt this way for a long time, because for the last 2 years he had wielded his pen much more than his sword. Learning magic was quite fun, but the boy loved physical activity much more. They surrounded the boy, and he had nowhere to run. The only way was... Eugene activated 5 circles of magic to deal with them all at once. The robber was surprised that Eugene was able to cast spells without reciting spells. The boy dealt with 4 without even touching them in an instant. Having defeated all his comrades, only one remained, their leader, whom Eugene left for last. Eugene was serious, and he asked the leader who they were and what they forgot there. Looking from under his forehead, their leader said that they were ordinary bandits. He said in disbelief that the people of Negama are damn strong. If some pathetic bandits were capable of using the soul sword, and if some 100 bandits are so strong, then the local people should have acquired soldiers so that they could protect them from the bandits. It was incredible, Eugene said, because with such power they could easily crush the entire continent under themselves. The leader replied that they were a little special, but Eugene threatened him if he didn't tell the truth. It would be bad, adding that if he does not tell the truth, the boy will find a way to get all the information he needs. The leader was surprised that the boy of the Lionheart family looked so young. He imagined him older. Also, this thirst for blood, he didn't remind him of a spoiled boy at all. After which Eugene disappeared in the blink of an eye, so quickly that the leader did not understand where he had gone. And suddenly out of nowhere he attacked him, which he did not expect. He assumed that the boy also had a soul sword, but if his flow of magic did not falter after colliding with the soul sword, it meant that he had the same level of powers or even higher. He didn't understand where Eugene was. Did he assume that he had disappeared from sight in a cloud of sand? Or were they magic missiles? Since he did not understand where the boy was, and to protect himself, he activated a magical shield, which Eugene easily broke through. The leader thought that the boy had such strength with 1-star level of magic missiles, and now Eugene's blade will overtake the leader. But after moving away, Eugene decided to spare him and began to laugh at him. The boy's ridicule angered the leader, and he decided to take revenge on him by rushing at him. Eugene liked it. It was the first time he fought with someone after reincarnation who had the soul of a sword. Although the boy would like to see more bloodlust in his attacks, Eugene played with him, easily dodging all his attacks, and the leader could not hit him even once. The boy decided to hide the sword to make his task easier. The leader was surprised by this action, saying that he had not lost yet. Eugene didn't need a sword to deal with it. Slaying him with his bare hands, the boy wondered who sent him after him. But since he remained silent and did not say anything, Eugene took drastic measures on him. One of the leader's companions approached Eugene asking him to let him go, starting to tell him that Tari al-Madani had sent them. He said that this was Sir Tari al-Madini, the emir of Kajitan, their master. Eugene realized that the city with the western gate that he passed through meant that this leader was a subordinate of Lord Kajitan. The master ordered them to pursue young Master Eugene, and they had to get to Kajani. He really asked to let his captain go since he told everything he knew. Having released the captain, Eugene realized that what had previously been the homeland of Gamel was now located in the Kajani Desert. Kajani Desert appeared recently, and it was its sandstorms that captured the territories of Turat. He assumed that this was the abode of some sand magician. Eugene was sure that no one would want a visit from the son of the famous Lionheart family. The most dangerous person in Nagama for him was Amelia Merwin, who entered into a contract with the demonic king of imprisonment. It was a long way to the Aser Desert, where her dungeon was located. And besides, it was far from there to the last place where Anissa was seen, and the boy did not need to go there. Eugene told the captain's companions that they could return. And he told the captain that he would go with him, since he wanted to get to Kajan at any cost, and instructed the captain that he would deal with all his problems that arose. Since his master is the emir of Kajitana, he will be able to resolve issues by calling his name. The captain didn't really want to fulfill his request, coming up with excuses. Eugene said that if this did not suit him, then he could return to Lionheart and tell how the emir of Kajitan sent assassins to him in an attempt to steal the Lionheart treasure. Frightened, the captain said that they did not intend to do this. Eugene revealed that he was wearing a valuable item, a storm sword that the Lionheart ancestors, Great Vermouth, used throughout his life. Everyone wanted this sword, so if Eugene says that Emir Kajidan arranged all this for the sake of the sword, then it will not be sweet for him. He understood that if Eugene really did this, then he could say goodbye to their heads. The captain agreed and said that he would do as Eugene said. Walking through the desert, the captain regretted that he had betrayed his master. His order was to prevent Eugene from entering the Kajani Desert, and now he had to accompany the boy. He didn't understand what could be worse than a subordinate who violated an order. Eugene asked Rahman what position did he take. He replied that he was the captain of the 2nd Legion of Red Desert Warriors, the main security force of Tari al-Madani, the emir of Kajitan. Eugene understood that he had a high position, but given his combat skills, this was quite expected. The boy asked if there were desert magicians in the Kajani Desert. He was surprised and did not understand what Eugene was talking about. The boy told him not to pretend to be a fool, otherwise he could repeat what happened to him before. Rahman did not understand why desert magicians, who were loyal to the royal family, would go to the Kajani Desert, which was so far from the capital. Eugene told him that the Kajani Desert was originally Turat's territory, but the forests suddenly turned into desert after a sandstorm. Sultan Nahama said that the spread of the desert was a sign from above and placed his warriors in it. And this spread was still ongoing. If this were the Keel Empire, one would not even think about this, which is why it happens in Turat. Rahman said that it was impossible even if he was right because their master would never be part of something so negative. Eugene called him naive for believing in it and asked if he was from Kazan, adding that he miraculously survived a sandstorm and then by the same miracle was picked up by his owner and therefore did not believe that his wonderful savior could be involved in this. Rahman still couldn't believe it, but Eugene said that he was all right with him and he wouldn't prove it. Assuming that it was because of this that their master wanted to keep him away from Kajani, things will become another thorn when Lionheart interferes in the habitat of desert magicians. Rahman said that if there really were magicians there, he would come to his defense. Even if these magicians were directly connected to the Sultan, Rahmat believed that they would have to show respect to his master, the Emir of Kajitan. He asked why the boy should go to the Kajani Desert in which there is nothing. Eugene replied that he wanted to find the grave. Having found out what Eugene was here for, he offered his help. The boy was wondering how Rahman would help him. He said that Kajani had a cemetery to which he could take the boy, but Eugene said that she was not in the cemetery, but somewhere else. Walking through the desert, they found a place with water and palm trees. Rahman was surprised because he knew that there was not a single oasis in Kajani. Eugene said that this was nonsense, and if it were a mirage, then it would mean that there really was an oasis somewhere, but there was magic or an illusion. Rahman didn't believe it was done by magic. He just didn't understand why anyone would create the illusion of an oasis, but his denials infuriated the boy. Eugene said that for travelers, oases were gold. As soon as they saw them, they immediately went straight to them. He asked the boy if he thought it could have been an ambush. Eugene said that you need to check. By taking a step, someone's blade came out from under the sand. Rahman, seeing this, reached out to Mr. Eugene to save him. But the boy saw the danger and immediately flew up with the help of a mid-rank wind spirit. He looked down on this robber who was using the oasis as bait. Having descended to the ground, several more robbers crawled out of the sand. Rahman ordered them to lower their weapons and retreat. Otherwise, he will count it as a challenge to Emiru Kajitan. But they were okay with this. There were more and more of them, and they began to surround them. Rahman was surprised that his master's name did not make them retreat. He then introduced the boy as a guest of the Emir of Kajitan and a member of a revered family from the Keel Empire. Eugene explained to Rahman that it was all useless and he was wasting his time on them, explaining this by saying that they had already attacked, so they would not have been released alive. But since the boy understood that it would be difficult for them to cope with him, most likely they would use poison against him. Rahmat decided to help the young master since there were too many of them. Eugene told the robbers to attack first, after which they all attacked him. When the boy was Gamelm, Saint Anis asked him why he needed so many weapons if he did not use them. But he believed that one day he would definitely need it. Sina asked Anissa not to pay attention to him since he did not listen to anyone but himself. Anissa told Sina that Gamel did not behave well, and besides, the weapon he used was useless and Moron was dragging him for the boy. To which Hamel said that he won Morona in rock, paper, scissors. That's why he carried him. But Anissa was outraged that this was not fair. Gamel asked not to be portrayed as a villain. And not only were his things there, but her holy water and Moron's axe were also there. Anissa said that this water was for him and for Sina, because they always asked for it, and if it were her water, she would carry it herself. Gamel blamed Sina for this, because he had previously asked her to abstain from holy water, and said that she could use summoning magic to store all the things. But Sena replied that it was he who insisted on carrying things in this way, because it was more difficult to get them in another way when they were urgently needed. Gamel decided to involve Vermouth here too, so that he would carry all the things. But Vermouth said that his weapon was not there, and there was no point in dragging it either. Gamel believed that magic under the spatial pocket was quite convenient, to which Sina told him that she had long offered to teach him this. Sina told him then that if he begged her on his knees, then she could sacrifice her sleep for this. Yuji understood that if he had had such a cloak in that life, they would all have been more polite to him. He decided to remember the old days as Hamel and took out 2 spears at once. Eugene wielded different types of weapons in battle, such as swords and axes. Watching all this, Rahman understood that the boy was coping alone, which he was surprised by, so he did not interfere in this matter. After the victory, Eugene put the entire weapon back, using his cloak for this. The boy alone defeated this group of robbers. Rahman was surprised by what he saw with his own eyes and how skilled Eugene was with all types of weapons. He wondered if it was possible not to kill these robbers, but simply to extract the necessary information from them. Eugene replied that they put loyalty and mission above their own lives, so that's the only way. Eugene was about to ask if Rahman was going to return, but he did not understand why he wanted it. Eugene said that he picked him up only because his owner had great influence in the desert, but those guys who attacked were completely screwed over that, so the boy no longer needed him. But Rahman didn't know how he could go back alone, but Eugene didn't really like that. Having said that he was of no use, he asked the boy to go with him and promised that he would not interfere. Eugene said that if this is what he wants, he can stay, but he will not help him if something happens to him. But that was not all. The robbers defeated by Eugene began to go underground. Eugene understood that they were being used as a sacrifice and it was summoning magic. Afterwards, the sand began to swirl and a sand funnel formed in that place. Eugene understood that some kind of demonic creature was about to crawl out of there. Rahman asked Eugene to run away from here. At that time, the sand funnel became larger and larger, increasing in size. Rahman did not understand how a sandstorm could arise out of nowhere. For him, this was something beyond the bounds of reason. He realized that it was magic that was caused by the sand mage, just as young Master Eugene had said. When he was little, his village was swallowed up by a sandstorm of large proportions. Only now he realized that it was with the help of magic. He tried to attack the storm in the hope that everything would calm down. Rahman understood that it was too late to cut through such a large storm with his skills. He became more and more stuck in the sand, which pulled him to the bottom. The boy understood that with the help of Gale's wind, he would not be able to escape from the sandstorm. At most, he could stay away from it in the air. He thought of escaping with a flash, but that was also a bad plan. Seeing that Rahman was completely mired in the sand, the boy helped him get out. But while he was helping him, he did not notice how a huge monster with countless teeth appeared under him, which was about to swallow him. Rahman understood that in order to save him, Eugene sacrificed his own life. He decided to repay the debt by cutting the sandworm and saving young master Eugene. Eugene knew that sandworms eat everything and then turn this food into energy, and he does not have any excretory system, so it was impossible to get out of his stomach. The boy decided to cut an exit in it using the white flame technique. Having escaped from the worm, Eugene found himself in its lair underground. He understood that the summoning magic only created a sandstorm, and the worm itself was not summoned. It simply lived there, and it ended up in its nest. When mages want to focus on their research without showing anything to others, they create dungeons. Desert mages call sandworms dungeon makers. Worms break through the desert, creating labyrinths and making their nests. Sina told Eugene about this. It doesn't take them that much time to build nests, only 10 days. And if you sat down and didn't touch him, he would create a huge dungeon deep underground. All that remains is to get rid of the worm itself, strengthening the structure of its dungeon with magic. Gamel was wondering if Sina also wanted to create her own dungeon in the desert, but she saw no point in hiding in an empty dungeon. Taking out the magic map, the boy saw that there was a path. This dungeon could lead him to his homeland. Rahman was caught by sand magicians and imprisoned him in the ground, completely immobilizing his limbs. They made fun of Dem that he went to the sandworm alone after all. It was difficult to do this with such skills. But anyway, they wanted to ask him a couple of questions. They were wondering what Mr. Lionheart forgot in this desert, and why he, being a warrior of the Emir of Kajitan, accompanied the boy as a guide. They suspected him of betraying Nagama, since it was his duty not to let anyone near this place, but he did exactly the opposite. Rahman was interested in what these sand mages were doing underground, and how they were involved in the oasis and the sandstorm. But they didn't like it, and they squeezed his limbs, squeezing harder and harder, telling him that only they could ask questions, and maintaining silence for the sake of their master was pointless, because he will die in any case, threatening him that if he doesn't tell, it will only get worse, but telling him will be easier. They wondered what Eugene Lionheart was doing in Kajani, since he had a clear goal ever since he entered Nagama. But all that Rahman answered them was that Emir Kajani betrayed Nagama. He was angry with his master because he did not expect such meanness from him. Rahman accused them of pettiness for invading the territories of other nations in such a manner. He believed that they should protect the royal family and not do this. He wondered if those sandstorms were created specifically to expand the desert. The sand mages said that he was greatly mistaken in his statements, because to create such a storm required more than 100 well-trained mages, which was beyond their strength. Rahman wondered if they didn't do it, then what were they doing there? To which they were not going to answer. They squeezed his hands more and more. They were only interested in one thing, why Eugene Lionheart came to the desert. Rahman didn't understand why it was so important to them, because they killed. The sand mages understood that they did not really need him, since he was useless. Afterwards, in front of Rahman, they walked away to discuss something. They were talking about Eugene, or more specifically about how he had been completely swallowed by a sandworm, and they didn't understand how it was even possible to survive this. They noticed that there was a hole in the worm, and that the boy was able to get out before the worm could digest him. The magician said that it was impossible for Eugene to roam around their territory, but since assassins were stationed throughout the area, he would soon be captured. Rahman heard that Mr. Eugene was alive and was very surprised by this. After they caught Eugene, they decided that it was not worth fighting with the Lionhearts, and decided to erase the boy's memories and leave him somewhere behind Kajanya. Or maybe protect Eugene Lionheart. Then they could get a reward for their kindness from one of the richest families on the continent. Just when the sand mages thought that it was good that he was not around, he came out of one of the caves. They didn't understand how he got to them, and they were also worried about how he got through the assassins. Having looked through all the labyrinths using magic, he saw that all the assassins were dead. He didn't understand how he managed to do this, because they were all well-versed in the labyrinths, and given their stealth skills, even an excellent warrior would not have been able to defeat them. The local assassins weren't that tough for Eugene. Stealth is a simple skill, and they have never heard of magic control. Those assassins Eugene fought with in his previous life were the best in Nagama. Their stealth skills were hardly inferior to demons. They were very decisive and knew what they were doing, unlike today. Eugene believed that if this place was even a little important to Nagame, then the assassins should be better there. He wondered if the Sultan had really done nothing about Nagama. Rahman, seeing young Mr. Eugene, began to call for help. The boy didn't understand what he was doing there because he gave him a chance to leave when he saved him. Eugene told the sand mages that he had many questions for them. One of the magicians crouched down to reunite with the sand and cast a spell on the boy, after which Eugene was surrounded by sand walls that the magician created to keep the boy there. Eugene threw that same fragment of the moonlight sword outside this wall, after which the walls of the sand prison scattered in all directions. The sand mage did not understand what kind of dispelling it was. He knew that such a spell required a large amount of magic. They knew that there was no such dispelling spell even in Aroth. He assumed that it was some kind of secret magic of the Lionheart family. The sand mage realized that the boy was too strong to simply catch, so he decided to kill him. Eugene told them to attack all at once, although he even felt sorry for wasting time on people like them. All the sand mages combined their powers to create a tall sand wall. Eugene used the shard of the moon sword again, breaking through this wall, after which this fragment hit one of the sand mages. This angered them, and they began to cast their spells even harder. Looking at them, Eugene realized how predictable they were, trying to recreate their copies. A much greater danger for the boy was the spears sticking out of the ceiling. Taking out a very long whip, he broke all the spears with one blow. Afterwards, he got to the sand mage, asking him what they were doing. He was in shock. He did not understand how Eugene made his way through everyone and defeated his comrades. The boy said, as for the Sultan's soldiers, that they were too weak, and he asked what they were doing behind his back. The sand mage did not understand what the boy was talking about. Eugene had no desire to talk to him for a long time. He wanted to quickly solve everything. The magician replied that they were not there on the orders of the Sultan. Eugene wondered if the emir of Kajitan commanded them. The magician replied that he helped, but did not command, and the place belonged to Amelia Merwin. Eugene did not believe that this was her dungeon. The magician said that it is located in the Assur Desert, and she appears there before the Assur Desert from time to time for 6 years. Eugene was wondering why in this dungeon and not in the Assur Desert itself. Lowering his eyes to the floor, the magician did not want to answer this question. Eugene wondered if he was more afraid of him than Amelia. He decided to make his choice easier. Either he would kill him or Amelia, who would do it more harshly. He said that the labyrinth was created to speed up the expansion of the desert in the Kajani Desert. There are many of these, but this one is 10 years old. 6 years ago, the dungeon expanded and it turned out that the ground underneath was unstable and had fallen, and deep below there was a giant gate. They tried to open them, but they wouldn't even budge, so they asked Madame Amelia for help. Having defeated all the sand magicians, Rahman was free. Eugene was not surprised that the fighters were so weak, both sand mages and assassins, because they all worked for Amelia Merwin. For 6 years, they got rid of travelers who got there. Rahman said that we need to get out of that place because if it belonged to Amelia, then this is the Blackthorn dungeon. Eugene didn't want to leave because they had already come so far. He did not think that she could be there since her real dungeon was in the Assur Desert, so Eugene assumed she wouldn't come. Rahman was afraid because she could come at any moment. Eugene saw no point in leaving since he knew that she would definitely find him. And in any case, they will have to meet sooner or later. And of course, the boy wanted to avoid conflict with her, but he had no choice. Eugene asked Rahman why he was dumbfounded. He was glad that the boy saved his life twice. He said if Amelia Merwin came back and tried to kill him, he would put her life on the line so he could escape. Eugene understood that he had no skills and would not be able to resist her, so he offered to go home. Rahman said that he could not leave him just like that. But that didn't suit Eugene, so he left it there. The boy remembered the words of the sand mage that 6 years ago the labyrinth expanded. Then Eugene was 13, and it was the very height of the blood inheritance ritual. He took Hamel's artifact from the Lionheart treasury as a reward for the ritual. Eugene thought that the labyrinth existed for 10 years, but its end collapsed 6 years ago. Maybe at the same time the magic that sealed the grave stopped working because he took the necklace? The boy decided to go deep down into the cave to find his grave. There he saw a gate and wondered if it was the same door that the magicians were talking about. They were open. He understood that this was the work of Amelia. Having gone down to the very bottom, Eugene saw that the entire dungeon was filled with cracks. These were traces of the battle. He thought it might be Sina who was fighting there. After wandering around the dungeon a little, Eugene found his grave, Hamel. After so much searching, the boy was glad to find her. His name was written there, and the years of the boy's life. And below, it was written that he was brave, faithful, wise, and a great hero, to the glory of Hamel, who sacrificed himself for the sake of his comrades. He began to cry because, even if he were Hamel, he had never heard such words from his comrades, except bad ones. He wanted to hear it live, and didn't understand why they wrote it on the grave. The battle was so intense that his grave was almost destroyed, with only the statue and memorial stone remaining intact. 200 years ago, Sena felt that her familiar had died, after which she went to the grave of Hamel of Arat, where the girl had to fight an unknown intruder. Sena was always strong, but after his death she became something she had never been. The wise Sena, whom he saw in the tower, can undoubtedly be called the most powerful witch in the world. But Sena could not win. He understood that if she had won, she would not have left the grave in this form. Eugene was sure that the illusion sent to him in Erote was definitely from Sena. He assumed that she had been badly injured in the battle and had been forced to hide. Only the demonic king of imprisonment and the demonic king of destruction were capable of this. Sitting there and thinking, he realized that in this way he would not find Senu. Eugene decided to look back a bit, since there must have been clues to what happened after his death. Sena, Anissa, and Moron were most likely crying while they were installing his statue. As for Vermouth, Eugene found it difficult to imagine that this block of ice was capable of shedding a tear. When they defeated a strong enemy and everyone celebrated the victory, Vermouth usually looked at his wounded comrades and criticized himself. He asked them how they managed to get hurt. He felt that he should have kept a closer eye on them. They didn't particularly like it, his concern in this format. Hamel told him that he was not a god and could not cope with everything. Anissa told Hamel not to behave so strangely. But he knew that she had exactly the same opinion about Vermouth. She just didn't talk about it. Anissa then confirmed that it was him. Gamel considered them both crazy because of their behavior. They never had such conversations again. He recalled these moments with joy. Eugene found a door that he had not yet entered. The boy decided to check what was behind it. There he saw a knight sitting in armor in the very center of the room. Eugene asked him who he was and why he was guarding this door. Having risen, he stood and simply looked at the boy without saying anything. Eugene assumed that it was a demon, but the feeling was different. There was no life in it at all. He again asked this dead man in armor who he was. His eyes glowed red, and he said that he was Hamel the Reckless. Eugene was shocked by this turn and did not like it that he appropriated his name. The boy told him that he was not Hamel at all, but a simple death knight who had been inspired by his name. Eugene understood that this was Hamel's grave, which means the body of this death knight. He told him to take off his helmet, but he just stood there and didn't answer. Eugene wanted to find out who was behind the armor, so he decided to attack him. When he hit the death knight, the boy did not cause him any damage. Eugene thought that he had a magical shield that repelled blows and protected him. But death knights do not use magic, but demonic power. It was a demonic shield. The death knight attacked Eugene with a sword that emanated explosive demonic energy. The boy appreciated his strength. He was a worthy opponent. It was most likely created by Amelia Merwin 6 years ago when she opened the tomb. She turned Hamel's body into a death knight. Since there was no longer a soul in the body, she had to place another one there. Eugene knew that if this was truly his body, then he was properly strong. Death knights created by a dark magician of such a level as Amelia Merwin are not inferior in strength to the patriarch or captain of the knightly order. But despite his strength, Eugene fought him using different types of weapons. During the battle, the boy was able to throw away the Death Knight. He told Eugene that he was good at different types of weapons, adding that his skills are great, but he is too weak to defeat him. He was very dexterous and strong. The knight was so close to the boy that he had nowhere to retreat. But he couldn't break through his defenses, and he wondered how Eugene managed to block it. The boy said that as soon as their swords touched, he combined the sword's soul with his magic to deflect his sword. Eugene knew that such heavy blows were not without consequences. Although his timing was perfect, he was still not strong enough to constantly deflect his blows. And therefore this battle cannot be prolonged. He needed to end everything with one blow, otherwise he would be finished. Concentrating his magic, he directed it straight at the Death Knight. Then he attacked him from all sides, dodging blows. He felt as if his muscles and bones were being torn to pieces, not understanding whether even this magnificent body was not able to withstand his strength. But the boy decided to continue anyway, because even with an ordinary body, he fought on the verge of death. He believed that as long as his mind was clear, he could win. But his blade was split into pieces, and he switched to veined. Eugene channeled the magic of his shield into the sword and struck the very center of the helmet. Having managed to split the helmet, he ordered the knight to turn in his direction. It was the same Hamel, but with the demonic soul of someone else. Eugene appreciated the beauty of his past body. Hundreds of years had passed, but it looked good. The Death Knight threw his sword at the boy, but Eugene dodged it with ease, after which he ran up with such great speed and hit Eugene that he didn't even have time to react. The boy did not understand where such speed came from. He just threw away the sword. By fighting with weapons he was not used to, the Death Knight became weaker, which Eugene realized. Since Death Knights had the ability to instantly heal almost all of their wounds, in order to kill him, Eugene needed to destroy the heart. But he did not understand whether he would be able to do this, since he parried all his attacks and spent a lot of strength to break through his defenses. If it weren't for the white flame technique, he would have run out of magic long ago. He set about doing this, telling himself that if it was impossible, then it must be made possible. Demonic power appeared on the Death Knight's legs and arms. The madness and bestial pose reminded Eugene of a lycanthrope, which surprised him that inside the human body was the soul of a beast. His attacks became stronger and stronger. More and more often he attacked. Eugene decided to use the Shard of Moonlight. Eugene needed to completely rid him of the demonic power with the help of this shard. If you manage to weaken him even a little, then he's finished. Making his way closer to him, Eugene placed the moonlight on his chest. The demonic power began to dissipate and his defenses became weaker. This was Eugene's chance to use all his magic to break through his defenses. Looking at what was on his chest, he asked him if he had the courage to call himself Hamel. He was ashamed to show it, and he told the boy not to look. Eugene began to mock him when he saw his marble heart. But this angered the Death Knight, and he slammed the boy into the wall. Eugene laughed, looking into his eyes, calling him a pathetic Death Knight who thought he was Hamel. At that moment, the boy thought that this was his end, but he understood that it was too early for him. He had a plan, but if things didn't go his way, he wouldn't even be able to move for a while. But one way or another, he knew that he could win and that only pieces would remain of this lycanthrope. Eugene understood that the recoil would be strong, and now he could not defeat the Death Knight. Hamel's greatest ability was ignition. Rahman found Mr. Eugene and ran to the boy to help. The boy didn't understand why he was there, because he deliberately knocked him out so that he wouldn't find him. Having released Eugene, the Death Knight switched to Rahman. He screamed at Mr. Eugene to run while he held this monster. The boy was funny. He didn't understand who grabbed who. Rahman was surprised by Eugene's reactions because he was driven into a corner and he was still laughing. The Death Knight threw Rahman into the same corner where Eugene lay. Rahman asked young Master Eugene to run because he was going to buy him time. The boy didn't see the point in this because the door was right behind them. The Death Knight told them that that door did not open and no one was able to open it. Eugene told Rahman that this was Hamel's grave, and he appeared to him. And if Sina or anyone was counting on his reincarnation, then this door that cannot be opened must be intended for the owner of the grave. As soon as he touched the door, it immediately opened and pulled them in. Since Rahman was always following him, he knocked him out so that he could sleep and not seek trouble for himself in this place. As soon as Eugene walked further, he was surprised by what he saw. 300 years ago in Helmud, near the castle of the demonic king of the massacre after his murder, they went in search of demonic underlings, but instead found a way into the dungeon. There they found ancient relics. It is impossible to say how old they were, but after examining the ancient language on the walls, Sina said that they were from the era of myths. Inside, they found the Moonlight Blade. And while he was fighting with the demonic king, all his weapons broke, and he decided to take them. But he couldn't take the blade. As soon as Hamel approached him, blood began to flow from his mouth, and he fell to his knees. In the end, Vermouth took the sword. There, Eugene saw the Moonlight Blade that Vermouth left for him to express his condolences. After Vermouth took this blade, he stopped using the sacred sword because the Moonlight Blade was much stronger. When they first saw it, the moon consecrating the blade was full, and now there is a crescent moon in the sky. Eugene assumed that he had not gained strength. The boy decided that he would react to his fragment of a piece of shrapnel, but he remembered that he fired it at the Death Knight and did not pick it up. Looking at it, he realized that Vermouth left it to him because he wanted it. Eugene found it funny because he didn't understand why it was left to him after he died. He realized that there was nothing in the room except the Moonlight Blade and one door, and if he gets out, he will face the Death Knight again. And the Death Knight, that wasn't the only problem. There was also Amelia Mervyn, who could appear at any moment. Eugene decided that he would quickly kill the knight and leave from there. Eugene had no idea why Vermouth left him the sword because he needed to take it somehow. In a past life, I couldn't even touch the blade of moonlight. Eugene didn't know if being reborn as a descendant of Vermouth was enough to take possession of the sword. He just reached the glow of the blade, and it was already hard for him to breathe, and the magic was just boiling. Eugene noticed that he resisted less than the first time they found him. He didn't understand. Was he really split? Taking the hilt of the sword, the boy was immediately thrown to the ground. But he could hold it in his hand, and he was incredibly surprised that he could do it. When Eugene pulled the sword out of its sheath, the blade was missing, and all myths about it were dispelled as it was broken into pieces. Unexpectedly, the moonlight took the form of a blade. The Moonlight Blade was capable of dispelling magic, but there was one problem. To use it, it required a lot of magical power from its owner. Eugene understood that even though he had plenty of magic, it would not be easy to immediately master such a weapon. He was pleasantly surprised that, although it was split into pieces, it was quite powerful. Eugene didn't see the point of using white flames with the power of the moonlight blade because he thought he could handle the Death Knight without it. But before he left, he decided to check the coffin for his body from a past life. And as Eugene expected, he was completely empty inside. But on the lid of the coffin there was an inscription that said that perhaps one day we will meet in the world that Eugene was striving for. The boy was shocked because he recognized this handwriting. It was Sina's handwriting. The Death Knight was angry because he tried many times to break down that door, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even scratch it. He didn't understand how Eugene managed to open it so easily. Because of this, he decided to wait for the master to come up with something. Since he had broken his helmet and breastplate, and had also disobeyed his master's orders, he was worried that she would be furious when she found out. The Death Knight wanted to prove that he was useful so that he would not be thrown out of this position. Then he saw Eugene emerge from the tomb. He immediately asked the boy how he managed to enter there. But Eugene didn't want to reveal all the secrets, so he replied that he just walked in there. He really wanted to know what was inside, and he told Eugene to tell him everything. But the boy was not going to tell him anything, so he told him that it was a secret. The Death Knight did not like this answer, and he decided to teach the boy a lesson. This time, Eugene was more seriously prepared for this battle because he had the moonlight blade. The Death Knight did not understand what happened because his claws of demonic energy simply evaporated. Eugene thought he had enough control over his powers, but after just one swing, his breath began to quicken. The blade required too much magic and consumed it at incredible speed. He knew it would be worth it, and although he was not sure that he would defeat the Death Knight, he was sure that he would deprive him of his demonic power. The Death Knight became angry and decided not to use his demonic powers this time. Eugene thought that he had figured out how moonlight worked, so he decided to use the normal fighting technique. But he understood that this was not a particularly wise choice that the Death Knight made. As soon as the Death Knight approached Eugene, he jumped several meters away from him. The boy amused himself with this because he didn't even swing at him so that he would fly away like that. Eugene used Vinita's storm sword to unleash a storm on him. Inside this whirlwind, many fragments flew at the Death Knight, hitting his armor. The boy told him if he were in a little better shape, he would pick himself up piece by piece. Eugene then used magic to make a huge hand, which he controlled from afar, striking his armor. The Death Knight did not like this very much, since he was very sensitive to his armor. He again used demonic power, but this time for his protection. Eugene was pleased to see that he was starting to use his power again. But that didn't stop the boy from getting it. As long as the moonlight sword was in Eugene's hands, he could control the blade shard as he wanted. Eugene pointed his blade straight at his emerald heart to destroy it. He went right through the heart of the Death Knight. But after such a strong release of magical energy, Eugene felt unwell. He tried to save his strength, but the sword was too hungry, and yet the boy understood that this was better than dying in battle. Because he didn't have enough strength, the moonlight blade disappeared, and he hid it where all the other weapons were kept. Eugene felt that he had removed the core from the Death Knight, but since his body was not missing, he believed that it was not completely destroyed. He didn't like the fact that Amelia Mervyn used his body to imprison a Death Knight in him. He decided to destroy him, and after that, take Rahman and leave. But Eugene's friend's body froze in one position, and he could not move, as if he were constrained by an unknown force. And he realized that it was Amelia Mervyn who had come too early. The boy even had great difficulty speaking. He was sure that this was only because she allowed it. Eugene suggested that they talk to her face to face. Amelia said that she would first think about what to do with him, and she had many ideas for this. First, he will pull him to the surface and then throw him into the hot sand. Of course, his head will be above the sand so that he can breathe. His mouth and eyes will always be open. After a short period of time, his eyes will hurt and his tongue will dry out. Eugene's body moved on its own, and he didn't like it because Amelia was doing it. She said that she would make a desert scarecrow out of him and would enjoy him until she got tired of him. This scared the hell out of Eugene, and he didn't want to be her scarecrow. He asked Amelia, "What about death from shock?" To which she laughed, saying that it would not be that easy. She wondered if Eugene knew who she was, but the boy answered with bias that he knew her. Amelia said that he was right, and added that she was the mistress of the deserted dungeon Blackhorn. She was not happy that Eugene broke her toy. Of course, it was useless to her, but still, only she could break and do whatever she wanted. Eugene decided to joke, saying that it would be a shame to wash the Death Knight because after so many years he had a bad smell. But Amelia did not take such jokes towards her, telling Eugene that only she has the right to say such things, as the true owner. Since the immobilization spell no longer had any effect on him, he wondered if this was his chance to deal with Amelia. but he understood that he would not be able to overcome it, since it was on a completely different level, and even ignition would not help with it. Eugene did not want to resort to Balzac's help, but he had no choice. He asked Amelia if she knew Balzac Ludbet. She did not understand where he was leading him into this dialogue. Eugene said that he also knew him, and Balzac gave him a letter in case he met her, after which the boy handed the letter to Amelia. Reading it, she became convinced that the letter was really from him. She wondered why Balzac wrote the letter for the sake of someone like Eugene, and she asked the boy if he knew what it meant. He replied that Balzac gave this letter which could save his life no matter what he did. Amelia said that wasn't entirely true. Many years ago, Balzac helped her, and in exchange for this, she promised that she would fulfill any of his requests. Even for Balzac, it was a very profitable deal, because not everyone could take something from Amelia Merwin, and decades passed without him asking for anything. Having burned the letter, she asked if Eugene understood what it was about, telling him that since the letter was with him, he could ask for any favor instead of Balzac, if only it was within her power. And if he wanted to stay alive, then he just needed to ask for mercy. But she didn't want to let him go, just like that. She needed to know how and why he came there, and what he did. Eugene asked Amelia to destroy herself, but she said she had already said that the request should be feasible. Amelia said that if he didn't want to talk, then she respected his choice, but she would have to kill him. But if she wants to live, she will allow it, but he will have to tell him everything. Eugene was shocked because the choice of options was not great. She asked him not to worry and said that she would not hurt him because there were already many ways to make him talk. Eugene was very interesting to her, and she asked how he got to a place that even the Sultan had no idea about. Only local sand mages knew about him. Amelia suggested that there was a traitor among them who worked for the boy, but immediately denied this, since it would be impossible. Eugene did not understand what to do if he asked for his life, because the boy understood that she would force him to tell everything. And since she didn't need to torture him, she would definitely use dark magic, which was at such a level that it would definitely overpower Eugene's will and force him to tell everything. Her patience was running out, and she told the boy to let him know if he needed help deciding on an answer. Eugene considered using the ignition to escape, but he knew Amelia could use a paralyzing spell to stop him. She began to count to 3 and said that she would not wait any longer for him to think. Eugene thought about telling her that he was Lionheart, in hopes that she would respect his family. Meanwhile, Amelia had already counted to 2 and was ready to help him tell it. He thought about being honest and saying that he had managed to open a door that even she couldn't open. But this was a bad idea, because if she knew that he found the blade there, she would take it away. Before he could count to 3, the Death Knight stood up, not being dead. Eugene felt strange, realizing who had arrived to them. Amelia bowed before him and asked what brought him here. It was the demonic king of imprisonment who came to them through the body of the Death Knight. Eugene was shocked that the demonic king of the prison himself had arrived, because he did not expect such a meeting with him. He turned to the boy and said that he had watched him through the eyes of Balzac, and he came to salute his ancestor's friend. The demon king was sure that Eugene himself knew that the owner of that grave was Gamaldinus. He said that although he was called rash, he never was. And among all the friends of Precious Vermouth, Hamel was especially strong and talented, and besides, he was his best friend. Eugene was surprised and did not understand why the demon king called Vermouth precious. He understood why Eugene considered him his enemy, but he and Vermouth came to an agreement and built a friendly relationship, although it was stupid to tell a descendant of Vermouth about what happened 300 years ago. The king of imprisonment respected the Lionhearts for their friendship with Vermouth, but he did not demand the same from Eugene. He told the boy that over the past hundreds of years he had seen many Lionhearts, but among all of them, he was the one most like him. After Amelia heard his last name, she began to evaluate his external factors. This silver hair and golden eyes were a feature of the Lionhearts. Amelia told the demonic king of imprisonment that she did not expect to see him in such a pitiful place, and the Death Knight as a vessel. She asked him how she should perceive such an unexpected visit, but the demonic king of imprisonment was absolutely fine with his unexpected appearance, as Amelia believed. She assumed that his visit was to protect the boy. The demon king said that Eugene was the descendant of his friend. Amelia was outraged that he was infringing on her freedom, which he should respect. The demon king replied, since Vermouth was dead but still lived on in his bloodline, and especially in Eugene Lionheart, he saw the boy as a young Vermouth. He told Amelia Mervyn that he loved and respected her, but not as much as Vermouth. She didn't like the fact that the demon king respected someone who died more than 300 years ago more than her. He didn't like her outrage and rained dark magic on her. She was angry at the demon king for treating her like that. He told Amelia that her freedom could not exceed her respect for him. The demon king of the imprisonment allowed her to do whatever she wanted at Hamel's grave, but he warned Amelia that if she tried to harm Vermouth's descendant, this time it would not be without incident for her. Eugene wondered what the demon king meant by this time. Amelia did not like the fact that the boy interfered so disrespectfully with their dialogue, and she asked him to be more respectful of the demonic king. The demon king of the imprisonment told Eugene that more than 300 years had passed since Vermouth's promise, and it seemed to him that in all these years, he had shown enough generosity and respect for Vermouth's descendants. And he accepted the fact that they didn't show him the same generosity and respect, and he wasn't going to tolerate people taking it for granted. And since he was also the king of Helmut and ruled over countless demons, he did not like this attitude towards himself. Eugene was shocked because the demon king was simply talking to him, but his body was still shrinking from this and could not move a millimeter. He asked the boy to tell all the Lionhearts that with freedom came responsibility, and freedom without responsibility only led to chaos. And if they do not stop showing respect to him, then he will begin to do this towards them. Eugene wondered why he had been silent for 3 centuries and only spoke about it now. The demon king told the boy that his ancestor made a deal with him, the price for which was freedom. But this deal was coming to an end, and the wheel stopped by Vermouth would soon roll again. And one day you will have to make a new promise. The demonic king of imprisonment wondered who among the Lionhearts could do this and stop this wheel again. Eugene wondered what the promise in the deal was. Laughing, he called him a rash lion cub and said that he had no right to know this, since only Vermouth had the right to do so. Eugene was shocked to hear him call him rash, because that's how Hamel was described in the books. The demon king added that his existence and his soul were all thanks to Vermouth's promise that he would be born after 300 years. The demon king told Amelia Merwin to return to his dungeon as he wanted to talk to the boy alone. But she wanted to get paid for what Eugene did in her dungeon with her death knight. The demon king told her that she would not get anything from Eugene. Amelia was outraged by this, because of him, her death knight died. And besides, he easily opened the door that she could not open in any way. The demon king of imprisonment decided to show her what was behind that door. After all, there was nothing special there except Hamel's grave and Rahman sleeping on the floor, which upset Amelia because she thought there was something special there. She asked the demonic king of imprisonment if he liked the vessel in which he spoke to them. He replied, since his business was finished, he would return Hamel's body back. Amelia was happy about this, because this is the body of Vermouth's precious friend. He was sure of it, but Hamel was not his friend. After that, the demonic king of imprisonment left the Death Knight's vessel. Amelia told Eugene that he was lucky that her king came, but next time it won't be like that. After that, she took her Death Knight toy. As she left, she understood that at the moment she was powerless to take revenge on Eugene, but she knew that someday the boy would definitely pay for what he had done. Eugene was angry and broke everything in his path in that dungeon, because he understood that the demonic king of imprisonment knew about his reincarnation. The boy did not understand what it meant when he said that his existence and his soul were thanks to Vermouth's promise. It was strange to Eugene that Vermouth made a deal with the demonic king of imprisonment just to resurrect him. Eugene believed that if Vermouth really wanted to do something for him, he would have killed the demonic king of imprisonment without hesitation. In addition, the boy remembered that the promise was a conclusion of peace between the parties, and it had nothing to do with his reincarnation. Since Amelia Mervyn took the Death Knight from his body, he was unable to destroy him. Eugene did not understand why there were these riddles from the demonic king of imprisonment about the end of the promise, and about who had to stop the wheel again. He did not want to make any promises, and since the wheel brought evil, he decided that he just had to break it. And if his reincarnation was not the work of Sina or Anissa, but of Vermouth, then Eugene did not think that Vermouth could expect this from him. 200 years ago, when Vermouth died, someone broke into this tomb and Sina realized that something was wrong and came there. She fought with the one who invaded the territory of the tomb and then disappeared. He found a leaf near Hamel's coffin, this leaf of the tree of the world, which allowed him to move to the elven forest from anywhere in the world. And Eugene assumed that Sena took advantage of him at the moment of the threat, but the boy did not understand who could invade the grave and force it to retreat. He thought that Vermouth might have fought with Sena, but Eugene didn't understand what the reason for this could be. From the very first meeting, Sena began to complain about Gamil, and did not want to take him with her and called him a simple mercenary. Anissa immediately turned to dissatisfaction, saying that there were more skilled warriors than Vermouth. Moron behaved as usual, remaining a fool. He heard that the warriors of the kingdom by the sea were very brave, and he wanted to fight with them. But only Vermouth wanted Hamel to be his comrade, and he asked him for it. Hamel didn't care, and he didn't want to listen to someone who was weaker than him. Vermouth asked if Hamel would become his comrade after he won him in a duel. Gamel was very weak for Vermouth and immediately lost to him without lasting even a minute in the duel. Vermouth told the boy that he was many times stronger than him. But this only angered him, and he had a thirst for victory over Vermouth. After fighting over and over again trying to defeat him, Gamel became tired and fell to the ground in front of Vermouth. After so many defeats, the boy admitted that he was much weaker than Vermouth, and he did not understand why Vermouth needed him as a comrade. But Vermouth told Hamel that they had an agreement. If he defeated him, then he would become his comrade. The boy did not understand why the Warrior of Light would ask him to be his companion. After all, he could just tell people about it, and there would be a whole line in front of him for this role. Vermouth told Hamel that he needed his power to defeat the Demon Kings. Afterwards, he asked the boy to go with him and be his comrade. Eugene understood that if reincarnation was Vermouth's plan, then he could safely place his necklace in the Lionheart treasury without any problems. But it was too early to say anything, because he saw the illusion of Sina in Erota, and the inscription on his coffin was also written by her. It said that maybe one day they will meet in the world he dreamed of. Eugene wondered, what if it wasn't about heaven, but about his reincarnation? He did not want to believe that Vermouth could betray Sina. But Eugene understood one thing. To find out the truth, he needed to find Senu. Afterwards, the boy came to Emir Kajetan, who was in charge in the Nahama desert. He told Eugene that they were asking for too much. Emir Kajetan heard about the boy from his subordinates, but he did not understand whether Eugene really believed that he sent them to him for some kind of theft. Eugene said that regardless of his intentions, they still harmed him. The Emir of Kajetana claimed that they acted solely to protect him. He didn't know if he was aware of it, but Nagama and Keel had a difficult relationship. Emperor Keel was wary of Nagama's power, and the Sultan held a grudge against the empire. The Emir of Kajetana understood that the sand mages who were engaged in expanding the desert were hiding on the borders of Keel, and if Eugene stumbled upon them, he would meet with a scorpion. He told the boy that Nahama's defense was effective in front of Keel. In addition, he wanted to know why Eugene needed to go to the Kajani Desert, where no one has lived for years. Eugene did not want to answer this, saying that he did not come to be asked questions. The Emir of Kajetana understood that he had no right to interrogate the boy, so he sent his subordinates after him so that they could protect him if something went wrong. And if Rahman Skulhoff had carefully followed his orders, then this awkward conversation would not have taken place at all, he said. He understood why Eugene was so unhappy about what happened, but from what he heard, his subordinates kept a good distance from him when he decided to attack them. Eugene wondered if the Emir of Kajetan didn't know about the assassins and sand mages, but he could not know for sure that the grave of Hamel and Amelia Merwin was in the Kajani Desert. The boy decided to retreat so that this situation would end as quickly as possible. He told Emir Kajetan that apparently there was a misunderstanding, and he did not know how to explain this situation to his family. Emir Kajetan did not understand what Eugene was getting at. The boy told him, even if it was a misunderstanding, he still encroached on his safety, although he explained all this, but Eugene didn't know how his family would take it. The Emir of Kajetana understood that they did not need this conflict between the countries, and so he asked the boy what he wanted in return. Eugene said he wanted 500 million whole. The boy believed that this was a completely fair price to restore a relationship damaged by misunderstanding. The Emir heard that Eugene had recently turned 19 years old, and he was surprised by his courage, which was beyond his years. He told the boy that he could give the money if it would calm his anger. Now that this was over, Emir Kajetan was wondering what Eugene saw in the Kajani Desert. The boy replied that he found nothing except dust and sand, as Emir Kajetan said, because there was nothing else there. Eugene hid the statue and coffin memorial in his cloak, and now there was definitely nothing there. Even the Sultan did not know about Hamel's tomb. As long as Amelia Mervyn kept it a secret, no one would know what happened there. Eugene said that he would take Rahman with him, as he needed to pay for the fact that he threatened his life. The Sultan proposed other punishments. He could order his execution for threatening his life. Rahman was frightened by such a serious statement from his master, but Eugene said that he wanted Rahman to go with him to his family, where he would help him for some time. The Sultan allowed the boy to take Rahman with him. Once Anisa, praying for fallen souls, told Gamel that she was tormented by doubts. She did not understand. If God is omnipotent and omniscient, why did he allow people to shed blood? She was offended by this, and she did not want this to happen. Hamel wasn't sure about her god of light, but they had Vermouth, and he was absolutely sure that Vermouth was unbearably strong and brilliant. And since the god of light could not take care of this personally, he sent Vermouth to them, and therefore the Holy Sword recognized him as its owner. Anisa did not expect to hear something like that from Hamel, but he said this only because her drunken conversations infuriated him, and in order to calm Anisa from her strange thoughts, he decided to support her in this way. Gamel didn't understand who drinks alone and asked her to give him that bottle. She said that holy water should not be given to someone who does not have enough faith. Gamel said that from that day on he was a true believer and asked for a bottle, to which Anissa replied that it is better to have no faith than to have it fake. Eugene walked through the holy land of Hogani, where a statue of Anissa stood, and if he goes by ship from the sacred Eurus Empire across the ocean, he will arrive there in Hogan. 200 years ago, Anissa sent a priest there before a religious event on a journey to the other end of the desert. Eugene knew that she came to Hamel's grave to pay her respects. Sena's departure and Anissa's religious journey did not coincide at all in time, because Sena left several years before Anissa's religious journey began. Eugene knew that Anissa could not visit his grave, and if she had, she would definitely have done something about her condition. The boy assumed that Veramut was involved in Anissa's disappearance too. Since Eugene did not find anything in Hogani, the only clue was a leaf of the Tree of Life left by Sena. Rahman turned to Mr. Eugene, asking him if he had decided to change his plans because they had been there for a whole week. The boy replied that they were returning back to Kel. Lionheart family met them at the portal. Tsane was angry with Eugene for not being at the estate for 2 whole years, and he wanted to see how strong he had become over the years. Anitsila turned to Tsine, as she noticed that he was not happy about the return of his brother. Tsin replied that he wanted Eugene to return, but at the same time he was not really looking forward to it, because if Eugene wants to become a patriarch, he will not be able to stop it. Anitsila told Sainu that until he backed down, Eugene would not be able to become patriarch. The boy believed that it would be better for the Lionhearts if the strongest among the entire family was the patriarch. Anitsila told him that he was already an adult and had the right to make his own decisions. Tsin was faced with a choice, to win the title of patriarch or give this position to Eugene. The boy understood that this was not what his mother wanted. She said that she apparently raised him too strictly. Anitsila said that she simply did not want to ruin the child's life for her own gain, as Theonis did. The boy did not like this comparison with Laud. Mother said that he is completely different and gives him the right to choose, to do what he wants best for himself. And she will respect his choice, whatever it may be, adding that Eugene is his brother, and although they are not blood, they are still brothers. Anitsila told Sain to talk to him as soon as he arrived, since the inheritance of the patriarch's place would wait until then. Eugene did not expect that they would be waiting for him, and told them that he had met them at the house, and it was not necessary to meet them near the portal, after which the boy's father rushed at him with open arms. Eugene was glad to meet his father, and he, in turn, told him that his body had changed a lot, and this was the fruit of intense efforts. He noticed that his father had stopped taking care of his beard. Feeling embarrassed, he answered the boy that it was thanks to Sterod. Eugene was surprised, because Sterod is Gaj's father, and the boy did not expect that they were so close that he would call him by name. Bowing before everyone, he asked for forgiveness because he did not expect to see them all, but Anitsila said there is no need to apologize, because they are family. Looking around, Eugene did not understand one thing. Where is the patriarch? After all, he was always present at such meetings. Anitsila told the boy that he was at the Black Lion's castle because of the coming-of-age ritual. Both indirect and main lines took part in the ritual of blood inheritance, but only children from the main line took part in the ritual of growing up. Anitsila said that the last time, Laud was supposed to take part in it, but since he was expelled, he missed the ritual. But the 3 children, Eugene, Tsane, and Kil, will become adults next year, and she thought that this time the ritual would be more outstanding. Eugene wondered if the patriarch wanted this. Anitsila replied that it was not the patriarch who wanted this, but the Senate of the Lionheart family. After these words, Rahman came out of the portal to fetch the boy. Anitsila did not expect to see the guest, and she was wondering who he was. Eugene said that it was his subordinate, whose name was Rakhman Shkulkov, who was 32 years old. The boy said that he personally chose him and that he was trustworthy, adding that he did not teach Rahman anything. He simply instructed him to do some things for him. Eugene asked Nina to take charge of him to clean the barn and tournament hall. He also allowed Nina to add her duties to him, which she did not want to fulfill. Nina was surprised and decided to clarify with the boy whether he really wanted this, because Rahman was his subordinate. Eugene replied that this was why he was obliged to do his bidding, telling Rahman that from now on she was his mistress and he needed to learn from her. Rahman did not expect that he would have to treat the girl, who looked to be 10 years younger than him, as a senior in rank. But he agreed even if he had to do all the dirty housework for Mr. Eugene. He was ready for anything. Rahman knew that the day would come when his help would be needed, no matter what it would be. After all, as a warrior and a debtor, he was ready for anything. Tsane turned to Eugene. He wanted to talk to him alone. He asked Eugene how things were going for him. Eugene was surprised, because Tsane had never been interested in his affairs. He was only jealous and tried to defeat him in a duel. He asked what exactly he was interested in. Sain asked him about his age. He assumed that he was 19 years old. Eugene admitted that they were not the same age and said that he was reincarnated. Sin? And he asked him not to talk nonsense. Eugene found it funny because he knew that Sin would never believe it. He asked Sain if he was too shocked by such changes and such power. Sain did not know how to respond to this because he noticed that Eugene had become much stronger. Although only 2 years had passed, he felt as if all 20 had passed, and it angered him. He thought he tried his best while learning magic because he trained with the sword like a man possessed. And the boy achieved 3 stars in the white flame technique, while Eugene achieved 4 stars. And he told him that he would become a patriarch, but Eugene did not understand what Sin meant. The boy told Eugene that after seeing him live, he decided that he could not be the patriarch because he was superior to him in many ways. Eugene was surprised that Sai had such a low opinion of himself and told him that he could become one if only he wanted it, but the boy said he couldn't accept it. Eugene offered him a duel, and if he wins, he will agree with whatever decision Sin says. Sain did not understand why he should give the title of patriarch if he wins. After all, it would be logical for him to become a patriarch. Eugene said that he was smarter than he thought, but still he did not want to be the patriarch. Sain said that this position should be held by an ambitious person. Eugene did not need this extra trouble, and he told him, if he wanted to change his mind, he could do it with the help of force, defeating him in a duel. Sain suggested that instead of a real duel, they should spar like real brothers. Eugene warned Sinyi, telling him that he would not be able to defeat him even if he used all his skills. Sain replied that he already knew that very well, but it was worth a try. People gathered at their sparring match to watch it, and they were surprised by what they saw. Eugene noticed how easily Xine controlled the sword soul and maintained it for a long time. He understood that the boy had learned to control magic better after achieving the 3-star white flame technique. At that age, Sain had such an amount of magic that there was no opponent of his age in the entire continent who could compete with him. Sain did not understand why fatigue came to him so quickly because he was well trained. He felt like he was swinging his sword in vain because Eugene's sword seemed to deflect all his attacks, but at the same time direct his blade to where he didn't want it to go. Watching what was happening, the members of the Lionheart family understood that Sina could not win Eugene. One of them was wondering, if he fought Eugene with all his strength and used the soul of the sword, would he be able to defeat the boy? Sir Kezar said that even 2 years ago he was very strong, and he felt that Eugene had become one of the strongest at the moment. But young Master Tsain has also grown up a lot. He noticed how Eugene took all his attacks without moving a single step, and was very surprised by this. Sin wondered what it was, and how Eugene repelled all his attacks. Eugene replied that this was an old parrying method, but Sine did not believe him. After all, this was clearly not a normal parry, as it pushed back the soul of his sword, allowing it to slip, displacing all of his attacks and forcing Tsain to use more magic than necessary. Eugene told the boy that he had correctly noticed all of his techniques. Tsain, in turn, asked him very much to tell about this method. Eugene found it funny that Tsain wanted to learn from him. He was worried that he wouldn't want to teach him his skills, but Eugene said he would teach him. Sin was surprised by his answer. Eugene said that if he became strong enough, he would not have to become a patriarch. But since there were too many extra eyes there, he could not train him in that place. Eugene told Sin that they needed to move to another location. Having gone to another place, he told Tsain that he would not become stronger than him, but he would accept the role of patriarch if he became a little stronger. Eugene warned him that if he wanted to push this on him, then he was not going to become a patriarch, because that was not what he wanted. Tsain did not understand what else he could do in this situation, and how he could be persuaded to take on this role. He told Eugene that since he really didn't want to, he had no choice. Sai decided to criticize him by saying that he lacked the skills to be a patriarch and had not even taken the receiver course, so he was not ready for the role. And Eugene will never join high society, given that he lived half his life in the village. But Eugene decided to interrupt his interesting story by stepping on his foot. Tsain asked why he did this. Eugene replied that he didn't like his behavior. Sin wondered when Eugene would teach him that skill. Eugene told him that since he didn't have much time, he would just write everything down on a piece of paper. And if Tsain trains diligently according to the instructions, then everything will definitely work out. Sin wondered if Eugene really didn't want to be the patriarch, or if he was lying about it. Eugene admitted that he really did not want to encroach on this role. Old and rugged mountains were located in the south of Kel, and the highest of them was Mount Uklas. Vermuth the Great of the Kale Empire renounced his title and went to the capital, but 300 years later, Mount Uklas was still in the domain of the Lionhearts. The castle of the Black Lion was located precisely on the top of Mount Uklas, where Vermuth lived the longest, and his grave was also located there. Gillard was there at that time, and reading a letter from the estate, he told everyone that Eugene had arrived home. He was told that it was just in time, since there were only 2 months left until the end of the year. Gillard asked if there was still any point in bringing Eugene to the castle. He was told that this had never happened in the entire history of the Lionhearts, for a child of a sideline to be invited to the castle. Gillard had known him since childhood, but he was still uncomfortable being around. It was the eldest man of the family and the head of the Senate, the White Lion of Immortality, Diner Lionheart. It was this man that the patriarch found unpleasant to see. He told Gillard that although he had proven that the child deserved to be there, the situation was too difficult. Carmena said it's not just the patriarch, but also Eugene. She had met this child in Arota, and she didn't understand why it was a problem that he was from a different family. After all, the most important thing is his potential. Diner told Carmena that she may have seen this situation from a different perspective, but this could not interfere with the Black Lion's policy. He had to confirm all the rumors about Eugene during the coming-of-age ceremony. The Senate recognized that the child Eugene Lionheart had impressive potential, and so they allowed the patriarch to accept him into the main family. However, in 2 months he will become an adult, and the Senate proposed that the election of the next patriarch begin then. They heard that Eugene had visited the Nagama Desert, which Gillard confirmed. Diner was informed that before this the boy had studied magic in Arath, and he had great talent in this, and so much so that even the master of the Red Tower took him as a student. I also contacted Prince Arota. The Senate said that it was normal for the patriarch to raise his children the way he wanted, but he was outraged that he allowed Eugene to leave them simply by desire, and he considered this unacceptable. Gillard said it was Eugene's decision. The Senate respected the child's choice and did not intend to limit it. He wondered if the patriarch was going to recommend him as the next patriarch. Gillard replied that if Eugene wanted it, he would like to make it possible for him. Carmen said that the boy would not want to, so Tsil told her that he refused the position of patriarch. The Senate was glad of this, and said that it would not dissuade him from this. Anitzla told them that she thought the elders would come to the estate for the ceremony, but instead they invited them to the Black Lion's castle. Tsil had been there for a long time, and they needed to go there. They were surprised by this news, and they were wondering when they should move there, to which Anitzla replied, as soon as possible. Eugene did not want to waste a minute, and the boy hurried Sin to go there as quickly as possible. He was sure that the Black Lion's castle had everything they needed. Tsine said that he finished reading the book that Eugene gave him. He didn't know what to say because this was torture for the magical core, and if he tried to repeat this, he would die from lack of energy. Eugene did just that. This was Hamel's training method, which he modified slightly so that Zine could try. He told Sign that he had to try it, even if he couldn't. After all, it was necessary to move forward, despite the blood and tears, adding that this was the minimum required to become the Lionheart Patriarch. Tsane was scared that there was so much to study in order to become a patriarch, and this was the first time that the coming-of-age ceremony would not be held on the estate. Tsane blamed Laud for this. After all, it was because of him that the Senate began to closely monitor them. Eugene suggested that perhaps they wanted to teach them a lesson. He was wondering why they called Tsine then. Tsai suggested that since he is the future patriarch, perhaps they wanted to congratulate him in advance. Eugene knew that he would even be allowed to go to the tomb of Vermuth the Great. His grave was located somewhere on Mount Euclus, but its exact location is strictly classified. Even Patriarch Gillard did not know much about this tomb. He did not believe that Vermuth died a peaceful death, as the book said, and Eugene wanted to make sure that his body was in his grave. Tsane was happy because he thought that he would be given the demonic spear Ruinthos or the smashing hammer Zigalard. These were the weapons of the demonic king of cruelty, and they were not kept in the treasury of the main residence, but in the Black Lion Castle. And at the moment, the owner of the demonic spear was the head of the Senate, the oldest among the Lionhearts, Diner the White Lion of Immortality, and with the striking hammer of Zygalord is the grandson of Diner, who is also the captain of the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion. Tsane believed that since the head of the Senate was too old, it was high time for him to resign. He assumed that the Senate was about to leave, and because of this decided to give him the demonic spear, but Eugene couldn't know that. Eugene decided to take the Moonlight Sword out of its case. All the magic went into the sword in seconds as soon as it was pulled out. The fragment of the blade that he received at the auction resonated with the sword and attached itself to its hilt. Eugene thought that the sword would return to normal once he got all the fragments. But he was in no hurry to do this, because he wanted to find Vermuth's grave. Eugene could not even imagine that he would be leaving the main residence after a couple of days of arrival. He did not know what to do with the statue and tombstone of Hamel, which were in his cloak. After all, the boy wanted to install them in the main house, convincing Gillard that he could not do it at the moment. But he had a great idea about it. Eugene noticed how Tin dressed up and assumed that he was on a date. Sign had seen the Cloak of Darkness, and he really liked the way it looked. The boy heard that for convenience, it had several spells and even pocket space. Eugene told Sign that he would not give him the cloak even if he crawled on his knees, but the boy replied that he did not want him at all. Since the gate to the Black Lion Castle was open, they were invited to enter it. They were in free flight over the castle grounds, and Sane did not expect this and squealed like a girl. Although this was also new to Eugene, he was calm. He managed to examine the surroundings of the castle in flight. The castle of the Black Lion was visible at the top of the mountain, and Eugene did not understand why they decided to throw them so far from there. Then the boy realized that it was even better, because if Vermouth's grave was somewhere there, then he had a chance to look around on the way to the castle. Eugene believed that being sent into the sky was the beginning of a coming-of-age ceremony, and looking at Sin, he hoped that he would not die, and they had provided some kind of insurance below. The boy decided to leave him and concentrate on himself. From the tower, they watched the children, and the Senate wondered, was this the power of the Spirit King? But he was told that it was the magic of the wind flow. He appreciated that Eugene was not at all scared from free flight. The Senate understood that the boy was truly skilled in magic. He wondered how good he was in other areas. He was told that flow magic is the initial stage for the fourth circle. The magician was surprised that Eugene fell from quite a height, but he maintained a constant speed and balanced perfectly. He believed that the boy had at least the fifth round. The Senate asked Gillard, what level had Eugene achieved in the white flame technique? Gillard said before the boy went to Arity, he was at 3 stars, and last year he received a letter telling him he had reached 4 stars. The Senate was delighted with such high achievements, and since a whole year had passed since that moment, they believed that Eugene could have advanced many times more. Nathan believed that it was impossible to reach 5 stars before adulthood. Carmena said that just because he lacked talent, it didn't mean everyone was the same. Nathan asked his sister not to look down on him, because he too had been a member of the Senate for many years. Carmena asked him not to look at her that way when he called her sister, and she called him old. He didn't like it and accused her of using magic to rejuvenate herself, but in reality she was an old woman, and he wondered how long she would stay with this appearance. She thought it was better to look young. Nathan was infuriated by this. Since she was over 60, and being a member of the Senate, he believed that she should have looked the part. Angry, she turned into the same old woman that scared Nathan. After the children landed, the Senate said that it was Dominic's move. Dominic was captain of the 1st Legion in the Knightly Order of the Black Lion. Gillard was shocked, because he did not expect that they would start testing the children before reaching the castle. The Senate replied that it would be much better for them. The Senate said that this was not a ritual of blood inheritance, and there was no point in them being noble to their age and experience. Gillard said that if things turned out this way, then they could have brought Laud there too. The Senate was against it, because Laud lived an already happy and peaceful life on his mother's estate, and he needed to let his son go, especially after that incident. Gillard insisted that the boy was the eldest in the family, and although he could not become the patriarch, he had the right to participate in the growing up ceremony. The Senate was ashamed of him, and he told Gillard that it was worth accepting the fact that Laud was already an adult for this. On the way, Eugene had several two-headed ogres who considered the entire forest to be their territory, but the two of them could not get along in the same place, and he had to defeat them. He assumed that they were raised indoors, and the whole forest was like a huge monster farm. They did not limit their magic in any way. Unlike the blood inheritance ritual, Eugene knew that they would never drop them from the sky just to watch them fight monsters. Suddenly, the foliage above his head began to crumble. But the boy was ready for this and immediately dodged the attack of such a predator. He asked Sil how long she had been there. The girl didn't understand how he found out that she was in the forest and still managed to dodge. Eugene replied that the wind told him, but Kil didn't believe it because she thought it was strange. He realized that it would be too easy if there were only monsters there, and told her that it would be too cruel to attack him instead of a simple greeting, since they had not seen each other for a long time. Kil asked Eugene if he had a headache. The boy did not understand what she was leading to, and why his head should hurt. Sil said that a barrier was installed throughout the forest, which clouded the mind. Eugene said that when he first appeared, he felt a little dizzy, but since he is quite stubborn, he was able to resist it. This barrier brought true fears into reality in the form of illusions and could suppress the mind. She said that her brother was screaming at the top of his voice because of some stupid illusions of ghosts. Eugene had experienced similar psychological attacks countless times in his past life. He understood that the barrier of this forest was not intended to destroy the mind. Zeal said the original plan was to see how he dealt with his fears rather than setting up this ambush so early. She said she had no choice but to fight him. Eugene didn't think that he would have to confront her like this, but he warned Kill that he would not give in to her. Kill rushed at him, but Eugene deflected her blow, after which the girl tried to attack in the air, but saw many magical spheres. Eugene told her that it would be much harder to dodge in the air. He noticed how the girl used the wyvern to speed up her flight, and so he flew into the air in advance, dodging the attack. In the air, he took out a thick rope from his magical cloak, which he grabbed Tsil. But that was not all. Tsil had a dragon that rammed the boy. Eugene wanted to attack him, but Kill really asked him not to kill Vivi. He was not very happy about this, because it made his task more difficult, and the dragon had to be dealt with in a different way. The boy said that this red-headed scale was very lucky this time. He defeated Vivi with several powerful blows, thereby leaving her alive. Tsil was not happy about this, and decided to take revenge for her dragon. But Eugene blocked her sword power with his bare hands. Tsil's blow. He put her on the ground, thereby completely immobilizing her. She asked to be at least a little softer towards her. Eugene said if she doesn't attack him, he'll be more respectful. Tsil said that the battle was over and she knew that she still would not have defeated him, after which the boy let her go. She wondered how he knew that she would change the direction of the dueling sword. Eugene replied that he decided to try his luck. Tsil said that he would have lost his arm if she had not changed the angle of the sword. Eugene told her that he was sure that she would not do that to his hand, which angered the girl. Since she was there, he wanted her to explain something to him. Kill said that he should have just headed to the Black Lion's castle. But Eugene was not interested in this, but how difficult this process would be for him. She said that there were 60 Black Lion Knights, including captains throughout the territory, and they were all searching throughout the mountain for Eugene and her brother. The boy wondered if this was too much for a coming-of-age ceremony. The head of the Senate thought Eugene very highly, and her poor brother suffered because of him. The boy understood that somehow 60 people were too much for an ambush for 2 people. Kill said since this mountain is big, the knights were not all in ambush. Some of them were simply making sure that Eugene and Sai didn't go where they shouldn't. He knew that this was not without reason, and they were guarding Vermouth's mogul. Eugene asked if the knights were making sure they didn't go where they shouldn't, then what kind of places were they? Sil said that there are many monsters on this mountain. Only ogres were found there. But if you go deeper, you can meet dangerous demonic creatures that were able to easily kill ogres. Eugene was outraged. Why did they bring demons there? Kill said that they were raised to improve the level of Black Lion Knights. He knew that demons were not pets and could not be raised, and this meant that they walked throughout the forest. He didn't like that they allowed such creatures to roam there because Vermouth's grave was there. Sil wondered why he was so angry with her, but Eugene said, because they are one family. She was curious. Since when had Eugene been loyal to the Lionhearts? Sil heard that they were not near Vermouth's grave. She had already been in several attacks and had never heard from the knights about the grave. Since the head of the Senate valued him, he originally wanted to explore the mountain while pretending to go to the castle, but it was a bad plan, and he decided not to do it. There was only Plan B left, which was to go to the castle. Kill was about to fly away, but Eugene stopped her because he was interested in something. He asked the girl to give him her wyvern to get to the castle. Kill was not going to give Eugene her dragon, but before leaving, she decided to warn him that he should leave there as quickly as possible, since other knights were approaching this place. Eugene had another plan to quickly get out of there. He threw her off the dragon using wind magic. Riding the dragon wasn't that easy because he didn't really want Eugene to ride it. Op ordered Vivi to be an obedient dragon. Otherwise, he will repeat what happened before. Sil did not expect that her pet could obey someone so quickly, and then she expressed her dissatisfaction towards Eugene. In the air, he was immediately intercepted by other Black Lion Knights, who were also on dragons. Eugene did not find Carmen among them. The boy had no idea what the other captains looked like. He felt that they were not particularly strong compared to hers. Since this was a test, Dominic ordered the knights not to use their full strength. The Black Lion Order was very strong. The boy, even in his previous life, had never met a stronger order than this one. He knew that since they attacked without the intent to kill, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Therefore, he will check them, and not they him, which he was glad about. The knights were surprised that the boy was going to attack them first, and Dominic ordered him to be taken. They were ready to attack him, and aimed their bows at him, pointing their sharp arrows at him. The boy deflected their own arrows with his cloak, but they cut all the arrows in half without blinking an eye. Afterwards, the boy fought with one of the knights, throwing him off the dragon with the help of a wind mage. The deputy captain of the 3rd Legion, Nathan Lionheart, whom Eugene had met in Arath, was rushing toward him. Nathan asked where Lady Tissil, whom the boy met first, was. Eugene replied that the girl was below, after which they had a fight with spears. Nathan didn't expect to lose so quickly at the spears. Eugene saw no point in engaging all of them in battle, since he only needed to get to the Black Lion's castle. A huge stone flew at him from below, something he could not have expected. He barely dodged it at the last second. It was Carmen, the captain of the Black Lion Knights, who sent Eugene to the ground with a strong blow. It was impossible to harm yourself in this forest, so Eugene was stopped by a barrier before he fell. Kill told him that there would be captains among the Black Lion Knights in the ambush, so he was not surprised. Carmen Lionheart was the captain of the 3rd Legion of the Black Lion Order. All the knights and other captains landed behind her. Eugene wondered if she seemed to be holding back her love for him. She said that he was coping much better than they could have expected, because Tsain was still at the stage with his fears. Carmen asked not to attach much importance to this, since he was given a little more attention, and since she had arrived to him, she wanted to finish quickly, telling Eugene that he had 3 minutes, and if he holds out against her for this time, then they will take him to the castle of the Black Lion. The boy underestimated these measly 3 minutes in the fight with her. Carmen said that the test didn't require more, but if he didn't think he could do it, she could reduce the time to 1 minute. Eugene felt funny about this. He understood that she was so confident because he was just a child, but he did not like this attitude towards himself. He told her that he was young and fresh, and wondered if it would be a problem for her, at her then old age, to spar for 3 whole minutes. All the knights were shocked that the boy called her old. Carmen tossed the watch to Nathan, saying he had 1 minute. She attacked Eugene with great speed, but the boy managed to block. She didn't like this and pushed him away with wind magic, which Eugene was unable to block. But the boy was able to stay on his feet without falling to the ground. Carmena was impressed by this, because she was about to deal a crushing blow to him, but his reaction was much faster than she expected. She realized that she should have taken this sparring much more seriously. They fought seriously, blocking each other's blows. Eugene was impressed by her skills. The boy was sure that 300 years ago she would have been just as famous. After all, judging by her terrifying aura alone, she was on the same level as Amelia Merwin. He wanted to fight her normally without giving in, but at the moment he couldn't defeat her even with all his strength. She struck so hard that the boy's sword was dented and shards of steel were flying everywhere. Eugene told her that the 3 minutes were up, even though he only had 1. Carmen was unhappy, because in 3 whole minutes she was unable to deliver more than 1 serious blow. She was confident that she had her powers under control, but she still could not defeat young Eugene. Carmen said that there was still 1 minute left, but the boy replied that the time was over as he was counting in his head. She was angry with him and didn't understand how he thought while he was fighting. The boy answered since she gave in, he managed to count the time. One of the knights approached Eugene to express his surprise at what he saw. Zegalard's grinding hammer on his belt. It was the former weapon of the demonic king of slaughter. Eugene realized that its owner was the captain of the 1st Legion of the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion, Dominic Lionheart. He did not believe that the boy was only 19 years old. Dominic, of course, had heard that Eugene was not bad, but he thought that these were rumors that were usually exaggerated, telling the boy that they greatly understated his strength. Bowing as a sign of respect to the captain, he thanked him for such warm words. Dominic asked Madame Carmen if it was worth continuing the test for the boy. She replied that this could be the end of the test and go to the castle.